बताना। फेस माइक भी ऑन कर सकते हो। हेलो। अरे ये अनाउंस is this mic live? Yeah, it is. Ladies and gentlemen, we're starting the show once again in a few minutes. Please settle down. लीजिए। मेरे पास
ये कौन सा 8 नंबर है? हाँ, तो अनाउंसमेंट के लिए दिया था। और 6-7 की बैटरी सेम है। बड़ा अच्छा लगा। नहीं नहीं, हेलो।
check one check.
Check 1, check. Check 2, check.
Check 3. Check. Hello, Yuvas. A very warm welcome once again to NDTV YUVA 6th edition. Since we are doing this after lunch, we'll quickly do a charge up exercise. Okay, what we have to say, right? Yeah? So you repeat after me. We say why. You have to say why, guys. Wow, the Yuva is really smart. Okay, you repeat after me. We say why. We say you. We say we. We say A. We are. We are. We are. Love it. So give it up for yourself first. Yeah? I love that I have to give cues for everything, but let's get it going. The Josh of Yuva is high. Keep those post-lunch spirits high because we are now going to be commenting about all that you've eaten. Okay? Our next session does talk about food, but focuses on eating right, eating healthy, and breaking the habit. Joining us today, Gutman himself, Dr. Pal and Ravya Arora, health and wellness educator. Joining them on stage, my colleague Ambika Singh. Can we give a huge round of applause for all of them? Ambika, if we can have you on stage.
Thank you all for coming and welcome once again. Welcome to our conversation on one of the most essential aspects of our lives, health and eating right. In today's fast-paced world, it's easy to get caught up at the hustle and bustle, and we forget to prioritize the most important thing, our well-being. But the truth is, what we eat has a profound impact on our physical as well as mental health. And along with food, we need to craft a lifestyle that harmonizes restful sleep, mindful habits, and joyful moments. Joining me today are experts who are passionate about empowering us to make conscious choices that nurture our overall holistic well-being from the inside out, including the intricate connection between our gut and total body health. Let me introduce, we have with us Dr. Pal Manikam. He's also called the Gut Man. He's a gastroenterologist and a social influencer. We also have Ravya Arora, health and wellness educator. Thank you all so much for joining us. I think to begin with, Dr. Pal, I would want to ask you that, you've really transitioned your life from having that health scare, like a mini heart attack, losing 50 pounds to where you're today. What would you like to tell our youngsters, our viewers on eating right?
So eating right starts at a much younger age. I wish somebody has told me when I was 15 years. And similar to how we were born, there were other gut bacteria that were born before us. There is 100 trillion gut bacteria, which is 14 zeros right after number 1. If you line them up, it will reach from the ground all the way up to the moon. And they came much, much before than us. As soon as the baby is born outside the vaginal canal into the world, these bacteria is fighting for real estate as if we are fighting for an apartment in downtown Delhi. As soon as we have the real estate, this gut bacteria goes inside and starts populating. If we have the good gut bacteria in the first 10 years of life, that is the best investment that any mother can give to their child.
Okay, so from day one, initially you need to focus on that. But Ravya, your story has been no different. Like Dr. Pal, even yours has been very inspirational. Tell us the role you think nutrition has played. Of course, you focus a lot on physical fitness as well. For you, what has worked?
Honestly, I say it's 80-20, a split between nutrition and exercise. Nutrition is a key element. If I were asked, have I lost all the weight that I have, which is 38 kgs in total, just with exercise? Not at all. My nutrition has played the biggest role in that, while exercise has been something that primes that further, and together they work in a balance very well. So definitely nutrition is something that needs to be prioritized. We need to focus on protein, we need to focus on fiber, so many things, and it's very important.
So good balance between physical exercise as well as eating right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, just coming, Dr. Pal, if I can ask you, there's this connection, it's scientifically proven as well, the link between our gut health and mental well-being. You spoke about the microbes. If you can, before we dive into the entire conversation, I think it's important for our youngsters. Everybody is trying to deal with pressure, stress, anxiety, and even with the youth, and we have them right here. What is the connection of eating? Because we all want to have pizzas and burgers and junk food, but it's not the healthiest of foods. So the link with mental health, please.
So if I can tell you guys that the cravings that you have for pizza, burger, or any kind of unhealthy food, first of all, it is not you. So don't blame yourself. Blame the bad gut bacteria that is inside your gut that is making you crave for this. When you are going to the app of Swiggy and then ordering that late midnight biryani, it is there because the bad gut bacteria wants that biryani. Okay, even though you try to be healthy, your willpower is very high, your bad gut bacteria will always win. So it takes time. It takes time. So in our research and in our clinical patients as well, when patients comes with depression and anxiety, what we have figured out was the problem is not over here. The problem is in the gut. It's a strong connection with more than million neurons connecting the gut with the brain. If you will not believe, Ambika, when the patient comes with anxiety, we don't give them medications for anxiety anymore. We analyze their dietary habits and we give natural foods which will increase the certain chemical that will help them relieve the anxiety by itself.
So the midnight craving of hot chocolate fudge, we can actually blame it on our gut microbe.
But
yeah?
not too much.
Not too much, yeah, but then we don't need to keep that. Ravi, I request, yeah,
You
if
can
you could just
also
put
build
your mic
a
closer.
healthy gut microbiome that's very diverse and accepts a lot of food groups. And that'll happen if you slowly build it that way. But
Yeah.
if you already have an imbalanced gut, your cravings are going to be so much more as well.
Yeah, I think that's important to understand that as well, Ravia. But I wanted to ask you, because we've spoken about the angle of mental health, also want to ask you about intuitive eating. That's something you speak about. Give our youngsters tips on that.
So let me break it down. Intuitive eating is eating based on how your body is feeling. I struggled with eating disorders, so I had a very complicated relationship with food where I didn't see food as nutrition or fuel, but I saw it as the enemy. I thought of it as, what can I possibly do to, eat what I want to, but still lose weight. It was a very difficult territory for me to tackle. So intuitive eating came in that way that it negated the little, classification we give to food in our head. So good food, bad food. It questioned my food police, that why do I think that I can't particularly have this? It made me more intuitive and helped me develop an understanding of my body. If I want something at midnight, if I'm having a midnight craving, why am I having it? So I think it comes with a lot of mindfulness, and intuitive eating is something that I've been practicing for a long time and has been so helpful to me.
I think what you said, mindfulness. Dr. Pal, I want to pick up that word. How do we eat more mindfully? There's so many fad diets. There's so much out there. In fact, let me put it, there's so much information, whether it's fasting, whether it's mindful eating, what to eat, when to eat. If you can share, your expertise here to tell us, how do we develop that good habit?
So I usually tell my patients to practice communism when you're eating. When you are eating one paratha, and if you are full after that, the next paratha goes to the next person who is looking for it. So if that is being continuously monitored, and remember I told you that the gut is connected to the brain, the key thing is you can change the way that the gut connects to the brain in 3 months. So let's say you don't like broccoli at all. I live in California, broccoli is the only thing that is available, and absolutely I hate it initially. But I made myself eat slowly, like 1 broccoli at a time, 2 broccoli at a time. And I know, because I know this connection already, in 3 months, I'm not exaggerating, that has become my favorite food. So everything can be malleable. When you change that habit, then that will feed your mind in a way that you will actually choose healthy foods. So similar to how you navigate the way in the lunch to actually get the food, the gut bacteria will also make you navigate and then choose the right healthy choice.
So also developing, I think, for like you said today, but you still love it even now in spite of so many years? Broccoli?
I love it even more.
Even more.
So I just chose broccoli because many people think that, I don't like this and everything.
Yeah.
So there will be other things that you can actually change the way that you look at it.
Yeah.
At the same time, if you're similar to, let's say you keep on ordering burger, pizza on Swiggy, you will never able to cut out of the vicious cycle at all. So initially, you need to choose an alternative food. For example, you're craving for chocolates. The cravings will not go down right away. You will have to find an alternate food similar to chocolate. For example, in my case, I was a big fan of dairy milk. I used to eat in the middle of the night. You remember the ad that they come in the middle of the cricket ground? That should be me. Okay, that's how fanatic I was at dairy milk was. Then I knew about this axis, gut-brain axis. Then what I fooled my gut by choosing a dark chocolate-covered almonds to go for whenever I had the sugar cravings. And then slowly, I took out of this addiction.
So I think tuning your mind here is very critical. I think, Ravia, again, you create content. Just wanting to move on that. You both are social media sensations. Of course, great journeys. We'll have our youngsters ask you all some questions. But what is that thin line, or how do you navigate between creating a content which reaches out to the viewers, but it also has authenticity?
So I was also somebody who used to consume a lot of health content because I had a lot of questions around it. And sharing my fitness journey came from a place of, I worked so hard to be able to do this, and if there's someone out there, if there's a girl out there who has an eating disorder, I wish in my own way I can help her out. And it's come to this that, you know, the queries that I get on my social media, I try to target those aspects a little more while staying true to nutrition, which is an important aspect a little bit, tapping into mental health by talking about intuitive eating and emotional eating, and also a little bit of exercise, because everything works together. So my whole idea with content is I don't only want to talk about fitness, I don't only want to talk about nutrition, but a very holistic perspective of health and wellness.
And touch every aspect of, you know, you don't know what someone else needs out there. You know, that's
Exactly.
important as well.
Like if you are focusing on your nutrition and you're focusing on your exercise, but your sleep is undermined, which we know for the Gen Z is so prevalent, then of course it's going to hamper your health. So that also does come in the territory of, you know, health and wellness, and we have to see it as a full picture.
Yeah, the holistic approach. Dr. Paul,
Absolutely.
like Ravya, you also, I think 2020, that pivot happened when you accidentally made that video and you had 5 million views. And you know, today you're a social media sensation, huge following. And you are a doctor, which is pretty rare. You have this term called medcom, where you actually use humor to put out medical, you know, medical stuff out there. How do you use humor? And also, again, similar thing what I asked to Ravya, how do you ensure that the content is created, but it's giving the right message, and using it also, using your humor in a different way?
So I realized in my social media journey is that, you know, serious medical information can be written in like 5-10 minutes. And then I can generate like 1,000 videos. And every video will get only 1 view, and that'll be me. So then I realized that, okay, the way to reach people is to create this relatability in terms of like what will they do. Because I have been through the journey before. I was pretty big before. I was 100 kilos. Then I started doing the content based on what I did before and what I'm doing right now. So I created this artificial character where I would be able to comment on the previous version of me and then say that, okay, this is what I did. And if you want to follow which person, it's up to you.
That's how you have such a, okay, before we ask our youngsters, the youth out here, if you all have any questions, because I'm sure they all are following you, they have questions, a tip you would like to give the youngsters when it comes to healthy eating as well as physical fitness?
Firstly, in terms of eating, so many Indians, young Indians, are protein deficient. So definitely look into protein and reduce alcohol consumption. That is so important.
Okay, so protein, and any myths around protein, because sometimes
I think
there are
a lot of people
myths.
are scared of protein. A lot of people say that, you know, if we have too much protein, especially girls, if we have too much protein and we do weightlifting, we'll become very muscular. I'm sorry to say it takes a lot of effort to become that muscular.
Yeah.
And it does not happen just by meeting your basic protein requirements, which I guarantee a lot of people are not meeting.
Okay, great. Dr. Pal, you know, when it comes to gut health, gut is called the second brain, extremely important. It can, you know, keep away serious diseases like, you know, diabetes, cancer away. Tips you would like to give our, you know, audience here for just keeping a clean gut, healthy gut?
See, people go for colon cleanse, detox juice. You don't need all that. All you need is something, this magical word called fiber. Yes, protein is important, but even more than protein, fiber is important because I'm a gastroenterologist. So one important tip for all the people sitting over here is every meal that you're having, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, should have 10 grams of fiber every meal. Just that mind thought process, you know, you don't have to have right away, but just the thought process of looking at your plate, assess how much amount of fiber that you have at every meal is the starting point. 100 grams of cabbage, 100 grams of carrot, 100 grams of cucumber, it's a lot. But that will transfer only to 3 grams of fiber. So just imagine, for 10 grams per meal, you should have how much amount of fruits and vegetables?
That's a lot.
So unless you create that conscious thought process, you will never able to reach the 30 grams of fiber per day. Average Indian consumption right now in the last 10 years is only 10 to 12 grams of fiber per day. That is why gastroenterologists are very happy.
Yeah, the business is going clearly. But you know, because we have been talking about the myths, again, fasting. You talk about, I mean, you have this whole thing of fun with fasting. what is the right way to go? Because there's so many fads. Some people say, and it doesn't work for everybody. Like I get a headache if I try and do intermittent fasting. So what really is the right way?
So intermittent fasting is difficult for women because there are multiple hormonal influences during their menstrual periods and every month. But what I promote is a type of intermittent fasting. It's called time-restricted feeding. Similar to how we go to bed at night and then we wake up in the morning, all our digestive hormones go to bed right after sunset. If you're waking up in the middle of the night, will you be angry? If you're sleeping very deeply, if somebody wakes you up in the middle of the night, everybody will get angry.
Yeah, of course.
Of course. Same way, the hormones are getting angrier, and then the way of exhibiting the anger is not to work properly. So to maintain the quality of the insulin that is being secreted in the afternoon, you have to give a rest of at least 12 hours. In busy times, everybody's having a late night period compared to an early morning person. So many people eat around like 12 a.m., 1 a.m., or even 11 p.m. It is okay to eat at that to start with, but just be conscious that the next meal that you are eating should be a minimum of 12 hours.
So we need to give our digestive system, our body, some rest. Okay, so before we move on further, would any of you want to ask the gut man or ask Ravya anything? We have quite a few hands. Could we please have the mic?
First of all, Dr. Pal, huge fan of your videos.
Thank you so much.
My question is to both of you. So, my name is Aziz. I'm a final year law student. So, we have very busy lives and living far away from our homes and often on a tight budget. It's very difficult for us to maintain a diverse diet and eat healthy and sometimes eat on time. Actually, we mostly miss maybe 2 meals a day even. So how do we go about it, and do we have any specific solution to it, or are there any superfoods that we can consume in order to meet those requirements?
So it's a very difficult phase. Okay, I'm going to acknowledge the situation, and I have been there as well. I've been there as well. Just don't say just law people around, even medical people, the same thing. Okay, but unfortunately, this is the time period where you really need to focus on the gut health, correct? So you cannot do a lot of variety, but my suggestion to you is to just to get the knowledge and understand that, okay, so this is what my gut needs. Okay, so today I got only 3 grams of fiber. Okay, so tomorrow, then you have to compensate for the remaining 7 grams, correct? So just opening up your mind will open you up the options. Okay, if I was a law student right now, what I will focus on is, okay, so I know Dr. Pal has told me 10 grams of fiber per day, right? So I will open ChatGPT because that's the only thing that you open more than. And then say, okay, so I have apple in my mess, or okay, how much grams of fiber is that, okay? So start educating your brain in terms of this, then keep on looking around. That itself will solve the problem. The second thing I always say is look around for fermented foods around. For example, kimchi, kombucha, all those are like hi-fi foods. You don't even have to go there. Our normal dahi itself is more than enough. Not the dahi puri, dahi vada, only dahi.
Dahi, plain yogurt. I hope that answers your question. We can just take one more question, please. Can we please have the mic?
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, sir. So my question is, like in today's scenario, in Indian diet, we see that there is a presence of lot of urea. That means that we do not have all the nutrients in our food that we eat usually. So can we fulfill those needs through some of the nutritional companies that are being evolving, like specifically you could say Herbalife Nutrition? So should we switch to that? Do you want us to switch to particular nutritions? Like because of the diet, we cannot fulfill those nutrients that are really required in our body.
It's a controversial question. I'll let her answer.
That's a safe way to get out.
No. I think I'll answer one briefly.
Thank you so much.
See, similar to the company that you mentioned, there are so many companies in the US, okay? I can say anything about US company, I can say anything about the Indian company. US company, there's something called Optavia, and I was involved in that as well. We did research on this, okay? Every time there is a packaged food that you are seeing right in front of you and you are tearing that package, you are tearing a lining of your gut. This is proven, and we have repeatedly seen this in animal models, clinical models, no matter what. It is the accumulated dosage in terms of how much amount of tearing is happening, okay? So all these US-based companies, what they do is they replace your whole meals with these packaged foods. Okay, it may work initially, but eventually there will be a problem in terms of your gut lining. So, in general, how I treat my patients is that the first thing I say when they come with abdominal bloating, pain, heartburn or something, the first thing that they should do is to avoid any kind of packaged foods. Does this mean that, you cannot eat like Maggi noodles or something like that? Absolutely not. You can have like once a week or once in 2 weeks, something like that. Whatever you were doing before, you might have to extend the frequency. That is the first step. Second step is if you can completely avoid all the packaged foods, within 3 weeks, we can clearly see the change in the microbiome of the stool when we assess on all these participants.
I think that's really answered well, and it cleared a lot of doubts. I wish we could take more questions, but we don't really have time. But Ravi, I want to ask you a question. In fact, both of you, आपकी ज़िंदगी का हम करके दिखाते हैं moment क्या है? A moment in your life that defined you, or when you knew that the time had come.
Oh wow. I think when I posted my first video on social media, all my life I had been overweight, and it was a very, very big step for me to lose all that weight and then put it out there publicly for people to comment on, people to see. And since that day, I did not look back, and I'm doing what I'm doing, and I'm so grateful to be here, and thank you for having me.
Well, it's really a pleasure to have you. Your mum is out there. I'm sure it's a really proud moment for her, and also speaking on the platform, talking about your journey. Dr. Paul, the same question for you. आपकी ज़िंदगी का हम करके दिखाते हैं क्या moment है? When did you think the time has arrived?
So my moment was when I was giving a talk show, and there was this 45-year-old lady came to me, and then she said that I have been suffering from PCOS for the last 10 years. We have tried multiple IVF cycles, and because of your time-restricted feeding and the fiber intake, my cycles got regular, we got normalized, we got pregnant, and there was a beautiful newborn baby picture that they showed. Since then, I'm not looking back, and all the negative comments are still coming.
But you're okay with that as far as you're helping so many people. It's really a pleasure to have you both. Thank you so much, and continue doing the great work and spreading the message around. A big round of applause.
Thank you, Dr. Pal and Ravya. I am catching up with you backstage for more gut gyan. So I have a question for the audience. How many of you think their future is safe? Yeah? How many of you think the education system is keeping pace with the technological changes? No. There are a lot of no's there. So to answer all these concerns, our next session brings together top educators on one platform. Please welcome on stage Professor Ratul Ghosh Chaudhary, Professor R.P. Banerjee, and Professor Prasanta Kumar Patra. Joining them on stage, my colleague Ambika Singh. Ambika, if we can have you on stage and start the next session.
We live in a time when the greatest fear Yuva has is whether AI will take away their jobs, how technology will influence their future, and whether they have the right skill sets to deal with it. Is this fear unique to Gen Z, or are these questions every generation has grappled with? How do our education institutions keep pace with a fast-moving world? And how do we educate and upskill Yuva? Joining me today on this panel, we have Professor Ratul Ghosh Chaudhary, advisor, GLA University. Specialization is business management. We also have with us Professor Dr. R.P. Banerjee, thought leader, author, chairman, and director, EILM Kolkata. Specialization is ethical consumption. And we have Professor Prasanta Kumar Patra, SOA's Dean, Sponsored Research and Industrial Consultancy, Sixa or Anusadhan, deemed to be university. Specialization is condensed matter physics. Wow. Well, it's a pleasure to have you all with us today on NDTV YUVA. Thank you so much. I would like to start with you first, Professor Chaudhary. For the government as well as a society, entrepreneurship really is the buzzword. But when we look at the education system, tell us, how is Gen Z coping with it?
Yeah, so it is definitely a buzzword. You used the right word there. But it will no longer be a buzzword because so how we cope up from the academic side is, if you look at, there's a huge skill gap that the industry requires vis-a-vis what the academicians have imparted. And we have been through that. So the first step that we get into is redesigning the curricula so as to address the skill gap that is there, basically providing what the industry requires. So few of the steps there, I can go on and on this. I'm very passionate about this. Is, a very simple thing. You teach a subject or a course or a topic only for two reasons. One is either it is foundational or it is required in the industry. How do you do that? The first part, the foundational part, comes from the researchers, the academic researchers. The second part, what the industry requires, comes from the job description. So I ask all my fellow academicians, how many times are we looking at a job description which is in the market and aligning the curricula based on that? Second, there are all those internship opportunities, and I will only pick up on a specific internship. There's a social internship.
Okay.
Why I'm picking on the social internship is it's not for profit purpose. It's not out of anything, spiritual. When you're going there as a social intern, you are working for NGOs and other impact funds, you are realizing the problem that is there at the grassroots level.
Which is important.
Yeah, once you know the problem at the grassroots level, only then you'll be able to build a product or a solution to address that problem. Because entrepreneurship requires a problem to be solved, a real-life problem to be solved, not a problem which is there out in the air. Then we have industry partnerships. The government is definitely funding a lot of stuff as far as Startup India Fund, the Skill Up India funds, and all of it is happening. So there is a huge, huge focus on delivering what the industry needs. There are those, finishing schools. I will not name specific companies, but all the big IT firms or even management consulting firms, what they've started doing is opening up finishing labs. I would not call schools, but labs within the university, where they actually, spot talent, hire them out right after third year, and then they put them through the intense,
Grill them, yeah.
Grill them through. So when they're ready, so they are plug and play. So they are day one ready. So that's how, the academicians are coping up with it.
Yeah, but I think what you really said about working, on the grassroots level, on ground, that's important because that will give you a life skill forever.
Not only that,
You know the real problems, I think.
Yeah, so I'll give you one example. There's this company called Nano Health. It's a startup. It won the Hult Prize. A Hult Prize is supposed to be, a Nobel Prize for entrepreneurs,
absolutely, yeah.
right? So they're working on bringing accessible, affordable healthcare to the slum dwellers. How did they realize that it's a real problem? Only once they went out there and lived with them and solved the problem.
I think that's really well put. Professor Banerjee, I wanted to ask you, when it comes to your work, looking at the intersection between Indian philosophy and academics, especially when we appealing to Gen Z, tell us a little bit on the business ethics aspect here.
Thank you so much for this question. It's a beautiful, nice question. Gen Z, actually I call Gen Z, meaning it's the terminal generation people are talking about. It's not that. It's the vibrant generation, and for them, they are curious about things. And I found there are a lot of things, for example, depression, mental illness, many other things are there apart from the struggles for winning the competition and facing horrible negatives, many negatives within the family environment, in the society, in the academic institutions, and in the job market to begin with. Indian philosophy has actually contributed a lot, and it has become very popular among this generation. For example, if you look at certain dimensions of, I tell you, like, I give an example of Patanjali having mentioned Maitri, Karuna, Mudita, Upeksha. Maitri is friendliness towards everybody. This generation is very liberal. They want to make friends with others, and so much so that, you know, on the social side, the friendship is being made with and among people who were never known to each other in any way. So, you know, this is an open field of making friends across the globe. Yeah. No cultural barrier, no national identity, no caste and creed identity, no high and low, you know, no color of the skin, nothing is there. So they are non-discriminative. I support them. And Karuna, you know, it's compassionate. This generation is really very compassionate, you know. Yes. You find in any school, in any college or university environment, a young person is always caring about the next person, next, you know, boy or the girl who is having some difficulty somewhere. You know, and then you will find a lot of people are there to handhold Karuna. Mudita is a very important instrument which Patanjali had advised, which is taking delight in the success of others. This is one area where we need to do a lot of activities, a lot of works. You know, taking delight in other success is very difficult. Yes. Because jealousy has come into play in the in-between. But, you know, I don't think that this generation is putting a halt to that and not adapting to this. And Upeksha, when it comes to you as an individual, need to be indifferent in certain cases. Somebody says some bad words, targets you, and so you be indifferent to that. Move forward, proceed forward with your ideas of growth in life, and success is an automatic associate. I've mentioned in many of my books, you know, the mind engineering, I've mentioned in details the concepts of stress management and other things. And there you will find, or also in any philosophy or any book on Indian scriptures, Indian philosophy, there also you'll find that it's mentioned that it's your mental courage and strength. Food can make a lot of changes, but it's your mind which can make more changes.
I think that's a really important message out there for all our youngsters, you know, what you rightly said, your mind, courage, strength. Professor Patra, if I could come to you here, you know, with the market forces dictating the job readiness as top outcome from education, what is the fate of pure sciences, I mean, for a subject like physics?
Yeah, it is already told by one of my speakers. So if you can incorporate the skill training, technical thing, say it is cross-disciplinary. See, you cannot say that physics is only physics. The fundamental will be there, but in some advanced part, because in the undergraduate it is 3-year course, postgraduate is 2-year course, there you can put some computing facility, data science, artificial intelligence, skill training, some subjects. And also it requires a state of the laboratories. So you have to revisit the syllabus, reorient. When a student sees the syllabus, he or she should know, if I study physics, what output and where I can be placed. So we call it course outcome in each subject. That should be a course outcome. And entire course after studying, there should be a program outcome. If I passed physics with this type of subject, you see, we consider geophysics, geotechnology, astrophysics, geoscience. So these are a lot of application areas which can be put into those aspects. It is not fundamental will be there, but if you can make it a applied physics with some influence incorporating the, say, the technical skills, artificial intelligence, data science, computing, say, laser technology, semiconductor physics, then it will be an excellent one. It cannot be, so there will be employment, what industry need, that will be there. And you can have an industry-institute interaction, academia interface, that will give. So students should feel as if we are working or we are studying in an institute where there is one industry is working.
Well,
That feeling will be there. Yeah, yeah.
I think what, each one of you have said, I think must be resonating with the youngsters out here. It's really been a pleasure to have you all with us today on NDTV YUVA. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ambika, professors, for that very insightful session. Staying with the theme of future, we've all heard about the words Amrit Kal. But what does this mean for the Yuva of today? We're thrilled to have with us investment banker, founding member, India Foundation, and State Executive Committee member, BJP for UK. Joining him on stage, Vasudha Venugopal. Give it up for our guest and Vasudha.
Okay, joining us now is this very special guest, Mr. Shaurya Dawal, whose body of work ranges from economic development to working with startups to having a nationalist perspective towards policy advocacy and, of course, a lot more. And we'll talk about all of that. Thank you, Mr. Dawal, for being here and joining us on this special segment. My first question to you, sir, I was looking at one of your interviews where you said that it's important to look at India from a unique perspective. Do you think that the world has been able to do that in the last 10 years? And how is that reflected on us as Indians?
Well, thank you, Vasudha, for having me here. And good afternoon to all the young people in this room. I'll try and answer this question as best as I can. It's a little bit complicated, so I'll try and give it a sort of simple anecdotal background to it. If you think in the world that we live in today, we all constantly are talking about artificial intelligence. And we say that in artificial intelligence, the most important thing is data. Yeah. As much the data is, as much the information is, the better the artificial intelligence, the better the outcome of the algorithm is. Think of this like for a country as well, right? A country, India has two options. India could have either decided that India was born on 15th August 1970 or 1947 and say that all of India's data and information is that we can bring to our development is only 75 years old. Or we could take a different perspective and say that modern India was, or independent India was born on 15th August 1947, but Bharat has existed for 3,000 years. Yeah. And therefore we have data which is not only for the last 75 years, but for 3,000 years. Or probably even more. So, if we can bring that data to our policy making, to our thinking, then as an engine, we are far more sophisticated in how we tackle the problems of today.
Right.
So when we say that we have to look at India from uniquely India's perspective, what we are effectively saying is we've got to stop looking at India and thinking we are a young nation, only born on 15th August. Before that, all our information and data was irrelevant, but actually take back everything that we've got for thousands of years and bring it to our day-to-day. And this is very important for Indians to understand. It doesn't really matter how the world thinks of us. The world will think of us as how we really think of ourselves first.
Right.
And for the longest time as Indians, we thought of ourselves as as a colonized nation, as a defeated nation, as a nation that was vanquished.
Right.
And so the world thought of us like that. So I think in the last 10 years, what we've tried to do is to try and take back this discourse and actually bring back to our day-to-day policy making, to day-to-day functioning of our nation, drawing down on our cumulative wisdom and experience of thousands of years as against just the last 75.
Right. I will come to that cultural revivalism in a bit, but also help us understand in the last 10 years, the Prime Minister has set a lot of targets for the nation. He talks about Amrit Kal. There's also this very ambitious target of being a developed nation by 2047, Viksit Bharat. For the youth of the country, are these merely slogans? And do you think that the government has been able to put in that kind of work to assure people of the country that we are actually forging towards those targets?
So I wish I was young and born a youth today in this country, because there can never be a better time than to be a youth in this country than today. 100 years is a very important milestone in any nation's history, because actually, and particularly a nation that has been colonized for centuries, because actually 100 years would mark us passing the risk of breaking up, fragmenting, collapsing as a nation. And we have a lot of evidence, if you look around the world, that post-colonization, if you look, most of the colonization ended 10 years after the Second World War. So from 1945 to 55, much of from Africa to Far East Asia became independent. But there is mayhem across the world. Small nations like Sri Lanka could not handle their independence. A country like Pakistan that came out of us got split into two nations. You've got Syria, you've got Africa, across the world you look. Post-colonization, nations were not able to consolidate themselves. India has done a pretty good job, considering that we were 560 principalities. We were a cultural identity, but we were never a nation state, ever in our history. So for 75 years, we've done a pretty good job that, today there is no risk of fragmentation of India. Right. From Tamil Nadu right up to Kashmir, there were a few pending, niggling issues that have also been sorted in the last 10 years, right? So I think for the youth of this country, having achieved this in the 75 years, giving India a peaceful, democratic republic where, you can express yourself, the individual is paramount, we are now at the cusp of the next 25 years, which will transform ourselves from being a poor nation to a wealthy nation. You see, today, when we start, we are among the G20 countries. So in this world, out of 200 countries, there are 20 nations which have a GDP of over $1 trillion. Right? There are about 16 nations. We are one of those 16 nations. When we started off in 1947, we were just a $30 billion GDP nation. So we've come about 300 times, or actually, 100 times more, because we are now we just crossed 4 trillion, so actually more than that. What we've achieved in the last 75 years, we will actually double that in the next 10.
Right.
So we'll be about approximately 8 trillion by the time 2034. And given where we are going to grow, we'll end up somewhere between 25 to about $40 trillion by 2047. Now that means that every Indian, by default, will become at least 10 times richer. Right? So people sitting in this room, by the time, in the next 25 years, there is a huge ocean of prosperity that is going to come, which will mean upward mobility for individuals, their families, their communities. So for Indians, this is the best time to be in India, and you have to just travel the world to realize that when the rest of the world is collapsing. But the question for the youth, therefore, then, as you said, is that, you have to now assume, what do you make of this? And when we say about Viksit Bharat, and we talk about the Amrit Kal period, we're effectively calling on the youth of this country and saying, here is this tremendous opportunity for you to move yourselves and your families up the level of prosperity across, and therefore prepare yourselves, work towards and avail of these opportunities that the country is throwing at you. And be innovative, be creative, be a bit risk takers, fail a little bit, go out there and play this game when you are young, so that when you look back and you would find that not only have you made a huge difference to your own lives, but to the lives of this nation by your work.
Right.
So that's really, I think, why this period is very exciting, the next 25 years.
So, Shaurya, there's also, from the standpoint of what is going to happen in the future, what do you think India needs to do more in terms of, intervention of technology or economic growth to help us reach there? Because I was, looking at one of your interviews where you said that it's very important to, it's important that we remain authentic. The authenticity of ideas is very important because we have to have something new to tell the world for the world to take us seriously.
You're absolutely right, Vasudha, because, you know, while there is this rosy picture that there is this great opportunity, but with every opportunity comes huge risks, right? Now, the risk for a country like India right now is that we are going to make this transition from, as I said, from a 4 trillion economy to a, whatever, 30 or a 40 trillion economy at a time when other nations are not going to help us. We have existed in a world where nations, particularly the West, had open economies. It helped nations like China, etc., rise and move along this prosperity. But we are now moving into an era where across the world is closing down, and every part of the world is trying to only focus on their insular development. So India will not have a very benign environment as it rises as economic growth. The second problem that we are facing is that we've got a huge tsunami of technology coming, which is going to make skills and education, as we've conventionally understood, very challenging in terms of job opportunities for the young people. And we have a huge problem because we have a huge youth bulge. We have 1 million young people joining the workforce every month. So that's 12 million people coming into the workforce. So how do we create employment and create opportunities for the young people? So I think while India has a tremendous opportunity, the question is India has these challenges.
Yes.
Now, India, fortunately or unfortunately, is so huge and unique that it cannot take any one model. It cannot say, well, we'll follow what Japan did, or what Indonesia did, or what the US did and follow it. India will have to come up with its own unique model of how to address these challenges. And India's unique model, or what we call as integrated development or integrated humanism, which says we've got to take every piece of humanity, of nature, along in this development, is probably at the conceptual and theoretical level, the answer to this problem. Because you cannot, you know, whether we are looking at the SDGs, whether we're looking at issues like climate change, whether we're looking at global warming, you cannot look at a world of tomorrow where you just think about yourself. You've got to be able to carry everybody with you. So I think a lot of it becomes incumbent on the young people in this room, that how do we translate, and going back to your first question, how do we take the conventional Indian wisdom, you know, and of thousands of centuries of which talks about being able to, talk about this Dev Kutumbakam, which is the whole world is our village, you know, Sarve Jana Sukhina Bhavantu. You hear these words all the time now, because we're effectively, the world is realizing that this is where we need to go. But I think the world is ultimately going to look at the young people in India to be able to find practical solutions on how to address these problems.
Absolutely.
But these are the big problems that India and India's youth will face as we make this transition.
Right. Shaurya, also in the last few years, we've seen cultural revivalism of sorts. Now, there are two different viewpoints to this. You know, if you look at the legacy of Aurangzeb, or for that matter, looking at history from a nationalist prism, there are people who say that history has to be just truth-telling. You know, just even if it is uncomfortable, you just show reality. That's why movies like Chhawa are being made, which also have a very powerful retelling of history. There's also one side that believes that history should show tales of harmony because India is a diverse country and we need to remain united. Where are you on this debate?
Oh, there is no contradiction in what you said. I think both viewpoints are correct and have their place. I think the answer lies in a balance. As I told you, that, you know, one of the biggest problems of colonization is that colonization doesn't end actually the day you transfer political power. India's colonization did not end on 15th August 1947. That was when the British actually left India. India's colonization has continued, or the after effects of that colonization of the mind have continued for the longest period. One of the most serious problems of colonization is that over centuries and over the way history is taught and told to successive generation, it robs you of your self-dignity and pride. That's the whole idea of colonization. You don't just colonize land, you colonize minds. And you know, I'm not an expert on this, but I'm sure you just travel across the world, you will see this. And that remains why some of these nations that have got independence struggle with their identity, struggle with violence, struggle with peace, even for decades after the colonizers have left. Now, in India, for the longest period, we did not take pride in who we were as Indians. Okay. And we have a lot of things to be ashamed of over the centuries. But we have probably equal, if not far more things to be proud of over centuries of what our ancestors did. it's a choice in life. You can decide to take, and you said the rationalist will say, well, take everything.
Yeah.
And the answer is yes, take everything, but also take the good and not just the bad. And once you have self-pride, that's only when you become ready to do big things. I think the biggest achievement in the last 10 years is that slowly and over the time, this pride is coming back in the Indians and particularly the youth, in their self-belief that, you know, we are not losers. We have a great future. We can do what the world can do. Probably we can do it better than the world can do. And we will go out there and play, and we'll play there to win. Now, sometimes before that pride can lead to a little bit of arrogance. It can even lead to a little bit of chest beating, right? And the critics can always pick it up and say, well, you know, look how you're going too far. And therefore, to that extent, that argument is valid and we should take it. But the opposite should also not be true, that we can't just keep repeating and beating us, you know, generation after generation about the bad things that we did and the ills that were in our society, and saying just because if we keep repeating them, they will go away, right? I think the answer lies in correcting what was wrong, because nothing is that good that cannot be improved. You know, nothing is that bad that cannot be celebrated.
Right.
And Indians have got to learn to celebrate their successes and live with pride. And I'm very happy that, you know, maybe it's organic as well, but to the great extent, we are getting a lot of that back pride in each successive generation.
Right. Also, Chaudhry, I wanted to understand your views on Prime Minister's recent call to involve at least 1 lakh youth in Indian politics, because a lot of us believe that that will make Indian politics more representative and democratic. But there's another view that says the dynas, or, you know, it's a very used term these days. They also feel that there's more skin in the game, there's more political ownership, which has also become a challenge now. So there are these two viewpoints. How do you see the Prime Minister's call?
You know, I think unlike your last question, where both sides of the argument were valid, in this side, I totally disagree. There's only one side of the argument is valid, which is what the Prime Minister is saying. Democracy is a process of involving every single person equally in the outcome, in the politics of this country, or is an equal shareholder in the welfare of this of this country. You cannot be discriminated. That is why we have universal voting on one day. We are all equals. The day we decide to go to vote, rich, poor, educated, uneducated, man, woman, South Indian, North Indian, whatever. You're all equal. We all have an equal vote and our power is equal. That's democracy. You can agree democracy is not good. You want to give educated people more right to vote. That's a separate matter. But for good or for bad, India has chosen democracy. Yeah. If India has chosen democracy and we are a democratic nation, then we must have all equal rights in participating in the outcome of this country. Now, as I said, what happens is that in every situation, there are incumbents and insurgents. And incumbents create what I call the Gymkhana clubs, right? Which is you get in and keep the others out. And sometimes that progresses over generations. In every fair, you see that. You saw that in films, you saw that in sports, you see that in public life, you saw that in business. As India moves towards a meritocratic society, and India has over the 75 years, it has systematically demolished all these sort of fiefdoms and allowed talent to come in, irrespective of where they come from. Only on the basis of rising, on the basis of their hard work, their tenacity. And that is why we are slowly excelling in field after field. You know, we can't get into top engineering colleges today deciding upon who our parents are, or you cannot crack the UPSC or become an army officer or join the Indian cricket team if you know somebody. You just got to be good. The last bastion, or one of the last bastions that was lying was politics. Here, still this fiefdom had continued for years or for decades. So somebody would become the head of a political party just because their grandfather was or their father was. Now, when this happens, a lot of good people feel crowded out. They feel that, you know, it's not going to be an equal chance. And I think, therefore, the Prime Minister's call of bringing in 1 lakh people, and by the way, for those who want to understand, this is the reason why BJP is continuously dominating the political landscape of this country. Because BJP has understood pretty early that you play this game, you have to be a meritocratic team. You have to bring your best players to come and play on the field. And the other parties are still trying to grapple with the past and therefore losing every game. Right. Because they are not bringing their best players to play. They are bringing the father's son to play or the father's daughter to play. So I think the Prime Minister's argument that bring 1 lakh of people into this country is effectively saying, find the best 1 lakh politicians in this country and just induct them into the BJP and make them the BJP's playing team.
Right.
They will be so good that they will win and BJP will win.
Okay.
And I think if the other political parties would be wise, they would say Prime Minister is doing 1 lakh, we do 2 lakh, if they want a chance. Otherwise, they can continue to sit in opposition and let the BJP win this game.
Absolutely. Shaurya, also talking about fathers and sons, your father has been, part of very important intelligence missions. He, he's serving in a very important office there, Ajit Doval. Tell us what has his influence on him, on you been like, and also has it really helped you in any ways? Because, you're still not into electoral politics, so clearly he has stayed away from doing that for you. How do you see that whole dynasty argument in the case of your life?
I wish this, this argument was valid for me. But listen, we are all products of our families, right? We all learn from our families the values, actually, as we become older and we ourselves become parents, we realize that, we invariably end up not learning from our parents or what they say, but actually watching and living their lives like the lives they live. And that's why I always say that, no parents tell their children to be good or bad. They all children to be good. It's how they live their lives. So it's not what our parents say to, it's how they live, we end up living. So, as a son to my father, I was, the things I think, the values that he's lived in his life are the values that we inherited. We love our country. That's one thing. We love our purpose, right? We love to work for the country in whatever form we can. We like to work hard. We like to be good at what we do.
Yeah.
Probably trying to be the best at what we do.
Yes.
But and we have lots of oodles of patience.
Okay.
And we are in no hurry.
Yeah.
And we always believe in one thing, which I keep repeating, is that our calling card is what we know, and not who we know.
Okay.
So I hope I can try and live some of the values that he has lived to the best extent I can, and hopefully I can give them to my children, that they continue to do the same.
So having a father like Ajit Doval was probably, it also built in some ways some pressure on you to be the best?
Well, I wouldn't say pressure or no pressure, but it obviously sets some standards, right? So you have to try. I mean, I can't expect to be a coward.
Yes.
It won't go well, or I can't be, things like that. So I don't think it's a pressure as such, but it just says that just continue to be good at what you do, and continue to work for a purpose which is bigger than yourself.
Absolutely.
I think that's one lesson that we have learned, is that, life is short.
Yeah.
If you're good, you can just be good for yourself or your family, or you can take a cause which is bigger than yourself.
Right.
And try to contribute in whatever meaningful way, in wherever and whatever opportunity that you get. And so going back to your earlier question, I have been very lucky. For the last 15 years, I work in a system which has given me tremendous opportunity to contribute whatever I have little to contribute to nation building. I don't look at it in terms of politics or non-politics, or, because I think I already had a career. I already fortunately have a career. I came here to contribute my 2 cents to nation building, and at least in the last 15 years that I've been involved in it, I can't complain that I wasn't given enough chances or enough opportunity. So I have no regrets, and I'm enjoying what I'm doing.
Right. My last question to you, what was that one point in your life where you felt, hum karke dikha sakte hain? What was that one turning point in life where you felt that you had to sort of change the direction of your life and do something very interesting? Or, you've been bright since, as a student, I know that. So
no, I can share it with all the youth. I mean, I must have been around I was in my early 30s. I was in London. I was a settled investment banker. My wife was a doctor. I was living the high life. I just, worked on Wall Street. I used to work for a bulge bracket bank. And then, in 2009, most of people must have been kids. This country was going through a very downturn of hope. More than, we had a government that had been extremely corrupt. And then, everybody was coming and doing whatever. We had a big terrorist attack in Bombay, and, across the country there was despondency, and we all thought that in 2009 things will change. And then we had an election, and the same people who were running the country and taking it to the cleaners actually came back. And then everybody said, oh my God, nothing can change in this country. India's doomed. India's finished. India's done with. In India, nothing will change. We'll always remain a third-rate, corrupt country, and no matter what, the terrorists will keep beating us, and people will keep looting us, and scams will keep happening, and nothing can happen. Like a typical banker. I say this to people, you know, I was living in London, I had left the country. We'd talk about this in the evenings, we'll have a glass of wine, we'll go back next morning, go to sleep and go morning play golf and keep cribbing every weekend that, you know. So one day I just thought, yeah, this is enough. You know, I can't keep doing this and also complaining. So let me do something. I have to do something about it. So I packed my bags, told my wife, you're going back, came back here and started a small think tank, and in more meaningful way started saying, let's do something that will change the outcome. And rest is history. But, you know, we did some things. We worked for 5 years. We fortunately got a person to have to lead us who bought back this. And, you know, fast forward that to 2024. Whether we agree or not, whether everything has turned out or not, at least the very fact that you're having this conference here and all these young people are looking at 2047 with hope is indicative of the fact that, you know, the promise of tomorrow is better than our today. And I think to that extent, you know, I never want to be in a situation where the promise of tomorrow is worse than what today is.
Right.
So I continue to work to ensure that these people have a better tomorrow than I did. And I hope that when we are gone, they'll continue to work for a better tomorrow for their kids. And this process will continue forever.
Right. You've given me the ending line. Thank you so much.
Thank
the
you so
promise
much.
of tomorrow is better, and possibly that's what India is looking at with a lot of hope. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vasudha, for having me here.
Thank you, Vasudha, for that session. And I look all excited. You know what that is for, right? We'll do the YUVA call. Yeah? That makes me feel like a rock star. Can we do that? We say why? We say you. We say we. We say A. We are. Lovely. Let's move on to our next session. आजकल आप लोग अगर gaming YouTubers को देख रहे हैं तो वो कौन सी game सबसे ज़्यादा stream कर रहे हैं? What do you think? Wow. Yeah. Did you read it off the prompter? No? Okay. His guess was right though. Of course, बहुत सारी streaming हो रही है chess की और chess काफी ज़्यादा popular होता जा रहा है और आज हमारा अगला session उसी को focus करने वाला है. This will be a test of, you know, what our future is going to really look like. Actually, Indian chess is undergoing a renaissance, and Indian chess champions are being born in every nook and corner of this country, and they're going on to rule the world. I'm so proud to introduce two young chess players from India, Vantika Agarwal and Pranav Venkatesh. Give them a huge round of applause. Joining them, my brother Osama Shah. Please take over.
So good to see you. Very nice to have you. Very nice to have you. Please sit. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready to meet two of India's brightest chess stars lighting up the board. Vantika Agarwal, a fierce and fabulous grandmaster. She's taking the chess world by storm with her sharp moves and unstoppable spirit. Then there is Pranav Venkatesh. He is the young grandmaster sensation whose brilliant strategies have even caught the eye of legends like Magnus Carlsen. And together, these Yuva chess grandmasters, they are proving that age is just a number when you're checkmating the competition. Both of you, welcome to NDTV YUVA. So good to have you. I also have to, you know, as a part of this introduction, I also have to tell you guys, she's a recipient of the Arjuna Award. And she's also part of the Olympiad winning team, gold winning team that India won very recently. We also have the Junior World Chess Champion, ladies and gentlemen. A huge round of applause to both of them. You know, Vantika, I was wondering, I have been watching chess for some time. It's 20 years back, the only name that we could all think of, we could all recall of, was Vishwanathan Anand. Today, when you speak about chess and when you speak about chess in India, you have Prags, you have Gukesh, you have yourself, you have so many young chess players in this country at this moment, and all of them are pretty much the same age. Vantika, what do you think has changed in the last 20 years where we are seeing so many young players, chess players in the country right now?
I think nowadays a lot of players, you know, they are practicing really hard. They are going abroad to play so many tournaments. And I mean, back in those days, I think in India also there were hardly any tournaments. I mean, nobody even knew about chess. I mean, just Anand sir was there. And now, you know, there's Gukesh, who has become the youngest world champion. We won chess Olympiad, I mean, both in men and women after 97 years. And I think, you know, so many youngsters taking up chess. And now with the COVID, I think, you know, with so many streamers streaming chess online, Samay and Sagar Shah, Chessbase India, I think so many more people are getting aware of chess. I think that's what is helping, you know, chess to grow faster and better in India.
Pranav, before we talk about anything else, I want to ask you about your personal journey. When did you start playing chess, and what exactly interested you in this particular sport?
Yeah, I started playing at the age of 6. I went to a relative's house and I saw a chessboard there, and it was a very attractive one. Like the pieces were actual animals. And my father was playing some game with a kid there, and I was seeing that. And after seeing that, I was really interested, and I wanted to have a chessboard, and that's how I started. Yeah.
That's actually pretty amazing. You know, when we talk about, I started by saying Vishwanathan Anand, and you cannot ever overlook the contribution that he has had in to Indian chess in this country. This is a question to both of you. Your interactions with Vishy sir, as he's called, give us a glimpse of the personality that he is, and the kind of relationship that you guys share with him.
So he has such an amazing personality, so down to earth, and you know, I met him so many times, and I'm also part of his Vaka Chess Academy. So because of that also we had a lot of interactions. And I mean, in Chennai when there was a camp that time, I mean, he always praises the players and keeps giving these guidance, suggestions, you know, that work on this, and let's say that don't, you know, don't lose hope or don't give up, you know, just don't let one setback just determine your future. And there are so many more, you know, and even, let's say, 2 years back when I was a bit worried, you know, that there are so many tournaments for which I need selection. So he said that, okay, we'll have so many more training sessions for you so that, you know, you can qualify. So I think as a person, as a, you know, 5 times world champion, both, he's just incredible.
He is, in fact, incredible. And Pranav, you know, there is a lot of, when people talk about Vishy sir, they have a perception that, oh, he's a very serious kind of a guy. Is he a serious kind of a guy, or is he pretty friendly with you? Because I've heard stories.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's very friendly, and he's also very funny. And I mean, that part I don't think many see. And yeah, I mean, I'm also part of his Waka Academy. And even before this World Juniors, I had a lot of, we had some discussions about what to do, and we had some classes. So I think that really helped me during the tournament, because I think we saw like mistakes I did from previous tournament, and I just rectified it, and I think that was one of the main things.
Have you guys played against him?
No.
Would you want to play against him? Is the question.
For sure.
Yeah, I mean, of course.
And how confident are you guys that you are going to beat him?
That's a difficult question.
Yeah.
I think I'll put a tough fight, but...
All right. You know, when we talk about chess, it's a very individualistic sport. But from what we have seen in the last couple of years, India has done well in team events. We obviously have a world champion at the moment. Individual success is also showing. But we have thrived in groups. We have thrived in competitions where we have participated in groups. As a team, how do you differentiate this? Because on one hand, it's, you know, when you're playing chess, it's one person who's thinking, when that one person is applying all the mind. But at the same time, when you're competing in a group, how different are these two?
So I think the advantage that India has over the other countries is that they just don't have only one strong player. So in a team tournament, there are 5 players. When 4 players play, like there are 4 boards, 1, 2, 3, 4, and they play, and one takes rest. So India, if you see the men's team in Olympiad, we had Gukesh, Arjun, Prag, Vidit, and Hari Krishna. I mean, so strong, all 27, 2800s. And now even, I mean, the youngest world champion. And in women's also, we have Hampi, Harika. In Olympiad, there was Harika, Vaishali, Divya, me. So, I mean, not just one player, all 4, 5 players are so strong. I think that's what is making the biggest difference here.
Pranav, you want to add something to that?
Yeah, also I think it's because most of them are from the same state, and they have a very good friendship. I think that's very important because I think it would be much easier to have a team bonding, if you are friends from the start, yeah. So I think it also helps.
You know, chess is also very intuitive, right? So as a chess player, what is that one thing that you do in order to prepare for a match? Something that you would like to share with the audience here?
Usually I just prepare for my opponents. I think that is the main thing. And about the intuition part, usually during the game, I think that's the first thing which comes. But mostly, if you see a move, I think I will calculate till whatever point I can, and if it's clear, maybe I will go with it, and if it's not clear, then probably I will go with my intuition there. Yeah.
All right, I'm pretty sure there are a couple of people who have questions for our chess champions as well. We'll come to you. But before that, I also want to understand from you, Vantika, this is a hypothetical situation. If you want to go back in history and choose that one great player that you want to play against, who's that going to be?
I think that would be Bobby Fischer. He's, so genius. For his time, coming up with those ideas. Now, we have all these engines and all, and we can, in the opening, middle game, we can easily come up with those ideas, understand things. But, to use your mind and come up with those things at that time, I think that was just incredible. I just wish I could play with him.
All right, there is a question from the audience as well. If we can pass the mic to her. If someone can pass the mic to her. Here. Right in the front.
Yeah, so hi Vantika, hi Pranav. So my name is Kushi and my question is basically from Vantika. So Vantika, first of all, I just want to say that you are really inspiring. Winning individual gold and team gold and Arjun Award, it means a lot, very inspiring figure. My question is like, chess is like, as we all know that chess is basically a game like intense focus, lots of calculations. So how do you handle that pressure and like majorly, especially in the high staking games? That was all my question. Thank you.
So I think first I do a lot of yoga and meditation. So especially meditation, I think it helps me a lot to calm down mind, just, not think about anything else and just focus on the game. And it also, because there's a lot of pressure, high pressure in these Olympiads and these Indian team tournaments, so I travel with my mother, who is also present here with me. So she's always there, to support me. I think that always helps me a lot, whenever I'm upset or in a bad shape, not in the right mood, she's there, to get me in the right shape, focused completely and back into the game. I think even in chess Olympiad during, in the Poland match, so we were, on second board we had lost and Divya had won, and on first board also we lost. So only my win was required to tie the match. And then I was completely winning, and then something in time pressure happened and I ended up drawing that game. And after that, India lost that match. And I was so heartbroken after that, I mean, I was so much winning and we just lost point because of me. And that then my mom said that, okay, this game is gone, this match is on, but there are 3 more rounds to go, and you just come back, focus. And then the next match, we were in a tough situation, but with USA, my win against Krush Irina, I mean, it really helped us to come back, draw that match, and then win the remaining 2 matches against China and Azerbaijan. So I think the support of family members and, it really helps you to handle tough situations and come back.
Wonderful. In fact, before we wrap this, I have one final question from you, and we have been asking this to everyone here. What is that one moment, Pranav, when you realize that you have actually arrived?
I think for me, maybe it would be this Dubai Police Open, which I won. I mean, it was a very strong event, and that was also my first open event. I think that one, and also the Chennai Grandmasters challenges, which I won last year. I think those 2 tournaments, and okay, now the World Junior is of course there.
Absolutely. वंतिका, आपके लिए भी सेम सवाल है. कब आपको ऐसा लगा कि ये मोमेंट है जहां मैंने करके दिखा दिया है?
I think it was definitely winning 2 golds in the chess Olympiad. There were, I mean, many more achievements, but this one, it's the top in the list. Nothing can beat this.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause to our chess champions. They have been wonderful. They have brought laurels to the country, and we hope and we pray that you keep making us proud, making the country proud. Thank you very much for being at NDTV YUVA.
Thank you.
Before we move further, can we have a huge round of applause for our session that we just saw? Yeah? Lovely. Moving on. He's a chartered accountant. He's the youngest Rajya Sabha MP. He's member of Aam Aadmi Party, and he's freshly returned from Harvard. I'm thrilled to introduce Delhi's very own Yuva leader, Aapka leader, Raghav Chadha, on stage. Joining him, my colleague, Sikta Deo.
नमस्कार, आज हमारे साथ एक ऐसे युवा नेता हैं जिन्होंने भारतीय राजनीति में एक युवा सोच और नई ऊर्जा का संचार किया है, राघव चड्ढा। आम आदमी पार्टी के प्रमुख चेहरों में से एक राघव ने न सिर्फ अपनी तेज तर्रार रणनीति और राजनीति के लिए वो जाने जाते हैं, बल्कि वो जमीन पर बदलाव लाने की लगातार कोशिश करते दिखते हैं। बतौर राज्यसभा सांसद राघव संसद में आम जनता, मिडिल क्लास और युवाओं की आवाज़ को आगे रखते रहे हैं और अपने तर्कपूर्ण विचारों से युवाओं को प्रेरित भी करते रहे हैं। चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट से विधायक और फिर सांसद बनने तक का सफ़र, दिल्ली की हार और पंजाब के लिए रणनीति पर बात करने के लिए हमारे साथ राघव इस वक्त यहाँ मौजूद हैं। हालांकि हाल ही में राघव की हार्वर्ड स्कूल में पढ़ाई और उससे पहले उनकी शादी ने भी काफ़ी सुर्खियाँ बटोरी हैं, तो उस पर भी बातचीत होगी। राघव, a warm welcome to NDTV's YUVA Conclave. Thank you for taking out time. एक बार फिर स्टूडेंट बनने का मौका मिला, क्या-क्या सीख के आए आप हार्वर्ड से?
पहले तो बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया कि आज आपने मुझे यहाँ बुलाया। NDTV का एक बेहतरीन कार्यक्रम NDTV युवा मैं सालों से देखता आ रहा हूँ, आज पहली बार यहाँ हिस्सा लेने का मुझे मौका मिला। बात बड़ी दिलचस्प है। मैंने आज से कई साल पहले अपनी स्टूडेंट डेज़ में हार्वर्ड कैनेडी स्कूल जाने के लिए एप्लीकेशन भी भरी थी और बतौर स्टूडेंट वहाँ पे मुझे मास्टर्स इन पब्लिक पॉलिसी में दाखिला मिले और मैं 1.5-2 साल वहाँ जाकर पढ़ाई करूँ, ऐसी मेरी ख्वाहिश थी। लेकिन उस समय आम आदमी पार्टी नई नई बनी थी, कई सारे चुनाव हम लोग लड़ रहे थे, तो फिर एप्लीकेशन भरने के बावजूद मैंने वो एप्लीकेशन विड्रॉ कर ली थी। तो वो मेरा एक सपना अधूरा रह गया था। परमात्मा की आशीर्वाद से वो इस साल मुझे हार्वर्ड कैनेडी स्कूल जाने का मौका मिला और बहुत कुछ सीखने का मिला। मैं पहले आपको बताऊं कि ये ग्रुप कैसे सिलेक्ट होता है। हर साल वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम, जो इस दुनिया की सबसे ज़्यादा इन्फ्लुएंशियल बॉडीज़ में से एक है, वो दुनिया भर में जो यंग हाई अचीवर्स होते हैं उनको यंग ग्लोबल लीडर का खिताब देके नवाजता है। फिर इन यंग ग्लोबल लीडर्स में से कुछ लोगों को चुनकर हार्वर्ड कैनेडी स्कूल में पब्लिक पॉलिसी का, ग्लोबल लीडरशिप का एक कार्यक्रम के लिए निमंत्रण दिया जाता है। छोटा सा कार्यक्रम होता है कुछ दिनों का, लेकिन इसमें जो लोग आपके साथ क्लासरूम में बतौर स्टूडेंट्स बैठते हैं वो बड़े कमाल के होते हैं। जैसे मेरी क्लास में मंगोलिया के मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट से लेकर मलेशिया के मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट तक थे। मेरी क्लास में बराक ओबामा की, जब वो बतौर प्रेसिडेंट काम करते थे तो उनके दफ्तर में जो सलाहकार के तौर पे काम करते थे, उनसे लेकर पैरा ओलंपिक गोल्ड मेडलिस्ट थे, आर्सेनल का फुटबॉल प्लेयर था। तो कई प्रकार के ऐसे लोग जिन्होंने अपने जीवन में कुछ कुछ हासिल किया या कुछ अचीव किया है, उन लोगों को बनाकर ये क्लासरूम बना और फैकल्टी बहुत मज़ेदार थी। हमारी क्लास में फॉर्मर प्राइम मिनिस्टर ऑफ न्यूजीलैंड से लेकर ट्रेजरी सेक्रेटरी टू द प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स तक बतौर प्रोफेसर्स आकर हमें पढ़ाया करते थे। बहुत कुछ सीखने का मौका मिला और लीडरशिप से लेकर, नेगोशिएशन से लेकर, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस तक पे हमारी क्लासेस हुई। तो मुझे लगता है कि एक बेहतरीन मौका था सीखने का और मेरे अंदर का स्टूडेंट, अंदर का बच्चा जाग गया। जब मुझे ये अपॉर्चुनिटी मिली तो मैंने कोशिश करी कि मैं इसके साथ न्याय कर सकूं और ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा पढ़ाई कर सकूं।
तो उस स्टूडेंट लाइफ से लौटने का मन कर रहा था कि मन कर रहा था वहीं रुक जाए और पढ़ाई करें और क्लासेस अटेंड करें?
नहीं, मन था क्योंकि घर परिवार वाले और मेरा काम यहाँ पर है, लेकिन ये अपने आप में एक वंस इन अ लाइफ टाइम अपॉर्चुनिटी होती है। परमात्मा की बख्शिश थी कि मौका मिला और बहुत कुछ जो जैसा कि मैंने आपको बताया, वहाँ पे ऐसी चीज़ें सिखाई जाती हैं जो रोज़मर्रा के जीवन में आप इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं। शायद मैं एक बेहतर पार्लियामेंटेरियन बन पाऊँ, एक लोगों की आवाज़ और मजबूती से उठा पाऊँ, ऐसे ऐसे मुद्दे उठा पाऊँ जो शायद मैं मुद्दे नहीं उठाता। उदाहरण के तौर पे वहाँ पे हमारी 3 क्लासेस आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस पर हुई 1.5 घंटे की, और उसमें कई प्रकार की जो AI क्रांति दुनिया भर में चल रही है उस पर चर्चाएं हुई। मैंने उसी से कुछ सीख कर कल पार्लियामेंट में 0 आवर में आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस पर बात रखी और इंडिया कैसे आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की इस दौड़ में वर्ल्ड लीडर बने, ना कि बतौर कंज्यूमर बने, उस पर बात रखी। तो जो मैं सीख रहा हूँ, प्रयास कर रहा हूँ कि उसको अपने काम में ढाल सकूं।
बट ये डर भी है कि क्या आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस ह्यूमन को टेक ओवर कर जाएगा, ह्यूमन पावर को? क्या लग रहा है?
देखिए, ये एक वास्तविकता है। अब आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस जब आज इस दुनिया की ज़रूरत बनता जा रहा है और कई देश इसमें हमसे बहुत बड़ा हेड स्टार्ट ले चुके हैं, तो हमें उसे अपनाना ही होगा। और मुझे लगता है कि आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस का इस्तेमाल कर भी आप जॉब क्रिएटर बन सकते हैं। उदाहरण के तौर पर प्रॉम्प्ट लिखना, आप चैट जीपीटी में, एंथ्रोपिक में, ग्रॉक में कोई प्रॉम्प्ट लिखते हैं, प्रॉम्प्ट इंजीनियर्स बनने के लिए आज दुनिया भर में कोर्सेज हो रहे हैं। प्रॉम्प्ट इंजीनियर्स की एक बहुत बड़ी कमी दुनिया भर में खल रही है। तो कई प्रकार की जॉब अपॉर्चुनिटीज भी, मैं उदाहरण के तौर पे आपको मैंने बताया, इस पूरे आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की जगत से निकल सकती हैं। लेकिन हाँ, एक भारी नुकसान AI का जॉब्स पे होगा अगर हम सही समय पर इस AI की चुनौती को ना समझें और उसे अपने जीवन में ना ढालें और सही तरीके से उसे प्रमोट ना करें।
आपने एक नया करियर चॉइस यहाँ मौजूद युवाओं को दिया है, प्रॉम्प्ट इंजीनियर्स। ये एक करियर ऑप्शन हो सकता है, ख्याल रखिएगा आप लोग। आपसे पहले ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया आए थे सेशन के लिए, उन्होंने कहा कि ये आज की रियलिटी है और इसे एक्सेप्ट करना होगा, चाहे इंडिविजुअल हो, सरकार हो, समाज हो। ऐसे में आप एक स्टूडेंट बनकर लौटे और एक बड़ा सबक ये भी है कि सीखने की कोई उम्र नहीं होती। लर्निंग हैज़ नो एज, यू हैव टू कंटिन्यू लर्निंग टू री इन्वेंट, और ये ज़रूरी लगा एज अ पार्लियामेंटेरियन आपको। तो ये भी एक और सबक है इनकी हार्वर्ड की जर्नी से कि सीखना है तो उम्र नहीं है, वो नहीं सोचना, एंड यू हैव टू कीप लर्निंग। बट आपने एक और स्कूल में भी नई लर्निंग की इससे पहले, रिलेशनशिप के स्कूल में। आपकी शादी हुई, तब लाइफ बदली है, ज़िंदगी बदल जाती है क्या जब शादी होती है? तो वहाँ के क्या लाइफ लेसन्स हैं?
नहीं देखिए, जब शादी नहीं हुई थी और मैं एक सोलो ट्रैवलर था, तो ज़िंदगी बड़ी अच्छी चल रही थी और लगता था कि शादी करने की क्या ज़रूरत है, ज़िंदगी तो अच्छी चल ही रही है। फिर परी से मुलाकात हुई, उनसे शादी हुई और अब मुझे लगता है कि बहुत देर में जाकर वो मुझे मिली। मुझसे 5-7 साल 10 साल पहले ज़िंदगी में मिलती तो हम ज़्यादा लंबा सफ़र साथ तय कर पाते। उनके मेरे जीवन में आने से मुझे लगता है कि माई लाइफ हैज़ टेकन अ गुड टर्न इन द सेंस कि कई प्रकार की चीज़ें जो आज से पहले खलती थी, एक कमी खलती थी, एक पार्टनर की, एक हमसफ़र की, एक दोस्त की, वो कमी आज नहीं खलती। और इस बात में कोई दो राय नहीं है दैट शी हैज़ बीन माई सपोर्ट सिस्टम फॉर द लास्ट फ्यू ईयर्स। एंड उनके साथ होने से मैं और मजबूत अपने आप को महसूस करता हूँ।
जी, हमारे युवा आपको सुन रहे हैं, तो लाइफ लेसन पर एक आखिरी सवाल, फिर आगे बढ़ेंगे कुछ संजीदा सवालों पर। आप परिणीति अपने क्षेत्र की बड़ी स्टार हैं, आपने अपना मुकाम पॉलिटिक्स में हासिल किया हुआ है, तो दो जुदा प्रोफेशंस के लोग जब साथ आते हैं तो टकराव होता है, ईगो क्लैशेस भी होते होंगे, कौन बेहतर है, ये प्रोफेशन बेहतर है या मेरा काम बेहतर है?
नहीं देखिए, भगवान की कृपा से हमारे कोई क्लैशेस नहीं होते और ईगो क्लैशेस तो बिल्कुल नहीं होते। ये बात ज़रूर है कि वो भी एक बहुत लंबे समय से अपनी फील्ड में पब्लिक लाइफ में रही हैं, अपनी फील्ड के शिखर पर रही हैं और मैं उनसे बहुत कुछ सीखता हूँ क्योंकि वो मेरी पब्लिक लाइफ समझ पाती हैं, बिकॉज शी हैज़ बिन अ पब्लिक पर्सन ऑल थ्रू आउट हर वर्किंग करियर, तो उसका फ़ायदा बहुत मिलता है। और जैसा कि मैंने कहा, मैं तो आपको छोटा सा उदाहरण देता हूँ। मुझे मान लीजिए कहीं किसी चीज़ का फियर है, कोई एंग्जाइटी है, डर लग रहा है, उदाहरण के तौर पर पार्लियामेंट में किसी महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दे पे कोई भाषण देना है। अब हर आदमी कोई बड़ी स्पीच से पहले थोड़ा सा घबराता है, थोड़ा सा नर्वस होता है, और मैं उनसे एक बार बात करता हूँ या फ़ोन पे चर्चा करता हूँ या मिल के बात करता हूँ, और उन्हें शायद मेरे जगत की इतनी जानकारी नहीं है, लेकिन उनसे एक फ़ोन कॉल और एक वो बात इतनी ऊर्जा भर देती है, इतनी एनर्जी मुझे दे देती है कि मुझे वो सारा फियर, एंग्जाइटी, वो सारा डर, खौफ एक मिनट में गायब हो जाता है। तो मुझे लगता है कि उनकी जो पब्लिक लाइफ रही है और उनका एक जो करियर रहा है, वो कहीं ना कहीं मुझे भी हेल्प करता है, मुझे भी अपने प्रोफेशन में मदद करता है, ना कि कोई हमारा क्लैश होता है।
तो चूजिंग द राइट पर्सन टू बी विथ यू इज़ द वे। अब कुछ संजीदा सवाल। राज्यसभा में आप लगातार आम जनता के मुद्दे, मिडिल क्लास के मुद्दे उठाते रहे हैं। एयरपोर्ट्स में महंगा खाना पीना या फिर महंगे एयर फेयर, आम जनता कैसे ट्रैवल करे, ये सब आवाज़ें आपकी सुनाई देती हैं राज्यसभा के सदन में। तो ये कोशिश किस लिए? आपको लगता है कि आपको ये और ज़्यादा तेज़ होकर वहाँ बोलना होगा क्योंकि आप जनता को रिप्रेजेंट करते हैं, या फिर आप एक विपक्ष के नेता हैं, सरकार को घेरने का एक मौका चाहिए आपको?
देखिए, मैं बतौर मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट वो मुद्दे उठाने की कोशिश करता हूँ जिनसे मैं खुद जूझता हूँ या मैं खुद लोगों को अपनी आंखों से जूझता देखता हूँ। मैं खुद एक मिडिल क्लास परिवार से आता हूँ, तो मैं मिडिल क्लास के मुद्दे समझता हूँ। किस प्रकार से तमाम सरकारें, किसी एक सरकार की बात नहीं है, तमाम सरकारें जो आज तक रहीं, उन्होंने मिडिल क्लास को निचोड़ने का काम किया। जो चाहता है, जब चाहता है, मिडिल क्लास को दबा कर इनकम टैक्स वसूलना हो, जीएसटी वसूलना हो, कोई भी चीज़ करनी हो, तो कंप्लायंस कराना हो, तो मिडिल क्लास पे हाथ डालता है। और इस पूरी दौड़ में मिडिल क्लास को मिलता बहुत कुछ नहीं है। गरीबों के लिए कई प्रकार के रिलीफ्स, कई प्रकार की सब्सिडीज़ होती हैं जो कि होनी चाहिए। इंडस्ट्री को प्रमोट करने के लिए, उद्योगपतियों के लिए कई प्रकार के रिबेट्स दिए जाते हैं, लेकिन मिडिल क्लास को कुछ नहीं मिलता। तो मेरा प्रयास रहा कि मैं मिडिल क्लास की जो चुनौतियां हैं, जो समस्याएं हैं, उन्हें सदन में सरकार के सामने लाने की कोशिश करूं। इसी के साथ साथ, जैसे एयरपोर्ट का आपने जिक्र करा, अब मैं खुद एयरपोर्ट पर जब कभी चाय पीता हूं, समोसा खाता हूं, सैंडविच खरीदता हूं, तो मैं देखता हूं कि कितना महंगा है। और आप मानेंगे, मैंने जब वो एयरपोर्ट पे महंगे खाने को लेकर बात रखी और एयरपोर्ट पे लंबी लंबी सिक्योरिटी चेक्स और चेक इन की लाइनों को लेकर बात करी। मैं अब जब भी कभी एयरपोर्ट पर जाता हूँ तो लोग मुझे मिलते हैं, मुझे कहते हैं कि आपने बहुत सही बात करी, आपने हमारे दिल की बात कह दी, जो हमारे मुंह में थी आपने वो बात छीन कर सदन में रख दी। तो मुझे लगता है कि जो लोग एक्चुअल में फील कर रहे हैं, अगर आप वो मुद्दे उठाएंगे तो लोग भी उसे पसंद करेंगे और लोगों की ज़िंदगी भी बेहतर होगी। और असल में बतौर सांसद हमारा काम है भी क्या, पर्टिकुलरली व्हेन यू आर इन द ऑपोजिशन, हमारा यही काम है कि लोगों की समस्याएं सरकार के कानों तक पहुंचें और सरकार उसका समाधान दे। तो यही मेरी छोटी सी कोशिश रही है।
तो आप कह रहे हैं कि आप लोगों के मुद्दे इसलिए उठाते हैं क्योंकि आप खुद उससे जूझते हैं और ना कि आपको सरकार को घेरना है संसद के अंदर, इसीलिए वो
सरकार को देखिए, सरकार, आई बिलीव इन कंस्ट्रक्टिव क्रिटिसिज्म। सरकार को हम घेरते ही हैं, आए दिन घेरते हैं। मैं आज बैंकिंग बिल पर अभी भाषण दे के आ रहा हूँ पार्लियामेंट में। सरकार को एक आम बैंक अकाउंट होल्डर क्या क्या प्रॉब्लम्स फेस करता है, फ्रॉम अनलिमिटेड लेवीज एंड चार्जेस बाय बैंक्स टू साइबर फ्रॉड्स टू डेटा थेफ्ट टू मार्केटिंग कॉल्स, तमाम तरीके की चीज़ें अभी सदन में 1 घंटा पहले मैं बात रख कर आ रहा हूँ। तो प्रयास ये करते हैं कि सरकार को ऐसे मुद्दों पर घेरा जाए जो आम जनता से जुड़े हुए हैं, केवल राजनीति करने के लिए राजनीति नहीं, ऐसी चीज़ें जो लोगों की रोज़मर्रा के जीवन में उन्हें परेशानी देती हैं उसका समाधान दें। आप हमारी भी जो राजनीति रही पूरी, लोगों को बिजली, पानी, शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य से जुड़ी हमने जो स्कीम्स लाए, वेलफेयर पॉलिसीज़ लाए, वो वही सारी पॉलिसीज़ हैं जो रोज़मर्रा के जीवन में इंसान को प्रॉब्लम्स देती हैं और उसकी ज़िंदगी बेहतर करने की कोशिश करी।
बिल्कुल, आप कोशिश करते रहते हैं, लेकिन एक सवाल आपके विरोधी जो हैं वो उठा रहे थे, आपके जो क्रिटिक्स थे, कि एक हैशटैग ट्रेंड कर रहा था, वेयर इज़ राघव चड्ढा। जब आपकी पार्टी मुश्किल में थी, जब आपके नेता मुश्किल में थे, तो वो सब चीज़ें क्या वाकई उसके जवाब आपके पास हैं? जब अरविंद केजरीवाल की गिरफ्तारी हुई, आप दिखाई नहीं दिए। जब दिल्ली चुनाव के नतीजों के दिन भी आपको ढूंढा जा रहा था यहाँ दिल्ली में।
देखिए, विरोधी तो कहने के लिए बातें बनाते हैं और विरोधियों का काम है आक्षेप लगाना, आरोप लगाना। मेरी आंखों की एक सर्जरी थी, सब जानते हैं, मैं उसके लिए गया था। मैंने कई बार सार्वजनिक तौर पर तमाम इंटरव्यूज़ में उसका जिक्र करा, लेकिन कोई मेरी आलोचना करना चाहे तो करता रहे। अगर जो लोग मेरा जिक्र करते हैं और मेरी फिक्र करते हैं वो मेरा समर्थन करते हैं। जहाँ तक चुनावों की बात है, दिल्ली चुनाव, लोकसभा चुनाव में मैंने पार्टी के लिए दिल्ली, पंजाब में प्रचार किया। पंजाब का चुनाव था, लोकसभा का, उसमें प्रचार किया। दिल्ली के इस चुनाव में प्रचार किया। किसी ने कहा मैं चुनाव वाले दिन, नतीजे वाले दिन गायब था। मैं चुनाव के नतीजे वाले दिन 6 घंटे अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के घर पे उनके साथ मौजूद था।
तो क्यों ट्रेंड कर रहा था वेयर इज राघव चड्ढा?
कोई ये तो जो लोग ट्रेंड चला रहे हैं आप उनसे पूछिए, मैं कैसे इसका जवाब दे सकता।
तो आप उस पार्टी के प्रमुख चेहरे हैं जिसने अभी करारी शिकस्त देखी दिल्ली चुनावों में। अभी इस वक्त क्या पार्टी के अंदर लगातार आत्ममंथन, चिंतन हो रहा है? हम ये जानना चाहते हैं क्या गड़बड़ हो गई आम आदमी पार्टी के लिए इस बार दिल्ली में?
देखिए, पहली चीज़ तो यह है कि चुनावों में हार जीत लगी रहती है। और मैं अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी साहब, जिनकी हम बहुत इज्जत करते हैं, उन्होंने एक बार चुनाव हारने पर ये बात कही थी कि न हार में न जीत में किंचित नहीं भयभीत में, कर्तव्य पथ पर जो मिला ये भी सही वो भी सही। तो हम एक यात्रा पे निकले हैं देश के लिए, देश की सेवा करने के लिए, लोगों की ज़िंदगी बेहतर करने के लिए। उसमें कभी कभार हार हाथ लगती है, कभी कभार जीत हाथ लगती है। अगर कुछ कमियां रहीं हमारे काम में, हमारी पॉलिसीज़ में, हमारी नीतियों में, हमारी पॉलिटिक्स में, उसे ज़रूर सुधारेंगे, उसका मंथन करेंगे। अब पंजाब में हमारी एक फुल फ्लेजेड गवर्नमेंट है, उसमें हम लगातार काम कर रहे हैं। मुझे लगता है कि फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग पॉलिटिकल पार्टी, अगर कोई पिछले कई दशकों का आप हिसाब किताब उठाकर देख लीजिए, तो उसमें फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग पॉलिटिकल पार्टी आम आदमी पार्टी रही।
आपने वाजपेयी जी को कोट किया, शायद आपकी पार्टी के नेताओं को अच्छा ना लगे।
मुझे लगता है प्राइम मिनिस्टर रहे और वाजपेयी साहब इस देश के बहुत जाने माने शख्स रहे, भारत रत्न उन्हें मिला। और उनकी नीतियों से या उनकी विचारधारा से कोई सहमत असहमत हो सकता है, लेकिन मैं व्यक्तिगत तौर पे उनकी बड़ी इज्जत करता हूँ, इसलिए मैंने उनके उस कविता का भी जिक्र करा जो वो अक्सर सुनाया करते थे।
But we really want to know what went wrong. आपको क्या लगता है किस लिहाज से ये हार हुई है, और वो भी इतनी ज़बरदस्त हार? क्योंकि कुछ देर पहले बीजेपी के नेता वीरेंद्र जी यहाँ थे, उन्होंने कहा है कि हम अगले साल तक जो सारे वादे हैं, हम यमुना की सफाई है वहाँ जाकर हम सब डुबकी साथ में लगाएंगे, हम यमुना की सफाई कर देंगे जो पिछली सरकार नहीं कर पाई थी। महिलाओं के लिए जो वादे किए गए हैं वो पूरे होंगे अगले साल तक। तो जब बीजेपी इतनी दावे कर सकती है तो आप लोग तो लगातार सरकार में बने रहे, फिर क्यों नहीं काम हुआ दिल्ली में? नाराजगी रही लोगों की ना।
देखिए, पहली बात तो ये है कि एक छोटी सी पार्टी जिसकी पास ना कोई संसाधन थे, ना कोई बहुत बड़ा ऑर्गेनाइजेशनल स्ट्रेंथ थी, उसको दिल्ली के लोगों ने 3 बार लगातार चुना। 2013 में हमें सरकार बनाने का मौका दिया, 2015 में आज़ाद भारत के इतिहास के सबसे बड़े जनादेश की सरकार बनाई, 2020 में भी सबसे बड़े जनादेश की सरकार बनवाई। तो 3 बार लगातार चुनाव जीत का दिल्ली की जनता ने हमें आशीर्वाद दिया, प्यार दिया और हमसे सेवा भी करवाई, हमने बखूबी सेवा करी भी। अब 2-2.5% के वोट शेयर पे हम इस बार ज़रूर चुनाव हारे हैं, उस पर मंथन करेंगे, विचार करेंगे, जहाँ जहाँ बदलाव करने की ज़रूरत है बदलाव करेंगे और लोगों की सेवा करेंगे। अब ये तो जनता के हाथ में है कि किसको सरकार में बिठाने की जिम्मेदारी देती है, किसी को विपक्ष में बनाने की जिम्मेदारी देती है। जो जिम्मेदारी हमें दी है वो हम निभाएंगे।
तो दिल्ली में अगर इंडिया गठबंधन साथ होता, कांग्रेस साथ होती, तो क्या तस्वीर कुछ और होती दिल्ली की? जिस दिन नतीजे आ रहे थे, हम खुद एंकर कर रहे थे, तो उमर अब्दुल्ला का ट्वीट भी आया था राघव, उन्होंने कहा और लड़ो, ये कह रहे थे वो ट्वीट कर आप लोगों को।
देखिए, इंडिया गठबंधन जो बना था सिकता जी, वो एक राष्ट्रीय स्तर पे बना था। मैं उस गठबंधन में बहुत करीब से शामिल था, तमाम इंडिया गठबंधन की बैठकों में गया और उस गठबंधन का मुख्य उद्देश्य लोकसभा 2024 था। रीजनल लेवल्स पे इंडिया गठबंधन जो पहले से चलता आ रहा था वो ऑपरेट, जैसे बिहार में वो गठबंधन था, है, महाराष्ट्र में गठबंधन था, आज भी है। हमने हरियाणा में प्रयास करा कि वो गठबंधन बने, हरियाणा में नहीं बन पाया, दिल्ली में नहीं बन पाया। अब वो साथ लड़ते या अलग लड़ते, वो क्या होता क्या ना होता, वो नो पॉइंट क्राइंग ओवर स्पिल्ड मिल्क।
इतनी करारी शिकस्त के बाद तो ये जरूरी है ना, क्या होता क्या ना होता, ये होता तो अच्छा होता।
देखिए, अब ये तो सब इट्स अ गेम ऑफ परम्यूटेशंस कॉम्बिनेशंस। जैसे कि मैं आपको उदाहरण दूं, हरियाणा के चुनाव में बीजेपी और कांग्रेस के वोट शेयर में मात्र 0.5% का फर्क था। आई थिंक बीजेपी को 39.9% वोट मिला और कांग्रेस को 39.4% वोट मिला। वहीं आम आदमी पार्टी को 1.5% वोट मिला। अगर हम साथ लड़ते तो हम जीत जाते हरियाणा भी। हमने बहुत प्रयास भी करे, बड़ी कोशिशें भी करी, मैं खुद उस बातचीत में शामिल था, लेकिन कांग्रेस पार्टी से जो भी बातचीत हुई वो सफल नहीं हो पाई। मैं कुछ नेताओं का नाम नहीं लूँगा, लेकिन वो सफल नहीं हो पाई और गठबंधन नहीं बन पाया, जिसका फ़ायदा हमें नहीं हुआ। तो जाहिर सी बात है कि अगर शायद दिल्ली में गठबंधन होता तो हो सकता है नतीजे अलग होते, लेकिन ये कहना आज के समय में बहुत मुश्किल है। देखिए, दिल्ली में कांग्रेस पार्टी एक रेलेवेंट प्लेयर नहीं है। आज से 15 साल 20 साल पहले एक रेलेवेंट प्लेयर थी। आज ना उनके पास दिल्ली में सांसद हैं, ना दिल्ली में कोई विधायक है, ना उनका कोई वोट शेयर है। तो उसके चलते गठबंधन ना करना भी एक सोची समझी ठीक राजनीतिक फैसला था। मैं ये नहीं कहता हूँ वो गलत फैसला था, लेकिन अब जब नतीजे आ गए, अब आपके पास सारे वोटिंग पैटर्न्स और सारी डिटेल्स हैं, तो बड़ा आसान है कि जैसे कहते हैं ना,
तो
अंग्रेजी में कहते हैं हाइंडसाइट इज ऑलवेज 20/20।
सार्वजनिक तौर पर जब सहयोगी उमर अब्दुल्ला कह रहे थे और लड़ो, तो सहयोगी चाहते थे ना साथ साथ हो ये चुनाव। चलिए, पंजाब के चुनाव ज़्यादा दूर नहीं, वहाँ पर तैयारी कितनी है? किला बचा रहेगा? क्योंकि वहाँ पर ये आरोप लग रहा था कि दिल्ली से पंजाब की सरकार चल रही है, पंजाब के फंड्स आम आदमी पार्टी बाकी राज्यों में इस्तेमाल करती है। तो ऐसे में इस किले को बचा के रखने के लिए क्या रणनीति है आम आदमी पार्टी की?
देखिए, विरोधी तो आरोप लगाते रहेंगे, मैं विरोधियों के आरोपों को ज़्यादा तवज्जो नहीं देता। पंजाब एक बहुत बुरे दौर से गुजर रहा था और लगातार कभी अकाली दल की सरकार, कभी कांग्रेस, कभी अकाली दल की सरकार, कभी कांग्रेस, और इस पैटर्न में बंद कर रह गया था, जिसके चलते सबसे ज़्यादा बेरोजगारी, इंडस्ट्री छोड़ कर जाना, नशे की बड़ी समस्या, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की समस्या, हेल्थ केयर और एजुकेशन सिस्टम का कोलैप्स हो जाना, और उसके साथ साथ पंजाब 3.5 लाख करोड़ के कर्जे तले दबता गया। फिर एक ऊर्जा के साथ, एक नई उम्मीद के साथ आम आदमी पार्टी आई और आम आदमी पार्टी ने एक एक कर ईंट दर ईंट लगाकर एक नई इमारत बनाने की, एक नई व्यवस्था बनाने की कोशिश करी, जो कोशिश बहुत हद तक सफल हुई है। और इसी के चलते आज आप देख रहे हैं कि पंजाब में अच्छे स्कूल्स बन रहे हैं, प्राइवेट स्कूल्स के टक्कर के स्कूल्स बन रहे हैं, मोहल्ला क्लिनिक अस्पताल बन रहे हैं। नशे पर इतना बड़ा युद्ध आम आदमी पार्टी की वहाँ की सरकार ने छेड़ा हुआ है। और इन सारी चीज़ों का नतीजा आपको चुनावों का जो स्थायी चुनाव होते हैं, निकाय चुनाव होते हैं, उसमें देख रहे हैं कि लोग लगातार आम आदमी पार्टी को प्यार और आशीर्वाद देते आ रहे हैं। तो मेरा ये मानना है कि जो एक नई उम्मीद और एक नई ऊर्जा के साथ आम आदमी पार्टी पंजाब में आई थी, उस ऊर्जा के साथ बेहतरीन काम कर रही है। और जब भी विधानसभा चुनाव होंगे, एक बार फिर से पंजाब की जनता आम आदमी पार्टी को मौका
सीधा सवाल का सीधा जवाब उम्मीद कर सकती हूँ। पंजाब में सरकार कौन चला रहा है, अरविंद केजरीवाल या मुख्यमंत्री?
देखिए, मुख्यमंत्री भगवंत मान साहब और उनकी कैबिनेट ये सरकार चलाती है। लगातार ये आरोप लगते रहते हैं कि सरकार कौन चला रहा है, हमारे लिए मुद्दा ही नहीं है। लेकिन अगर एक पार्टी ने एक राज्य में बेहतरीन काम कर कर एक मॉडल लोगों को दिया, लोगों को वो मॉडल पसंद आया, लगातार 1 दशक से ऊपर लोग उस मॉडल पे वोट देते आए, लोगों को पसंद आता रहा, अगर उस मॉडल को उठाकर दूसरे राज्य में लगाने की कोशिश करेंगे और जिन लोगों ने वो मॉडल बनाया उनसे सलाह लेंगे, तो इसमें बुराई किस बात की? एक दूसरे से सीखना नहीं चाहिए। मैं तो कहता हूँ पंजाब को दिल्ली से ही क्यों, पंजाब को अगर बंगाल में कुछ अच्छा हो रहा है, जैसे बंगाल में ममता बनर्जी की कन्याश्री स्कीम चलती है, बेहतरीन स्कीम है, हम उससे कुछ सीख के पंजाब में लागू कर सकते हैं। तमिलनाडु में डीएमके की बड़ी अच्छी स्कीम्स है, हो सकता है कुछ राज्यों में बीजेपी की बहुत अच्छी स्कीम्स हो, उनसे हम कुछ सीख के पंजाब में लागू कर सकें। तो अगर 4 जगहों से सीख कर हम अपनी गवर्नेंस को इंप्रूव करते हैं, इसमें बुराई क्या है, इसमें मुद्दा क्या है, इसमें राजनीति क्यों होती है? मैं तो समझ नहीं पाता हूँ।
पर ये सबक तो फिर आप दिल्ली में भी इम्प्लीमेंट कर सकते थे, बाकी जगहों से सीख कर।
दिल्ली में किया, इसीलिए दिल्ली में लगातार लोग हमें प्यार और आशीर्वाद देते आए। और दिल्ली और पंजाब में एक बहुत बड़ा फर्क है। दिल्ली में हमारी 1/4 सरकार थी, यहाँ नगर निगम भी हमारे पास नहीं था बहुत लंबे अरसे तक, उपराज्यपाल भी हैं, गृह मंत्रालय और केंद्र सरकार भी है, और छोटी सी बीच में दिल्ली सरकार भी है। दिल्ली में मल्टीप्लिसिटी ऑफ एजेंसीज के चलते एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव स्ट्रक्चर कुछ इस प्रकार है कि रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी जिसके पास है काम करने की, उसके पास अथॉरिटी नहीं है काम करने की। ये चुनौती पंजाब में नहीं है। पंजाब एक फुल स्टेट है, पंजाब के अंदर सारा एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव ब्यूरोक्रेटिक कंट्रोल चुनी हुई सरकार के पास है, और गवर्नर का ज़्यादा हस्तक्षेप भी इन द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल स्कीम ऑफ थिंग्स नहीं होता है। इसीलिए पंजाब की गवर्नेंस को दिल्ली की गवर्नेंस से कंपेयर करना बेमानी होगा। लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी पिछले 10 सालों में जितना दिल्ली में काम हुआ, मुझे लगता है शायद ही किसी राज्य सरकार ने इतनी चुनौतियों के बाद अपने कार्यकाल में इतना काम किया होगा।
लक्ष्य रखा है अगले साल तक वो सारा काम करके दिखाएंगे।
मैं शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। देखिए, अगर कोई भी पार्टी सरकार में आने के बाद जनता से किए गए वादे पूरे करती है, तो बतौर दिल्ली वाला या बतौर भारत का नागरिक मुझे खुशी होगी। मैं उनको बधाई देता हूं, उनको शुभकामनाएं देता हूं।
चलिए, तो उम्मीद यही है कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा युवा पॉलिटिक्स से जुड़ें, तभी बदलाव संभव है। अब ऑडियंस राउंड के लिए हम खोलते हैं। हाथ ऊपर करिए अगर राघव चड्ढा के लिए आपके पास सवाल है, माइक आप तक पहुंचेगा। छोटे छोटे सवाल रखिएगा ताकि राघव ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा सवाल ले सकें। जी,
थैंक यू सर। माय नेम इज साहित्य। मैं आपका बहुत बड़ा फ़ैन हूँ और शशि थरूर जी का भी हूँ। दोनों लोग पता नहीं इतने इंटेलेक्चुअल और इतने हैंडसम भी हैं। मेरा सवाल सीधा है कि हमने कई सारे एक्टर्स को बहुत अच्छा पॉलिटिशियन बनते देखा है। इवन पॉलिटिशियन बेटर एक्टिंग करते हैं। सवाल छोटा सवाल है। आप गुड लुकिंग है, हैंडसम है, क्या कभी आप अगर मौका मिलता है तो कभी किसी फिल्म प्रोजेक्ट या मूवी प्रोजेक्ट में ऐसे आना काम करेंगे? आपको पर्दे पर देखना भी अच्छा होगा।
जी,
थैंक यू सर।
एक्टिंग में आप हाथ आजमा सकते हैं, ये इनका कहना है। जी जी,
देखिए, हमारे काम में पॉलिटिक्स में भी बहुत एक्टिंग करनी पड़ती है। तो एक्टिंग सिर्फ एक्टिंग में नहीं होती है, और आपको सबसे अच्छे एक्टर्स संसद भवन में बैठे मिल जाएंगे। लेकिन समानताएं बहुत सारी हैं। जैसे एक फिल्म हिट होती है, एक पॉलिटिकल पार्टी हिट होती है, एक फिल्म फ्लॉप होती है, पॉलिटिकल पार्टी फ्लॉप होती है। इसमें भी एक्टिंग करनी पड़ती है, उसमें भी एक्टिंग करनी पड़ती है। लेकिन मेरा अपना ये मानना है कि जिसका काम उसी को साझे और करे तो उल्लू लागे। वो मेरी फील्ड नहीं है, मुझे उस फील्ड की उस जगत की ज़्यादा समझ भी नहीं है। मुझे परमात्मा ने जिस काम के लिए बनाया है, मैं वही काम अच्छे से कर लूं।
लाएंगे राजनीति से ही राघव। और रैपिड फायर राउंड का अब की बारी है। राउंड रैपिड फायर है, तो इसलिए आंसर भी रैपिड होने चाहिए। और जब आपको जवाब पसंद आए और हर जवाब पर अगर तुरंत जवाब देंगे तो आप ज़रूर तालियां बजाइए राघव के लिए। तो शुरू करते हैं अपना रैपिड फायर। एंड यू ऑल सेट? ऑप्शन नहीं है पास का, दोनों का। इसका जवाब नहीं देना चाहता हूँ, एक आंसर ज़रूर देना होगा। जी, तो पहला है दिल्ली या पंजाब?
मेरा दिल पंजाबी है, तो पंजाब।
चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट बाय चॉइस या पॉलिटिशियन बाय पैशन?
चार्टेड अकाउंटेंट बाय प्रोफेशन एंड पॉलिटिशियन बाय पैशन।
अच्छा, अगले में शायद आप फंस जाएं। पॉलिटिक्स में टीम वर्क या फिर वन मैन शो?
बिल्कुल टीम वर्क। बिना टीम वर्क के तो ना इंडियन क्रिकेट टीम जीत सकती है, ना कोई पॉलिटिकल पार्टी जीत सकती है। तो 100% टीम वर्क। एकला चलो रे नहीं चलता यहाँ।
दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी या हार्वर्ड कैनेडी स्कूल?
सारे जहां से अच्छा हिंदुस्तान हमारा, तो दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी।
दोबारा किसी प्रोग्राम के लिए बुलाएंगे नहीं हार्वर्ड वाले जवाब सुनकर। सोशल मीडिया कनेक्ट या फिर पब्लिक रैलीज?
जाहिर तौर पे पब्लिक रैलीज। पब्लिक रैलीज में आप जनता से मिल सकते हैं, वो आपको छू सकते हैं, आपको बिठाकर अपनी समस्याएं बता सकते हैं, उनसे संवाद कर सकते हैं। तो लोगों से रूबरू होकर जो मज़ा आता है वो सोशल मीडिया पर कहाँ आता है। तो 100% पब्लिक रैलीज।
ठीक है, अगले 3 सवाल हैं, आपको धर्म संकट में डाल सकते हैं, घर में मुश्किल हो सकती है। पॉलिटिकल अपडेट्स फ्रॉम यू और बॉलीवुड गॉसिप फ्रॉम परिणीति?
देखिए, पॉलिटिकल अपडेट्स तो बहुत बोरिंग होते हैं, तो बॉलीवुड गॉसिप ही। बॉलीवुड गॉसिप
सब पता है आपको क्या चल रहा है मुंबई
थोड़ा
में?
थोड़ा बहुत जितना पता होना चाहिए शायद उतना पता है।
तो एंड नेक्स्ट इज लेट नाइट पॉलिटिकल ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग और मूवी नाइट्स?
लेट नाइट ड्राइव्स विद म्यूजिक। हम दोनों को म्यूजिक बहुत पसंद है, तो वो अपने ऑफ कोर्स शी इज़ अ ट्रेन क्लासिकल सिंगर, तो उन्हें तो सुर ताल की समझ है, मुझे तो कोई समझ नहीं है। लेकिन हम दोनों को म्यूज़िक बहुत पसंद है, तो हम अपना म्यूज़िक यूजुअली एक दूसरे को इंट्रोड्यूस करते हैं, सुनाते रहते हैं। इनफैक्ट हमारी शादी होने से पहले भी, हमारे डेटिंग के दौर में भी, हम दोनों सारा दिन एक दूसरे को अपने मनपसंद सॉन्ग्स भेजा करते थे, म्यूज़िक किया करते थे। हमारी एक शेयर्ड स्पॉटिफाई पे प्लेलिस्ट भी है, जिस पर जो गाना उन्हें पसंद आता है वो ऐड कर देती हैं, जो मुझे पसंद आता है मैं ऐड कर देता हूँ। तो हम गानों के बहुत शौकीन है। तो लेट नाइट ड्राइव्स विद म्यूजिक।
गाते भी हैं?
नहीं, मैं
नहीं?
सुनता
एक लाइन यहाँ की ऑडियंस के लिए।
नहीं, सुनता हूँ।
चलिए, पॉलिटिकल हसल बसल या फिर बॉलीवुड ग्लैमर पार्टीज?
दोनों ही, बट मैं पेशे से राजनीति में हूँ, तो पॉलिटिकल हसल बसल, बट दोनों ही चीज़ें ठीक हैं।
दोनों ही चलता है?
दोनों ही चलता है।
जिम वर्कआउट या फिर वॉक इन लोधी गार्डन्स? व्हाट्स योर सीक्रेट टू फिटनेस?
हम वॉक्स पे जाते, हमें वॉक बहुत पसंद है, तो परहैप्स वॉक्स इन लोधी गार्डन, या कहीं पे भी चलने का मौका मिल जाए तो लंबी वॉक्स।
आप दिल से पंजाबी हैं, तो ये सवाल खाने से जुड़ा हुआ है। राजमा चावल, छोले भटूरे या फिर फाइन डाइनिंग? परिणीति को क्या पसंद है, फाइन डाइनिंग?
मैं आपको बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग चीज़ बताता हूँ। उनको और मुझको दोनों को कड़ी चावल बहुत पसंद है। तो इनफैक्ट कभी मान लीजिए वो शूटिंग के लिए बम्बई में हैं या कहीं बाहर गई हुई हैं, वो जब भी दिल्ली लौटती हैं तो बताना नहीं पड़ता, हमारे घर में ऑटोमेटिकली कड़ी चावल बन जाते हैं। और हमारी पहली डेट उनके वापस आने पर ओवर कड़ी चावल ही होती है। तो कड़ी चावल।
कड़ी चावल, ठीक है। एक आखिरी सवाल, पावर ड्रेसिंग फॉर पार्लियामेंट या फिर जो हर पॉलिटिशियन पहनता है, कुर्ता पजामा?
कुर्ता पजामा बहुत कंफर्टेबल है, बड़ा
दिल
अच्छा
से पॉलिटिशियन। बहुत अच्छा, वेल प्लेड एंड थैंक यू फॉर सच प्रॉम्प्ट आंसर्स एंड नेचुरल आंसर्स। और एक आखिरी सवाल जो राघव हम आज अपने सभी मेहमानों से पूछ रहे हैं कि आपकी ज़िंदगी का मैंने करके दिखाया मोमेंट क्या रहा है, यानी अ मोमेंट दैट डिफाइंड यू।
देखिए, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ऐसे जीवन में कई लम्हे आते हैं। जब आप 12वीं कक्षा पास करते हैं, आपके 12th के बोर्ड एग्जाम्स का नतीजा आता है, तब भी लगता है। आप चुनाव जीतते हैं, तब भी लगता है। पर मुझे व्यक्तिगत तौर पे जब मैंने चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंसी का एग्ज़ाम क्लियर किया था, तब मुझे लगा था कि मैंने कुछ ज़िंदगी में हासिल किया है, क्योंकि वो इतना मुश्किल एग्ज़ाम होता है, उसमें 1 से 1.5% बच्चों को पास किया जाता है। और मुझे याद है, मैं उस समय मैं लंदन में था और पढ़ाई करने गया हुआ था, और वहाँ पे सुबह के 4 बज रहे थे, सुबह के 8 बज रहे थे, ऐसा कुछ समय था, और मेरी मदर का मुझे कॉल आया। तब तक मैंने चेक नहीं किया था कंप्यूटर पे कि क्या नतीजा आया है। तो जैसे ही मैंने फ़ोन उठाया तो उन्होंने बोला कि क्या मेरी बात चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट राघव चड्ढा से हो रही है। तो मुझे पता लगा कि मैं चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट बन गया हूँ। तो मुझे वो एक मेमोरी है जो मुझे लगता है एक ऐसा लम्हा था मेरे जीवन में जो मैं कह सकता हूँ कि मैंने कुछ हासिल किया। बाकी परमात्मा की बहुत कृपा रही है, मेरी पार्टी की, मेरे नेता की। मुझे बहुत कम उम्र में कई सारी जिम्मेदारियां भगवान के आशीर्वाद से मिली। जीवन में हमारे देश में, हमारी लोकतांत्रिक व्यवस्था में सिक्ता जी 3 चुनाव होते हैं लड़ने वाले। एक विधानसभा का चुनाव एमएलए बनने के लिए, एक लोकसभा का चुनाव मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट बनने के लिए, एक राज्यसभा का चुनाव राज्यसभा का एमपी बनने के लिए। और परमात्मा की कृपा से और मेरे पार्टी, मेरे नेता की ब्लेसिंग से मुझे ये तीनों चुनाव लड़ने का बहुत कम उम्र में मौका मिला। मैंने 2019 का लोकसभा चुनाव लड़ा जो हार गया, 20 में विधानसभा चुनाव लड़ा, जीत गया, विधायक बना, और 22 में राज्यसभा बना। तो ये सारे डिफाइनिंग मोमेंट्स होते हैं ज़िंदगी के, और मुझे लगता है कि जिस मिशन से हम निकले हैं लोगों की सेवा करने के लिए, देश की सेवा करने के लिए, परमात्मा भी और कई ऐसे डिफाइनिंग मोमेंट्स दे और हम लोगों की और सेवा कर पाएँ। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
पर आपके जाने से पहले एक सवाल इसी से जुड़ा मेरा, कि आपने ये रास्ता चुना पॉलिटिक्स का, आज के युवा वाकई क्या इसे करियर चॉइस मान रहे हैं? ज़्यादा युवा हम पॉलिटिक्स में नहीं देख रहे हैं आप जैसे युवा।
देखिए, सबसे पहले तो मैंने राजनीति नहीं चुनी। मैं पेशे से चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट था, और शुरू से, बचपन से मैं इंडियन आर्मी ज्वाइन करना चाहता था। मेरे परिवार में, मेरे फादर की साइड ऑफ द फैमिली भी और मेरे मदर की साइड ऑफ द फैमिली में बहुत सारे लोग इंडियन आर्मी में हैं। कई रिटायर हो गए, कई सर्विंग हैं। तो मेरा भी शुरू से मन था कि मैं इंडियन आर्मी ज्वाइन करूं। तो राजनीति तो बाय चांस हो गई, परमात्मा के आशीर्वाद से राजनीति में आ गए। मेरी फैमिली में सिक्ता जी कोई आज तक सरपंच नहीं बना, कोई राजनीति में दूर दूर तक नहीं है, कोई पॉलिटिकल गॉडफादर नहीं रहा, कोई ऐसी चीज़ नहीं रही, लेकिन राजनीति में आने का मौका मिला। और मुझे लगता है कि देश के युवाओं को राजनीति एक जरिया बहुत बड़ा चेंज लाने का इस दिशा में सोचना चाहिए। वी आर अ वेरी वेरी यंग कंट्री। जापान की एवरेज एज 48 ईयर्स है, चाइना की एवरेज एज 38 ईयर्स है, इंडिया की एवरेज एज 28 ईयर्स है। हम कितने युवा देश हैं। मेरी आयु 35 साल है, मैं भारत की एवरेज एज से 7 साल बड़ा हूं। और अगर हम लोग, भारत का युवा भारत की मुख्य धारा की राजनीति में नहीं आएगा तो हमारे मुद्दे कौन उठाएगा? अब आप ही बताइए, जो 60, 70, 65, 80 साल के कोई लोग बैठे हैं संसद भवन में या विधायक सांसद बन के, वो युवाओं से कितना रिलेट कर पाएंगे? युवाओं को मेन स्ट्रीम पॉलिटिक्स में आकर अपने मुद्दे खुद उठाने होंगे। हमारे देश की 65% आबादी, 65% पॉपुलेशन 35 साल से कम आयु की है। तो मुझे लगता है कि देश के युवाओं को मुख्य धारा की राजनीति के बारे में सोचना चाहिए। आसान नहीं है, बहुत सारे ऑब्स्टिकल्स हैं। कहा जाता है इंडियन पॉलिटिक्स में आपको मनी पावर, मसल पावर, मीडिया पावर, तमाम तरीके का सपोर्ट चाहिए राजनीति में आगे आने के लिए। लेकिन मेरा अपना मानना है कि अगर आप कमिटमेंट से और देशभक्ति की स्पिरिट से आगे बढ़ें तो रास्ता आसान हो सकता है और आप भी मेन स्ट्रीम पॉलिटिक्स में आगे आ सकते हैं, और आना चाहिए। मेरी आप सबको अपील रहेगी, गुजारिश रहेगी।
बिल्कुल। ऑन दैट नोट, थैंक यू सो मच एनडीटीवी युवा नेता राघव चड्ढा। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू सो मच।
Well, up next we have a conversation which I'll be hosting with a Bollywood actor, but we have a little pause of just 2 minutes, so please be seated. You've been quite patient, so just a tiny pause and then we'll be starting that session. Yep. You give me a cue, okay, whenever you want me to. किससे? ठीक है. No, I don't know him. I don't know. I think Neha also listen. I'll do my. Is my mic live? Hello. Is my. From rapping his way into our hearts as MC Sher to proving his versatility in films like Gehraiyan and Kho Gaye Hum Kahan, our guest today is effortlessly cool, unapologetically himself, and a true game changer in Bollywood. He's an actor, a poet, rapper, and frankly, a great actor and someone who makes us all believe that dreams do come true. Please welcome the one and only Siddhant Chaturvedi. Please have a seat. A very warm welcome to NDTV YUVA. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Perfect. See, first, let's talk about, the entertainment industry of 2025. We're talking about present, the future, because we have all these youngsters here. This industry is really competitive at this moment. Yeah. There's so much happening. There's so much of pressure. But we see you all cool and chill. Is there a method there? Are you doing something? Is there a mantra that you have that a lot of upcoming actors can learn?
See, I feel when there is no game, which is what everybody's figuring it out in the industry right now, that's, I think, the best time to change the game because there's no game. So I'm always very calm and I know what I'm trying to bring on the table. So I just approach everything with calmness, and as long as I'm loving what I'm doing and I'm getting to work as an actor, which was my dream, which was my childhood dream, I think that's all about it. I feel blessed, and as long as the work is going on and films are being made, I'm happy. I would start to stress out if that stops happening, but I don't think that
That won't. He has several films lined up. We'll talk about that as well. But we were talking about, since you mentioned game, and of course we've seen you in Inside Edge. That's where it all started. Has there been any game-changing point in your career which, let's say, made you make the mark?
I think that'll be Gully Boy for sure. That just changed perception of everything. I was an actor before that. I was doing these small TVCs, and I did a web show even before Inside Edge called Live Sahiye with Love Ranjan. See, the only difference which happened was I was able to choose the freedom of choice. After a point, after Gully Boy, I had choices. I could, sit on a table and choose what I want to do. Earlier, जब काम होता नहीं था, तो लगता था यार जो मिल जाए वो अच्छा है, जो कुछ जहाँ fit हो जाऊँ मैं अच्छा है. So that was for like a good 5 to 6 years of that period, and I also had switched from CA. That was also a game-changing moment for me because coming from where I come from, like a humble family, education was very important. So my dad told me that complete your graduation and complete your CA and then do whatever you want to do. I'm like, Papa, ये थोड़ा ज़्यादा नहीं हो गया? As an actor, मतलब ये तो बहुत ज़्यादा पढ़ाई हो गई है. But he was like, यार, CA, we don't have resources. We don't have anything but our conviction and our belief. And if you clear everything in your first attempt, you will be, at the age of 21, you'll be like, secure, and you have your whole life to pursue whatever you want to. So I followed his advice and I did what I did. And then those 5 years, I was just looking for that breakthrough moment, which happens very rarely in an actor's life. And so I think I'm blessed that it happened at a very young age. I know a lot of people I have, worked with, my theater friends who are still kind of hustling every day. I think they're very they're more talented than I am. I've learned so many things from from them, and I still feel that they're still trying and looking for that one breakthrough, and it happens. It happens in everyone's life eventually. The point is to not give up and just keep trying, being persistent, or it will happen. The magic will happen. For like, I'm so happy for a lot of people like Harshvardhan Rane. You know, I've been following his work since a long time, and this film released 9 years back, Sanam Teri Kasam. And then suddenly,
Did you watch it in the re-release?
Yeah, I watched it.
You did?
Yeah. I'm so glad that, you know, things like that are happening. Avinash Tiwari, all these, I've known these people, and they were like my seniors when in auditions. फिल्म में तो सीनियर होते हैं, लेकिन ऑडिशन सर्किट में भी एक सीनियरिटी होती है. So I'm so happy that it's happening, and people from outside are also getting equal opportunities, and thanks to to the audience who are now very much aware of what they like, what they don't like. They're vocal about it. So I think that's
they are brutal. I mean, the audience today, I think, is brutal. I mean, one mediocre performance and you see the response on social media.
Absolutely,
so that's there, I think, which is good for the movies. Now, since you mentioned, you know, your colleagues, people you've seen working and you feel proud of, you've also worked with several established actors. Anything that somebody gave you as a tip, जो आपके मन में stay कर गई, and which you can share with us, that, you know, this actor gave me this ज्ञान और मुझे लगा कि ये तो भैया संभाल के रखना चाहिए.
I think very rarely that it happens that you know get advices from actors, because right now we're all figuring it out.
Advice or appreciation, somebody like senior maybe?
Yeah. After like I think after Gully Boy, I spoke to, like, Vicky called me, you know, and he was very happy. Like, he was, I didn't know him that much that time.
Vicky Kaushal.
Yeah. Vicky Kaushal called me. He praised my performance. After Kho Gaye as well, you know, Aishman, Vicky, Ranbir reached out to me. And I think one thing that Ranbir told me, which, you know, stuck with me, was he said that this is not a sprint, it's a marathon. So just be patient and keep going at it. You know, don't need to hurry, you know, and things will happen when it happens. And when you expect that a film will really do well, don't be attached to any kind of results to any film. Because I mean, being young, I was very attached, and everybody wants कि यार हर film चल जाए, हर film hit हो जाए. So I was very much attached to these results. So he was like, don't be attached. Whenever in my life I thought a certain film will be like doing wonders, it never worked. And things which I thought will not work has, you know, made him who he is. So
which was that? Is there anything that you can mention which you thought
I think
won't
Rocket
work?
Singh is something which he's also vocally spoken about, that he was very attached to that film and he thought that we made something, but that didn't work. In the same year, I think Ajab Prem Ki Gazab Kahani worked, which he was not expecting a lot from.
Yeah.
So I think that's something which stuck with me.
Right, and if I think this is a marathon, then definitely his speed is really good, because the kind of projects that are coming your way, or the ones that you are part of, are absolutely exciting. Are we all excited for Dhadak 2? Yeah? Give me a cheer, yeah? What can you share about Dhadak 2, Siddhant?
I would love to share the release date firstly. I hope Karan's watching this. But yeah, we've made a very strong film, a very rooted film. Mostly, आप सब लोगों ने देखा होगा कि urban roles, you know, I've been approached. Even though I come from Balia, which is a small town in UP, but this is my first time actually, you know, getting into, and I'm very excited. A wonderful script and a wonderful co-actress as well, Tripti. And I want to share a lot, but मैं ज़्यादा बता नहीं सकता. I think the trailer will do its talking.
Okay.
And it'll be releasing very soon this year. So I'm excited and fingers crossed. But yeah, I'm excited for that.
Another project जिसके बारे में शायद आप उसके बारे में भी ज़्यादा शायद बात नहीं कर पाएंगे, but maybe I want to know the experience with this filmmaker. You know, we're talking about Sanjay Leela Bhansali. You'll of course be working under his banner. What is that experience like? Because जो सुनते आए हैं हम from actors is that it's very intimidating to be working with him as a filmmaker. How has your interaction been like? And if you can describe or define your first meeting with him, if there was something intimidating like that.
No, actually, he was very sweet to me. Contrary to the belief.
Popular belief.
Yeah, he was very sweet to me. मैं पहली बार उनसे मिलने गया था गली बॉय के बाद. मैं बैठा था, एक वहाँ पे सोफ़ा लगा हुआ था और एल शेप में, तो मैं वहाँ बैठा, कुछ 3-4 घंटे मैं बैठा, उनके साथ मैंने बातें की, और फिर कट टू 2-3 साल बाद जब एक फ़िल्म आई और बहुत अच्छी स्क्रिप्ट थी जो हमने शूट कर ली है, वो भी इस साल रिलीज़ होगी, तो मैं फिर से उनसे मिलने गया। एक ऐसे क्रिएटिव सेशन था कैरेक्टराइजेशन को लेके, तो वही कमरा था, वही एल शेप था, लेकिन वो वाला सोफ़ा था नहीं। तो मैं गया, मैं कुर्सी थी वहाँ पे बैठ गया, मैंने बोला सर आपको याद है मैं आया था, मुझे तो लगा कि भूल गए होंगे यार, इतने कमाल के इतने बड़े दिग्गज कलाकार हैं। तो उन्होंने बोला हाँ मुझे याद है, तू यहाँ बैठा हुआ था। मैं बोला सर वो सोफ़ा रुक जा लगवाता हूँ। वहाँ उन्होंने वो सोफ़ा आई थिंक कहीं दूसरे रूम में रखा था, वापस लगवाया, मैं वहाँ पे बैठा, एंड ही मेड श्योर दैट आई वाज वेरी कंफर्टेबल, एंड देन वी स्पोक अबाउट द फिल्म एंड देन हाउ वी गोना बी गोइंग अबाउट इट, और इट वाज अ वेरी स्वीट एक्सपीरियंस। उस दिन भी आई थिंक मुझे पता है हल्की हल्की बारिश हो रही थी, फिर हम बाहर जाके हम उनके बालकनी में चाय पी रहे थे, तो काफ़ी अच्छा ही एक्सपीरियंस था यार। और वो फिल्म भी काफ़ी प्यारी सी फिल्म है, मृणाल है उसमें, मृणाल ठाकुर। Again, it's a romantic film. So let's see, let's hope it does well.
Since बहुत सारी romantic films हैं, मेरे पास एक छोटा सा segment है before I open the forum for the audience here. हम कुछ सवाल audience से भी लेंगे. So this is called Date or Hate. These are movie characters. मैं heroines का नाम नहीं ले रहा. Characters है from films. आपको बताना would you date or hate this character? Geet from Jab We Met.
गीत फ्रॉम जब वी मेट, डेट और हेट, मतलब सीधे हेट क्यों करना है?
नहीं है, हाइपोथेटिकल सिचुएशन है ना
यार, इतनी एनर्जी।
अगर आपको कुछ सेफ आंसर देना, हम हीरोइंस के साथ कर सकते हैं ये, बट वी लुक
आई लाइक हर, आई थिंक वी कैन बी गुड फ्रेंड्स, बट इतनी एनर्जी मैं 24/7
ज्यादा एनर्जी गीत में। ओके, पू फ्रॉम कभी खुशी कभी गम।
बिल्कुल ही सेम आंसर।
टू मच ऑफ एनर्जी टू हैंडल। ओके, वी देन गिव यू मस्तानी फ्रॉम बाजीराव मस्तानी।
डेट।
नैना फ्रॉम ये जवानी है दीवानी। अब मैं थोड़ा टोन डाउन कर दिया है।
डेट।
Date.
Now you know my type.
Okay, Bubbly from Bunty or Bubbly. Somebody said hate. Why did he scream hate? Let the man decide.
I think Bubbly from Bunty, the first one or the second one?
Second one.
Second one I would date, yeah.
Lovely.
The first one, the thing is, it's Rani ma'am, so I mean, I can't even imagine. So, yeah.
I was going to say Basanti, but then, I mean, that would go quite off the chart. Shania from Student of the Year. Guys, you help
बता
him.
दीजिए क्या करूं? इन्हीं को नहीं पसंद है, इन्हीं की रजामंदी नहीं है, मैं क्या करूं? हाँ, मतलब इग्नोर ही कर लेते हैं।
ठीक है, बीच वाला एक कोई पार्ट रख लेते हैं, which is ignore. Lovely. We'll have a quick question. Anyone? Anybody? There. The gentleman here. Yes, go ahead.
Hello, sir. My name is Rohan.
Hi, Rohan.
Yeah. Sir, I have seen people working really hard to break into the Bollywood while balancing their studies and theatre. What's that one piece of advice you would give to young artists who aim to pursue a career in the films, in the theatres?
Films or theatres?
Films.
आज के लिए दोनों अलग चीजें हैं कि लोग आ नहीं रहे हैं।
In films. Basically in Bollywood, sir.
Pursue a career in Bollywood? यार, Bollywood का career जो है ना, it's a very यार 5% acting होती है. If you love the art, it's 5% acting. 95% is everything around it. You know, that perception of Bollywood. So I would say that just keep doing what you're doing. Just if you're only sticking to the art form of it, then there is theater. Then you can make short films. You can release. There's so many platforms these days. But Bollywood, I'm still myself trying to figure it out right now. It's a very different game altogether. So I would just say that go with your conviction. I still go with my conviction. I never try to play the game. As I said, I just like to do films which really connect with me. And I also try to push the boundary with different genres. I'm not sticking to a particular formula because I feel there's so much to explore. We've grown up watching so much of great stuff by Bollywood that trying to replicate that would come in like a first copy or secondary, right? So to come up with an original thing, you have to be very rooted to where you're coming from. You have very love for the craft of it. So just stick to the craft. Baki sab to I think, yeah, it's all luck, man. It's absolutely all luck. I got lucky, and you have to be persistent. Luck, patience, and a lot of tolerance is what you need to actually get into this, industry.
Lovely. I have one quick question before we go to the another one. So you worked with like several leading ladies, Alia, Katrina, Deepika. Can you describe the difference in their processes? Because these are actresses at top of their game. And we really want to know that, what makes them what they are. So if you had to describe the difference maybe, or any similarity if you could find.
Similarity तो है कि तीनों ही बहुत ज़्यादा खूबसूरत हैं, है ना?
Of course, one can't ignore.
और तीनों ही बहुत ज़्यादा talented हैं. Process तीनों के I think बहुत अलग है. For Alia, I would start with Alia. She's very impromptu. She's very in the moment. I've never seen her prepping, but she's always ready. She always knows her lines. She always is like there. And I would say she's very spontaneous, I would say. With Deepika, I would say she preps, but when she's on screen, it just looks effortless. So she preps a lot. She'll sit with a pencil, her thing, when we are reading the script, she'll underline
with
everything.
With a pencil and everything?
Yeah, a scale pencil, like a proper, वो नहीं होता स्कूल में compass box लेके जाते हैं. And जब वो screen पे आती हैं तो इतना effortless लगता है, पता नहीं कैसे, but I can see the amount of thought that goes into it. And then Katrina, I would say she's so aware of the commercial aspect of things. She knows she knows about the she's technically very sound. About the camera, about the lighting, about even the beats in a script. She knows what would land, because I did a horror comedy with her. So she had a lot of insights about that. So yeah, and again, I mean, all three are very different, but it's the similarity is that all three very talented in their own way and very, very beautiful. So yeah, I think again, I would say I'm fortunate to have worked with all three of them.
Lovely. One more question. I'd like to come back here, but maybe let's go here. Yes.
Yeah, so as you said...
Hi. Hi, what's your name? Hi.
Hi, I'm Nikita.
Nikita, hi.
So as you said कि जहाँ हमारे सपने पूरे होते हैं वहाँ इनका struggle शुरू होता है. So do you think that the star kids have to work even harder to prove themselves and just break that stereotype?
Because of him, you think?
Not like because of him, but because of the nepotism thing that is going on lately. So do you think that they have to work even harder to prove themselves and just to break that stereotype about nepotism?
See, this is exactly what this line had said. कि जहाँ हमारे सपने पूरे होते हैं वहाँ उनका struggle शुरू होता है. उस line का मतलब ही यही था कि हमारे सपने पूरे होते हैं जब पहली फिल्म मिलती है. And their struggle starts for acceptance even after the first film. And no matter if they're good or not good, that will eventually be decided by the audience, I think. But their struggle starts for acceptance, and our struggle is to get that first film. So the line was so wide, and it was, I don't know why it was portrayed as something which was, again, it was a very poetically thoughtful. I mean, it's both of the starting points are different, but they both have to work equally hard, I feel, to reach where they are.
You regret saying that though?
Not really. I mean, I'll never regret saying anything which I've said ever. Yeah.
Okay, let's take one question from the middle so that there's kind of balance here. Yeah, this gentleman. Yeah.
Hello, Siddhant sir. Myself, Devashish. And my question is, what was the most challenging scene you have ever shot in your life?
Yeah, that's a good question.
The most challenging scene. I wish I could have spoken about the next few films which I'm doing. But if I had to pick one from my, I think it was the rap battle in Gully Boy. The climax. Because जब हम शूट करते हैं तो क्रोनोलॉजी में नहीं जाते हैं ना, तो पहले हमारा वो शूट पहले था. टफ इसलिए था बिकॉज सारे रैपर्स बैठे हैं और वो आज जो जितने भी रैपर्स बैठे हैं आज वो बहुत बड़े रैपर्स हैं, जैसे डिवाइन हो गया, डीवल हो गया, MC अल्ताफ, सारा पूरा वो गैंग वो हुड बैठा हुआ था वहाँ पे और हमें जाके बैटल करना था. एमी बंटाई था वहाँ पे, सब लोग थे और मैं बहुत नया था ये सब में. वहाँ जाके आई हैड टू इन फ्रंट ऑफ लाइक exactly the same crowd, and they are reacting live. They don't care if you're acting or not acting. So I was very nervous before stepping on stage. But I don't know what happened as they say action and something happens that it just came across as confident, but I was very, very nervous about how to, and I had a battle with, I think, Emiway, I had a battle with all these veteran rappers, you know, and how to like own it. Kam Bhari ke saath ek rap battle tha. So I think that was very hard as in terms of going in front of a crowd and just, and we didn't know what the other person had the reaction to, as in lines. So हम एक दूसरे को डिस कर रहे हैं, लेकिन मुझे नहीं पता कि सामने वाला क्या बोलने वाला है. So it was I would say it was partly unscripted, and that was also, I think, why it came out as a very spontaneous, you know, it looked real. So yeah.
Yeah, and that's why I think definitely it helped you make that mark as well. Prolific career, if you had to sum this up with a movie title, what would you go with? If you had to define your career with one movie title, what would that be and why? You can include your upcoming projects as well.
Yeah.
In that career.
I would say, if I had to define honestly, I would say Kabhi Haan Kabhi Na.
Is that hard now coming from you for the scripts, or is it from the directors?
It's a hit and miss, yaar. You know, it's like कुछ फिल्में चल जाती हैं, कुछ नहीं चलती हैं.
Oh, you mean the success of it? I thought you are refusing to few and accepting a few.
No, not like that. I think it's a hit and miss for me. So yeah.
How do you subtly refuse though the scripts if you don't like?
How do I?
Subtly refuse scripts if you have to, and if you have ever done that.
See, I think every writer or every director जो भी ये कहानी लिखता है तो दिल से लिखता है यार. It's so मेरे लिए बहुत मुश्किल होता है किसी को कहना. लेकिन एक चीज़ है कि मेरा दिल अभी यहाँ नहीं लगा, या इस किरदार में या इस जोन में जाने के लिए नहीं अभी तैयार है. तो मैं इस तरह से.
So you say this, दिल नहीं लग रहा है.
अभी ये दिल इसमें नहीं आया मेरा. उससे मोहब्बत होनी चाहिए.
That's a good way to say. Yeah. No. One question. Here. Yes. Like, can we go to this lady here? Sorry, you've been. Can I give it to her? Can Siddhant choose? Siddhant, can
नहीं यार वो बेचारे कब से. आप दोनों ही पूछ लीजिए ना, मैं जल्दी.
आप दोनों पूछ लीजिए. Quick.
हेलो सर, माय नेम इज़ सुनिधि.
हाय.
जैसे कि आप मतलब आपका कोई बैकग्राउंड नहीं था बॉलीवुड में, तो एज अ युवा आपका इसके अंदर जाने में आपको क्या क्या चीज़ें फेस करनी पड़ी थी?
क्या क्या चीज़ें फेस करनी पड़ी? सबसे पहले तो बहुत सारा रिजेक्शन होता है शुरू में. बहुत ज़्यादा रिजेक्शन होता है, और उस रिजेक्शन के साथ आपको चलना पड़ता है. काम नहीं होता. सो पेशेंस बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है. You have to be very thick-skinned to get rejected. Nobody believes in you, so you need a lot of belief, I feel. And at the same time, जहाँ से मैं आता हूँ, एक परिवार होता है, एक माँ बाप होते हैं. Parents are always concerned कि ये कुछ होगा नहीं होगा तो क्या हो जाएगा. जो हमारे relatives हैं, जो हमारे neighbors हैं, क्या बोलेंगे. तो उन सब चीज़ों को प्रोटेक्ट करते हुए it's almost like एक आपको वो बिलीफ अपना, वो जो एक होता है आग, एक दिया होती है, जो दिया होता है अपने अंदर, उसको बुझने नहीं देना है. तो वो सबसे ज़्यादा you have to protect it with both your I think palms, hands. So I think वो बुझने नहीं दिया मैंने, तो I think that's what paid off.
Thank you.
Hi sir, my name is Khushi, and my question is, like, how do you handle the criticism or the social media trolling that is like very common among the
actors? Is he even trolled? I don't think you're trolled.
I don't think I've achieved enough to be trolled right now.
Oh, come on, you have, but I don't think you have a personality like that, or your work is fine. Do you, a genuine question, do you receive hate or troll?
Not really, not much.
Really, right?
That's what, if I don't receive a lot of trolls, and that's what makes me restless at night. कि ये क्या गलत कर रहा हूँ कि कोई मुझसे नफरत नहीं कर रहा.
What's the meanest thing that you've read on the internet about you? Please don't say कि किसी ने ऐसा comment कर दिया कि कपड़े अच्छे नहीं लग रहे. I'm sure ऐसे type का ही mean comment आ रहा है. What is the meanest thing you've read on internet about you?
Meanest thing? I think mean क्या ही कहूँ मैं यार, कोई मतलब ऐसा कोई कुछ बोलता है नहीं, क्या ही बोलेंगे.
Yeah, too good man.
मतलब नहीं क्या ही बोलेंगे, ऐसा नहीं कि मैं I'm perfect. I'm just saying I'm thinking, क्योंकि I never let that affect me. मैं कभी उसके बारे में.
Okay, let's answer her question. How do you deal criticism if that comes your way?
How do I deal with criticism?
Yeah.
I just don't process it as much. I don't sit with it because ये इससे 10 गुना ज़्यादा देख के आया हूँ मैं अपनी ज़िंदगी में. स्कूल से लेके जब स्कूल में मैं डांस कर रहा होता था, पीछे खड़ा कर देते थे. टीचर्स बोलती थी कि शायद ये एक्टर बनना है, एक्टर नहीं बनेगा, पढ़ाई में अच्छा नहीं है. कॉलेज में ये सारी चीज़ें हुई हैं, बहुत सारा क्रिटिसिज्म हुआ है. तो ये ये तो आप बोल रही हैं कि सोशल मीडिया पे होता है ना, लाइव बहुत ज़्यादा क्रिटिसिज्म होता है, जहाँ से हम लोग आते हैं बहुत ज़्यादा क्रिटिसिज्म होता है, रिलेटिव्स हर जगह, हर एक स्टेप पे, हर एक कदम पे आपके सपनों को ढाने की कोशिश होती है। तो वो सब चीज़ें देख ली हैं, ये अभी दूर कोई पीछे बैठ के कुछ बोल रहा है, वो बेचारा, मैं कभी कभी बुरा लगता है यार उसके लिए। मैं सोचता हूँ कि यार ये जो बैठा होगा, इसको क्या ज़िंदगी में क्या चल रहा होगा इसके, कि
वो
इसको
वक्त निकाल रहा है अपनी जिंदगी से किसी को बुरा कहने के लिए।
हाँ, मतलब वो नहीं खुश है अपनी ज़िंदगी से शायद, या फिर कई बार यही मुझे लगता है कि यार कुछ तो हो रहा होगा शायद, क्योंकि एक बार तो मैं पहले सोचता हूँ कि कुछ तो एक सेंस जो ये बोल रहा है सही तो नहीं है क्या। तो मैंने बोला अगर सही भी है तो यार डीएम कर लेता। तो सबके सामने क्यों बेइज्जती कर रहा है यार। तो मुझे लगा कि ये कुछ है, ये कुछ एजेंडा है। और आजकल तो आधे तो जो भी होते हैं क्रिटिसिज्म मोस्टली ये सारे बॉट्स होते हैं, आपको पता है, वो सारे एक्चुअल प्रोफाइल्स भी नहीं होते हैं, तो कई बार वो असली इंसान है भी नहीं कि नहीं है, पता नहीं। तो पता नहीं है, मैं तो ज़्यादा इसके बारे में सोचता नहीं हूँ।
Okay, we also wrap every segment with one question, which is आपकी जिंदगी का हम करके दिखाते हैं moment क्या था, which is when you realize okay I've made it. हम करके दिखाते हैं moment for you in your life.
As in मतलब क्या?
As in that I've made it. वो feeling जब आई, वो वाला moment आपकी life का कौन सा था?
कौन सा था? मेरी लाइफ का वो मोमेंट मुझे याद है जब गली बॉय रिलीज हुई था। मेरे मम्मी पापा मेरा भाई, और उसमें लिफ्ट खुलती है, हम बंद ही होने वाली थी लिफ्ट, और खुलती है लिफ्ट और आलिया अंदर आती है। तो ऐसे सब लोग, मम्मी पापा और मेरा भाई तो ऐसे हो गए कि अरे आलिया भट्ट। और जैसे ही उतरने से पहले थर्ड फ्लोर पे जहाँ पे स्क्रीनिंग होने वाली थी, शी जस्ट टर्न बैक एंड सेड कि योर लाइफ इज़ गोना चेंज। एंड आई वाज लाइक, मुझे कुछ समझ में नहीं आया, मैंने फिल्म नहीं देखी थी, मुझे नहीं पता क्या है। मैं अंदर गया थिएटर में, और जब बाहर आया तो सभी लोग मुझे घेर के खड़े हुए थे, और मीडिया, फैंस, सब कुछ। और कहीं ना कहीं मतलब वो शोर में ऐसे मुझे कहीं ले गए, और मैं दूर से देख रहा था कि मेरे मॉम डैड देखे, उनकी आंखों में थोड़ी नमी थी, थोड़े खुश थे, एक हल्की सी मुस्कान थी। तो तब मुझे लगा कि यार व्हेन दे आर सीइंग दैट दिस हैज हैपेंड टू मी, आई थिंक मेरे लिए उनकी आंखों में वो खुशी थी, तो वो मुझे लगा कि यार कुछ अच्छा हो गया।
Lovely. Give it up for Siddharth Chaturvedi. With that, we've come to an end of this conversation, Siddharth. Thank you so much, and all the very best for all the projects that you're doing. We are super excited to see all the films and see you at the movies.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Once again, give it up for Siddharth Chaturvedi. Thank you. Okay, keeping up the Josh, I am so excited to introduce you to our next guest who has made sitar the coolest instrument in the world. Sitar prodigy with a modern edge. Please put your hands together for someone whose concert tickets are getting really difficult to get. Maestro Rishabh Rikiram Sharma. Joining him today, my colleague Ambika Singh. We'll be starting with this conversation very soon. You can still give it up for yourself, for your patience. A few more minutes and we'll be starting this session, ladies and gentlemen.
For this session on NDTV YUVA, we have the sitar sensation who is pushing the boundaries of traditional Indian classical music, infusing it with modern beats and fresh vibes. As the last disciple of the legendary Pandit Ravi Shankar, Rishabh's got the skills and the legacy to take the music world by storm. But that's not all. He's also on a mission to break the silence around mental health, using his music as a powerful tool for healing and self-expression. So let's welcome the incredibly talented Rishabh Sharma. Can we please have a big round of applause?
Thank you so much.
Rishabh, thank you so much. It's a pleasure to have you with us here today on NDTV YUVA. You know, I mean, coming from a family steeped in music, you were literally born into the world of melodies. You started with the guitar, and then you somewhere saw that, you know, the broken sitar. You know, take us through your journey, because you started this at a very young age, at the age of 10, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, that's
So
right.
what drew you to the sitar?
So, as you mentioned that I used to play the guitar, my parents never forced me, even though, you know, these instruments were around us. And we are known as the premium manufacturers of Indian classical instruments. And everyone from Pandit Ravi Shankar ji to George Harrison to Herbie Hancock, all of these, you know, global phenomena artists used to come to my dad, Sanjay Rikhiram. Even though it was in the house, but it was never forced on us that, you know, you have to do this.
So no pressure.
Zero pressure. And actually, you know, it was to the point that my dad won't let me touch a sitar because he's like, you don't know, you know, how to play it, so you're going to break it. Or you're going to hurt yourself. You're going to pop a string and hurt yourself. He was more keen on actually teaching my older brother, Mukul. And funny enough, I wasn't even let into the room that he would be learning in. So I used to, you know, look through the window, like what's happening inside. And, but eventually, as you mentioned, there was a broken sitar that I think my dad shipped to Switzerland, and the client sent it back because obviously it was broken. And then I asked my dad, you know, Dad, can I try this instrument? Because it's already broken. How much more can I break it? So he was in a good mood that day. He's like, okay, give it a shot. And, you know, within minutes, I figured out Saregama Pada Nisa and started playing songs on it. Like, I started playing Green Day on it. Whatever guitar knowledge that I had, I started implementing that on the sitar. And he was astonished. He was like, wow, how do you know all of this? I was like, you know, it's very similar to the guitar. And credit goes to him because he made the sitar so easy to play. So it was one of the smallest sitars that he's innovated. It's called the studio sitar, which he made for Pandit Ravi Shankar ji because he had a frozen shoulder, so he couldn't handle the big sitar. So it was so easy to play. Within minutes, I figured out all these songs, and then he was like, okay, from tomorrow your lessons start.
So, you know, I mean, actually, if you look at it, I mean, he was wondering from where you learned it or how you played
Correct.
it so well.
Yeah.
And obviously, you had the melody, your music in you. Like you
In
said, you
yours,
grew
yeah.
up. Yeah, it
Yeah.
was. But and what does your father have to say today? अब क्या कहते हैं आपके पापा? Because तब वो कह रहे थे कि अगर टूट गया, I won't give it to you.
Yeah.
So then and now, how does he react to it now?
Well, I'm his biggest client now, so he loves it.
Biggest client.
Yeah. No, he's very supportive. And even last time when we were touring India last year, he was there in most of the cities, making sure, you know, my sitar's in tune, everything is going well, the lighting on me is proper. So there was some speculation around the time where when I started sitar for mental health, naturally because it's so stigmatized, you know, talking about mental health and all of that. But eventually they came around after, you know, they saw like the real life changes that we're making, like people coming up to me and opening up about mental health, crying, sobbing, and how my music has helped them. Watching that, you know, also helped them be more open about mental health. And now they're full-on supporters of mine. The loudest claps you'll hear will be my parents. And this tour, they're coming with me everywhere.
Obviously, I'm sure, you know, proud parents, of course, and also the cause at such a young age, which you've picked
Right.
up when you talk about mental health. Like you said, people come up to you, obviously helping somebody at that level, it makes a huge difference.
Yeah.
Any story you would like to share with our audience here on what kind of, you know, reaction do people have when they look at music as a therapy?
See, I'll be very honest. I started sitar for mental health for very selfish reasons.
Yeah.
I wanted to heal myself because I was coping with my grandfather's death. And I was completely, utterly broken when we lost him. And he was like my best friend. I was closer to him than my own parents because my parents used to travel a lot and we got to spend a lot of time with him. So after his demise, I was completely broken. I was going through anxiety and depression. I wasn't myself. I didn't feel like I'm in my skin. And music is something that brought me out of it. Playing sitar, and that goes back to my school days also. Any bad day at school, I would come home and practice it out. Like I would lock myself into the room and just, if you've seen Whiplash, that's how I used to cope. Just,
Your go-to, a stress buster.
Yeah, so I would just like take everything, whatever I was feeling, out on the instrument and letting it flow. So I used to go online on Instagram and Clubhouse. These was like the two main social media platforms that were available to us during COVID. And I would just like play my heart out because there were no audiences, no shows happening. We were literally locked in our room. And how much can I play for myself? Yeah. Then no matter how many people were there was like 2 or 3 people, I would just play. And I would do this every day because it was helping me. Yeah. And eventually I would see DMs, emails of people sharing how my music has helped them and how much they enjoyed it. That sort of gave me like a motivational push. Just keep doing this.
More people need it.
Yeah, keep doing it. And also, aside from music, I would also talk about losing my grandfather, going to therapy, working on my mental health, and we would open the forum for the people. Like in Clubhouse, you had like a speaker and audience. Yeah. So you could invite people up to the speaker stage and let people share whatever they want to share. So we formed sort of like a community where people would come enjoy music. Some fellow musicians would join and play. Like we would do like jugalbandis, question answers through music. But also talk about mental health and dive into serious, deep conversations. So that's how we started Siddhartha Mental Health.
Little did you know that something what you started for yourself, to heal yourself, ki kahin na kahin you made a community, that dil se dil connection, and it's helped so many people because we really see the impact out there. Because so many people speak about it, and mental health clearly is the need of the hour, whatever age group we look at.
Exactly, and that's how I got to know that this is something bigger than me. This is like a movement. Yeah. Because, you're just like, you play, you do your effort, but when something is noble, it has the potential to become like a much larger thing. So there was this one day on Clubhouse that there were 4,000 people listening to me, and that's the limit of Clubhouse back in the day. And I was like, wow, 4,000 people listening to me, that's crazy. I've never had those numbers. We went from 4,000 followers on Instagram to like almost 3 million now. So absolutely, it's something that is much bigger than me, and we have sort of, started a movement that where people are caring about mental health, and we are making some noise at least in that space.
Not some noise. I think what's really heartening is to know at such a young age you thought of something so big, so crucial, and need of the hour. Can we please have a big round of applause for somebody so young to think of a critical and very, very important, crucial conversation. So well done, Rishabh. Just going back and talking about Pandit Ravi Shankar as the youngest and the last disciple, could you tell us what the learning experience was like?
He was a very strict teacher. I'm not going to lie. Like, how those typical Gurujis are with the chhadi, that you make a mistake, aapko padegi ek.
Danda.
Yeah. So, and he actually had a walking stick also. But very particular in that if he wants you to play a note, a certain play, like sa, re, ga, ma, pa, dha, ni, sa. So if re or dha pe aapne mean nahi liya, so you're going to hear it from him. Simple things like that. But the moment he kept down the sitar, the sweetest person on the planet, the most funniest. I think like I've gotten my humor from Guruji, like how he does wordplay, and one thing he used to say was, which is not necessarily funny, but very clever wordplay for everyone who can understand Hindi. So we are in a field of performing arts, right? Performing arts ko kya bolte hain? Kartab ki vidya. So he was talking about riyaz ki, riyaz kitna karna chahiye. He's like, performing arts ko kya bolte hain? Kartab ki vidya. Karoge tabi milegi. And I was like, wow, that makes sense. That actually makes sense. Karna to padega. Like we have to work on it every single day. Yeah. And then you reach the level of sadhana, where energy just like flows effortlessly through you. So yeah, I miss him every day, there's no one like him, and when I lost him, I was just like, we lost the biggest rock star of Indian music.
Absolutely,
And
he's done so much.
I felt like I was musically orphaned, and I didn't have anyone to look up to. So yeah.
But what he taught you was obviously also helped a lot in what you are today. Like you said, whether it's Riyaz, whether it's the discipline.
Correct.
जैसे आपने कहा कि वो strict थे, so obviously huge impact on you as well.
Yes, I would, and some people might think it's superstition or whatever, but there have been instances where Guruji has come in my dreams and taught me.
Wow.
So I would remember like the first line of a composition and second line I would forget, but like there were times that he would come in my dream and like teach me that second line. Maybe it's in my subconscious somewhere, but once you're connected with your guru like that, especially when you learn under the Guru Shishya Parampara, I feel like it's a more deeper connection and more spiritual than just, taking a few classes.
Yeah, I think, which is, possible. I don't know about superstition, but like you rightly said, always learning and, him being there for you. Like, upar se kehte na, jo haath hai, like you'll always have his blessings.
I never questioned it. I was like, aa raha hai, aane do.
Absolutely.
The moment I question it, it might go away. So, that's a connection between Guru and Shishya.
No, Rishabh, I want to also ask you, you're a master of many domains. Production ki baat kare, also composition and of course performance. Lekin aap apne kapde bhi, you have started designing. Tell us about that. Are you enjoying that stint?
Yes. So last tour, I was working with different designers and trying to add a little bit of me on whatever they were working with, and which is sort of what I'm trying to do this year also. And to be honest, I didn't like how traditional Indian musicians dressed. On stage, it was very simple, boring white kurta pajama. I was like, kuch to naya karna padega.
Dashing.
Yeah. Same with my mehndi also. I was like, my hands are in focus. What can I do to enhance the end listener experience? So all of that came. It's all part of Shringhar, as we call it. The beauty element of your performance.
Yeah.
So now I've sort of gone into designing outfits, but also some merchandise, whatever we are putting out during our tour. So I've designed these T-shirts, some custom fits that all of you all can wear every day. So just comfortable clothing, which is still cool.
In fact, आपने श्रृंगार कहा.
Yeah.
आप मेहंदी भी, you use henna on your hands while you're performing.
Yeah.
What was the thought behind it? Because it's a great, also like you said, you wanted to be different, look different.
Right.
But tell us about that.
So, more than looking different, I know I look different. But I was like, how can we just enhance, as I said, if you are watching me, I want you to have a multi-sensory experience, right? So the mehndi that I designed with my designer, Krunal, in London. So first I was also on the edge about henna and using mehndi because obviously, let's just say it that, it's more like a women's thing.
So breaking the gender disparity
exactly.
as well, right?
So even I was thinking about it,
should I not, yeah.
So we found this material called Jagua juice, which is black ink, and which is completely natural. But the thing was, it was stain everywhere. If I would stain your couch if it was in my hands. So it was messy.
It wasn't feasible, obviously.
Yeah, but it looked like a tattoo. You can't tell it apart, if it's a tattoo or not. But then obviously it's stained everywhere. So I was like, this is very annoying. Then finally I was like, okay, let's just do mehndi, but we'll make a design that will look so cool yet masculine. And we came up with that design with the Trishul, the third eye of Shivji. And the whole thing is over a shivling and bel ki patiyan around it. So now I think there's a deeper spiritual meaning because I feel like I'm borrowing some energy from Shivji and then performing whatever little I can perform. So every show I have like a different variation of that now. So that's the cool thing about Mehndi. You can do different designs.
You can change it, and also as per your mood or the
you can
theme,
add elements to the city that I'm going to also. So I'm trying to experiment with that also. If you're going
Interesting, and that shows how creative you are. But Rishabh, just before the session, a lot of my colleagues were like, "Oh my God, you're interviewing Rishabh." Somebody was like, "My daughter wanted him for the wedding." Another colleague said, "Oh, my daughter is 12 years. She really loves him." So, अगर मैं आपसे पूछूं, जो ये सितार के तार होते हैं, आप यूथ के साथ, जो हमारे यहाँ सारे युवा बैठे हैं, उनके साथ आप कैसे connect करते हैं? Because most importantly, it's traditional music, and in a world where we have rap, we have pop, we have so much, but वो सितार की तार युवा के दिल से कैसे जाके छूती है?
I think for the Indian youth, representation was like a gap. Like how I felt growing up when we lost Ravi Shankar ji, that I didn't have anyone to look up to. That, I want to be like this person. So I always wanted to be that person that, a younger child would look up to me and be like, I want to be like Rishabh one day. So, representation, and also when you have representation, then you have relatability also. Like, I wasn't able to relate to a lot of musicians because, obviously classical music has its magic, but you also need some masala and masti around it. So I never, when I do covers or, do like modern music, I don't think, oh, I want to attract more youth. I just like what I play, and then people
enjoy
appreciate.
what you play.
Yeah, and that, when you are coming from that place, I think that just does it for everyone also. And a third thing I would like to say is like, the youth, these instruments are handmade, so obviously they're very expensive. So the sitars that we retail for, the beginner level sitars are like 45,000, 50,000 above. So which is hard for just like a middle class, parent to go into a shop and just like buy it off the shelf. So now I'm designing, I just launched my new brand called Vadya. So I want to design a sitar which is like from 10 to 15,000
to make it more accessible.
Yeah, so every child can have an access to a sitar. I'm also gonna give an option of renting one to just like try it out.
At least they can try their hand.
Access hona chahiye. I feel like, once you have access, aapko laga acha hai, nahi laga, that's secondary, but one should have that
try
access.
to karna chahiye.
Yeah, like I had these instruments.
आपके पास टूटे वाले का access
yeah.
But at least you're thinking of that, right?
But obviously, it's a very expensive instrument, so my dad was also just like, I don't want to.
Fair enough, right? As a parent, I totally
understand. But his
understand.
meaning was like, you have to have a deeper understanding of the instrument, have the respect, because he saw how I treated my guitar, so I don't blame him. Because I would just like keep it on the bed or keep it on the floor.
But did you take it for granted because you had so many instruments? Did you ever say, ki chalo, was that ever?
No, because I didn't have the access to it, obviously, so I had like a very high respect for it.
Okay. Even your guitar?
Once you have something, that's when you lose respect for it.
So even your guitar?
Right? Guitar was like something that was easily available. So it's not about like having access to it because, if I break a guitar, then, 5,000-6,000 you can get it. Yeah. So, but also, we didn't have enough respect for the instruments growing up. That respect was built.
Yeah.
So that was instilled by our parents.
Since the very beginning.
Exactly.
Rishabh, you said you enjoy playing. You play what you enjoy playing. If I can ask you, as the first sitarist to perform at the White House, Diwali 2022,
right.
How was that experience? Because really putting traditional music on the global platform.
It was
really center stage.
Yeah, it was amazing. And, funnily enough, like I said no to the White House initially because, and this is not their fault at all. And I have deep respect for the White House and, the president. But the thing was that they didn't know how to present an Indian recital. So they were asking me, can you stand up and play while the guests are entering? And I was like, no, this is not how our music is supposed to be heard. And I'm a student of Ravi Shankar, who's the global ambassador of this music. So, whenever I get an inquiry like that, I think, what would Guruji do in this situation? And that answers most of my questions. So I respectfully, said, I won't be able to do that. But they were very willing to work. So they were like, let us know, how can we make this work? And then I told them we need to have a riser, you know, there has to be like a nice carpet over it or like a clean white sheet. So whatever, you know, through, like we talked it out and they arranged a nice bench for me as, you know, and right on the stage where the president was supposed to speak, right next to the podium. So that happened. I played Chanakya, I played Tilaka Mod, I played Shiv Kailash also. And all original songs, no Bollywood or any covers. And everyone received it with so much love. Everyone in that room, there were 500 to 600 people in that, crammed in that small room. Yeah. But everyone was someone there, you know.
And it must be a great feeling.
It was.
I mean, taking our music, the
my green room was the China room.
Yeah.
So the China room is a room with all the cutlery from all the presidents till date. So it was on exhibition. And I was like, this is the coolest green room I've ever had. So it was a wonderful experience, yeah.
Okay, so Rishabh, before we go to our audience, if they have any questions for you, I have a fun round for you.
Okay.
Quick, fun, and I'm not going to call it the rapid fire, but it has to be rapid, okay?
Okay.
If you could have dinner with any musician, alive or from history, who would that be?
Bismillah Khan Sahab.
And why?
Because I just loved him as a person, and he also reminds me of my nano. I look at his videos. He was such a great musician and very a fun person to be around.
Bismillah Khan. Okay, what's the most unexpected place where you found inspiration for your music, where you never thought it could be an inspiration?
Mumble rap.
Okay.
Yeah, mumble rap music. You know, they do like very cool things with triplets, like so I, you know, have incorporated that in my music as well.
Okay. If you had to describe your music style in a flavor, what do you think would it taste like?
In a flavor, like a food flavor?
Yeah, food flavor.
Peri peri.
Peri peri, okay. That's well answered.
Yeah.
What's the one thing you always carry with you to every concert? It could be a lucky charm, it could be your...
Oh, this bracelet. So this bracelet is like, I consider it my lucky bracelet, given to me by a student of mine. So apparently he, you know, this was on a shivling and was prayed to for like almost like 5 to 6 years. And then he gifted this to me.
So that with every concert you have that on?
Yeah, I would have this one, yeah.
Okay, lovely. Yeah. A music icon you'd love to collaborate with?
Wow, that's a tough question. Alive or dead?
Either.
I really wanted to collaborate with my Guruji, and I'm envious of every person who got to collaborate with him, because I feel like finally now I'm ready as a sitarist and a composer to, you know, collaborate with the Ravi Shankar.
That's really from the heart, Rishabh.
Yeah.
Okay, one word to describe your music.
That's one word.
Okay, so we have the audience giving you...
They said therapy. No, go to therapy for therapy.
Yes.
But I appreciate that, definitely. I would say, yeah, peace.
Peace?
Yeah, peace.
Okay, most memorable concert venue. I mean, that's a tough one to choose, but...
It's about to come on April 6th, Delhi. We are playing for about like 12,000 people at the IG Stadium.
So guys, 6th April.
That's the biggest Sitar for Mental Health gathering, or like a solo show that I've ever done. I've done 65,000 people at Howdy Modi in 2019 when Prime Minister Modi came to the US. And so I was like the headliner playing right before his speech. But
so you
this
would
is
call
my
that
show.
a memorable, but this one coming up is going to be
yeah,
okay
this is
for
my
you.
show, like people coming to see me, and I'm really excited about that.
Okay, Rishabh, a song that calms your mind.
आजकल तो वही चल रहा है शिव कैलाशों के वासी.
Would you want to hum it? Okay, actually I won't put that on you, but could you hum something for all of us? Do you guys want to hear Rishabh? Sorry to put you in that spot, but
I'm a little under the weather. I'm not kidding. I'm on antibiotics. You know, this Delhi pollution gets to me sometimes. Thoda sa, I'll try.
We'll give you garam pani after this.
शिव कैलाशों के वासी धौलीदारों के राजा शंकर संकट हरना तेरे कैलाशों का अंत न पाया तेरे कैलाशों का अंत न पाया, अंत बेअंत तेरी माया। ओ भोले बाबा अंत बेअंत तेरी माया। Om Namah Shivaya.
I mean, thank you for that. I mean, thank you for going beyond in spite of having a
Don't
sore
throw
throat.
things at me, please.
Oh, no, that was the only one, okay? No, but thank you. It was really, really beautiful. Thank you so much. If I can just go back to our rapid fire, some more questions. An unforgettable fan moment. We have many here as well, but...
Unforgettable. Oh, yeah. So a couple came up to me. They had attended 2 of my sitar for mental shows in the past. And then we do a little audience exercise where I would tell you to, talk to a stranger. And I would give them like 3 prompts, like 3 very deep and thoughtful questions, which is going to happen in our Delhi show as well. So they, started talking to each other. And the next year they came back and they told me that they're getting married. So they met at my show. And Sitar for Mental Health is also working as a matchmaking service now. So come to the show, you might find a partner.
Very, very interesting. Okay, now quickly, if your sitar could speak, what would it say?
Rishabh, please stop annoying me.
Stop annoying me, clearly. Okay.
What are these notes?
What are these notes? Okay, favorite fashion trend to incorporate into your stage wear?
Sorry, say that again.
Favorite fashion trend to incorporate into your stage wear?
I'm really into belts now. So,
So you're trying to figure out how to incorporate that.
do belts, yeah.
Okay, hidden talent, I think, which a lot of us want to know here. Besides music, what's your hidden talent?
I produce music also, but you said besides music, right?
Besides music.
I'm okay at FIFA.
Okay,
Yeah,
FIFA, clearly.
Yeah.
Not too many mothers would want to hear that, or parents would want to hear that
Yeah.
sitting here, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm in Division 1 though, but...
But you enjoy it?
Yeah, I mean, I throw my controller on my TV sometimes. And that's the only time you'll see me angry. Otherwise,
Yeah.
I'm like
Okay.
zen.
Okay, so clearly, I mean, I don't know if that has a good effect or you or no.
Yeah.
Okay, one message, one of my last questions, you would like your music to convey?
One message I would want my music to convey. That whatever it is that you're going through, you will overcome it.
Okay, that's I think a very important
Yeah.
message.
Yeah.
You know, Rishabh, how, I mean, again, somebody told me to ask you this, and I think it's a very important question. I know it's fag end of the interview. How do you balance traditional Indian classical music with modern as well as experimental elements in your compositions?
To be honest, if I let you inside my brain, whenever I make something, I think of the 13-year-old me as an audience member. At the same time, I think of what Guruji would like. So if it's like a check from both sides, I release it.
Okay.
As simple as that.
As simple as that, clear.
Yeah, as an artist, you're always trying to, at least me, like I'm always trying to impress that 13-year-old kid in me. That I want that 13-year-old me to be a fan of mine today.
Yeah, so you keep that in mind.
Yeah.
And is that the way you always connect with the youth? Because we see, आजकल के जो युवा हैं, they all connect with you. It's not
Right.
like age or, how वो traditional होता था कि more for the elderly. But we know, I mean, youth is your fan.
Yeah.
वो ऐसी क्या चीज़ है जो आप इन सबके साथ दिल से दिल connection करते हैं, बनाते हैं?
I think, as I said, youth needs representation. And if you look at my discography, we have made like sitar or lo-fi beats. But at the same time, there's a bhajan also, Shiv Kailash. And there's something like Chanakya, which has modern production techniques, but it's based on a rag. So I feel like the youth just enjoys whatever comes from the purest place.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to be a culture vulture and be like, oh, dekho, Rag Darbari suno on this beat. So if it fuses well and if it's a good sounding song, it would be appreciated throughout the world, not just youth. If you come to my shows, there is grandpa also coming, the grandson is also coming.
Yeah,
and
across, ages, yeah, and together.
Yeah, so you see the whole row, that's one family. So I just feel like, you just need to be true to yourself, and that is appreciated by the youth also.
I think what you actually said, they'll say, being true to yourself. I have a last question for you. आपकी ज़िंदगी का हम करके दिखाएंगे moment क्या रहा है? When you know that, okay, I've arrived here. What has that moment been?
I have arrived, you said?
Yeah, like मेरी ज़िंदगी का हम करके दिखाएंगे. Like, yes, I've done it,
See, I'm not going to lie that, running Sitar for mental health wasn't challenging. It was challenging even at home. It was, there was a lot of awkward conversations with my parents about mental health, going to therapy. So after, my dad was also a little on the edge about, if you should name it Sitar for mental health, because it's so direct.
Yeah.
And that's what makes people uncomfortable when it's like right in your face. So he was like, Sitar for mental wellness kar lo, Sitar for mindfulness kar lo. And I did that for some time, for a couple months. But I was like, no, that just defeats the purpose. Ki, what are we trying to achieve? So whatever, man, se lada bahut. And I was like, no, I'm going to do what I want, because I know this is, I'm going to use my voice, which is the sitar, for mental health. How can we make more noise about mental health, talk about it? Because I feel like conversation is the only way we can break the stigma. So I would share my story about my anxiety and depression at every show.
And help people come out with it as well.
Yeah, and it's so hard to, dive into the same story of my grandfather passing. But I was like literally fighting with myself that I have to do this, otherwise, how will we make a difference? So again, every year we have been 3xing our audience. And this year it has 5xed. So I feel like, today when we went live with the tickets and our store got sold out, like all the major cities got sold out within 6 minutes.
Wow.
So I was like,
yeah, so that was the moment.
Welcome back, Indian music.
Well, Rishabh, I've really enjoyed my conversation with you, and I'm
Thank
sure
you.
the audience as well. Can we please have a big round of applause?
Thank you
Thank
so
you
much,
so
guys.
much, Rishabh, and thank you for humming. Thank you for coming and being a part of NDTV
I'm
YUVA.
so honored to be here. Thank you so much, guys. Namaste.
Just ask. All right, as the world puts all its best efforts to tackle climate change, the one conversation point where industry is leading from the front is sustainability. And I'm joined today by Mr. Ravi Gupta. He's the chairman of Sugar Bioenergy Forum, Indian Federation of Green Energy. He has been promoting ethanol for the past 20 years in India and is very, very passionate about ethanol in India. He is the chairperson of World Trade Organization Trade Investment Committee of ASSOCHAM. Sir, please welcome on stage. Let me begin by asking you, the government, the Indian government, it has been very much focused on ethanol blending, and it is a roadmap that was released in 2019. In fact, 20% of ethanol blending target that was set for 2025 has already been met. Can ethanol really help to reduce pollution?
Thanks, Osama, first of all, to give me an opportunity to speak on this dais. Ethanol obviously is my very, very favorite subject. And I will add to 2019, in fact, in 2021, Prime Minister released a roadmap for ethanol blending in India, where we advanced that 20% ethanol blending target by 5 years. It was to be done in 2030. We advanced it to 2025, and it is a absolutely great, great achievement. In terms of environment friendly, yes, the answer is yes in capital letter, yes, yes, yes. You know, to just simplify for this audience, when you extract crude oil, you release carbon in the environment, and which is not the case when you make ethanol. Ethanol is highly renewable, and ethanol is environmentally very, very friendly. So there are different studies done. For example, even if you're doing 20% blending, the carbon monoxide saving is close to 40%, 30% for cars and 50% for four-wheelers. And also, you know, ethanol has oxygen. It is oxygenate, so it also helps in burning the fuel better. So hydrocarbons are also very, very less. So it is highly environment friendly. To just give you a perspective, in last 10 years, through our ethanol blending program in India, we would have reduced carbon emission by 63 million tons. So that is the impact of the environment on ethanol. And not only environment-wise, but otherwise also because the feedstock comes from the agriculture, so farmers gets benefited. I can talk about sugarcane. In last 10 years, 1 lakh crores roughly would have gone to the farmers through this program. And also we saved around 20 million tons of crude oil imports. So the impact is not only on the environment, but overall on everyone, including our farmers, including energy security, including saving the foreign exchange. So ethanol has multiple impacts. So just to answer your question, environment, of course, on the top.
When you compare it with different countries, what is the ethanol blending experience in other countries as compared to our country, India?
See, Osama, the leader in ethanol blending is Brazil. And they started ethanol program in 1930s, which got stopped, and then came back in 70s with their program called Pro Alcohol, where they started with 5% blending of ethanol into oil, and that's where the beginning happened. But the major break was in roughly around in 2000s, and when they introduced the flexi-fuel cars in 1990 rather. Flexi-fuel cars, these cars basically by name is flexi-fuel, that it can use 100% ethanol or 100% petrol. So that was the major breakthrough they happened, which Brazil did. So today they are doing 27% of blending of ethanol and also running the cars on 100% ethanol as well. We call it E100. And among the other countries, US, for example, has a renewable standards which mandates 10% ethanol. Europe is between 8 to 12%. Then Thailand is close to 10%. But by far the leader is Brazil, which is 27%. And then we come at 20%. So that is the story all around the world.
That's a great number, by the way.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. In fact, India, I can say with pride, we have the fastest growing ethanol program in India. This Annadata to Urjadata is a remarkable story from India. And generally, I term it zero to hero. To give you an example, in 2014, our ethanol blending program was almost nil. We used to do 1% and 1.5%. Today, imagine sitting in 2024, we have reached to 20%. And the journey was formidable. I mean, every step had to be taken. We didn't have a distillation capacity. The government came out with several policies, including the interest subvention on setting up the distillation. The government followed up the distillation projects on weekly basis. I remember the meeting used to happen every week. Okay, you had promised that you will make a distillery and you had got your interest subvention approved. What about? How is the progress of the stack? What is holding it back? Environment clearances. So India started virtually from scratch, I would say. And today we are at 20% blending, and the best example in the world that how fast such a large country can move. So the journey has been really, really outstanding.
That's actually wonderful. Having said that, how do you, what can be done in order to further, popularize the use of ethanol in this country?
See, we have already reached to 20% blend level. and which I was explaining to you is a very great achievement in such a short period of time. Now, and our capability is to do much more. Now we have to think next steps. And one of the step is that, like Brazil, we also use flex fuel vehicles, which can run on 100% ethanol versus 100% petrol. So that is the big step which we can take today. And in India, 75% of the vehicles are more or less the two-wheelers. And there is a technology available, flexible cars are available, and that is the next step which India probably should take. So there are, obviously when you take such kind of decision, there are obviously challenges. For example, flex fuel cars are a little bit more expensive than the other cars. So it has to be tackled with the GST concessions. Then also, the pricing of ethanol has to be commensurating with the energy content. So with all this challenge, I think if you ask me what should be the next big thing in India, it has to be flexi fuel vehicles like what Brazil has done.
There is also a debate that is grain versus sugar. And this is something that we have been hearing a lot at this particular moment. Which is the best source for ethanol production, according to you? Is it grain? Is it sugar? What is it?
See, let me begin by saying, all ethanol are environmental friendly, gives us energy security, and a farmer-friendly program. So may it be grains or may it be sugarcane. So both scores, on the top as far as environmental friendly.
But why is there a debate, is what I want to understand.
So, okay, let me explain. So if you ask me sugarcane ethanol versus grain ethanol, I will obviously say that sugarcane ethanol is much better than grain ethanol from a lot of angles. One is that the water used per liter of ethanol in case of sugarcane is lower than corn or rice, because sugarcane per hectare yield is around 70 tons, corn is around 3 tons, so that is one aspect of it. Second is the land used for making ethanol is much lower in case of sugarcane ethanol. For example, you can produce something around 5,000 liters of ethanol per hectare of land as far as sugarcane ethanol is concerned. In corn, even if you take two crops, Rabi and Kharif, because you can, still it is much lower, around 30 to 40% lower. So the land utilization is less in case of sugarcane ethanol, and also the water usage is less. Then there is an energy efficiency component as well, because energy basically in case of sugarcane is around 1.9. So that is energy balance. Energy used to make a particular kind of energy, so it's 1.9 in case of sugarcane, and it is only 1.3 in case of corn. So in all these aspects, then comes the question of greenhouse gases. For example, if you are using 100% ethanol, you save around 70% of greenhouse gases, which is much lower in case of corn. So definitely I will say that sugarcane juice ethanol scores far higher than the grain ethanol. But having said that, I do not think it's a question of debate today, because India, to run a program of this size, has to have diversified source of feedstock for making ethanol, because we do not have so much of sugarcane also that we can use all of it to make to 20% blending or even more. So both has to coexist. But in terms of priority and in terms of the economic feasibility and environment feasibility is concerned, sugarcane ethanol obviously scores far, far higher. But again, I'll tell you, there is absolutely no debate that both of these raw materials are required if we have to really go higher in terms of ethanol.
Mr. Ravi Gupta, thank you very much for sharing your views, and we hope the kind of work that you're doing at this moment, it helps tackle the climate change problem, and we are all hopeful. We are all hopeful, and we all hope and pray that we see a better future.
I'm sure we will all work towards that. And today we have YUVA on the munch, and I'm sure they will be the torchbearer for the future for a environmentally sustainable country. So definitely we will do our best.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Okay, we're nearly at the end, but how can we really end without meeting the Sky Force, the one who says, "Ae Watan, Mere Watan," is not afraid to say Murder Mubarak and gaslights anyone who crosses her the wrong way. All the terrible attempts on my part to introduce the most fascinating, the most Mufat actor of our time. She's a Yuva icon. Let's watch a video of what Yuva had to say about Sara Ali Khan. Chat, may I call on stage my colleague Maria. Give it up for Maria as well, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the millennial superstar who got everyone's attention. So what do you notice the most in Sara Ali Khan? She has a smile that lights up the screen, a wit that is sharper perhaps than her cheekbones, and a travel diary that is the envy of every wanderluster. Sara Ali Khan is the ultimate girl next door turned global superstar. And when she is not slaying the box office with her acting chops, Sara can be found exploring the world one Instagram post at a time. From the streets of Florence to the beaches of Maldives, Sara's travel adventures have made her a bona fide travel enthusiast, inspiring millions of young Indians to pack their bags and take the leap. But beneath the glamour and glitz, she's a young woman with substance. And I've just had a few moments with her. So I promise that this is going to be a session where she is going to charm and entertain all of you. Sara Ali Khan, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time here. And who is the real Sara Ali Khan? The Sara that we see on Instagram posts, to Sara, the actor that we see on screens, to Sara that I'm meeting right now?
That's a very interesting question. I think that they're all me, you know. But I think that if I was to truly be able to encapsulate what I am or who I am, the journey's done. Because what I am is discovering. And I think that, you know, what my education taught me is that you never stop learning, you never stop growing. And I think that it doesn't only mean discovering and, you know, learning about the external world. I think it also means discovering, reinventing who you really are. I truly believe, as a girl in her 20s, as an Indian girl, I am on the path of discovering who I am, celebrating where I've come, aspiring to go ahead. But I don't think I can encapsulate what I am. And while I love, you know, Instagram, and I love the fact that I can reach out to well-wishers and, you know, have some degree of influence over people that may or may not like me or follow me on Instagram. But I think that what the slight demerit almost of social media can be that we think we know somebody in entirety with very asymmetric information. I was recently reading about this concept called parasocialism. What happens is it's almost a one-sided relationship that we have with people that are famous or celebrities or, you know, people that we don't really know in our personal life, but we only know through maybe social media or through the TV or whatever. And we land up thinking that we know them. And I don't know how I feel about that anymore, you know. I like being able to be myself on Instagram. I like being able to, you know, show people who I am. But people making conclusions about that is all I am can be disheartening sometimes.
So there is a frugal Sarah, but also a Sarah who loves Chanel.
I mean, I've always aspired for a Chanel bag. It's been something that, like, you know, I want to buy my own Chanel bag one day. I don't think that means that I'm not rooted. It just means that I have an aspiration. I think that in, you know, this world today, we look at things very binary. It's very this or that, but it doesn't have to be that way, you know. And I think that especially with social media, you know, another concept that I was reading about is the halo effect. What is the halo effect? That आप एक मतलब इंसान के बारे में एक चीज़ या दो चीज़ें जान लेते हो और उस पे ही आपका पूरा conclusion आधारित हो जाता है कि यार अगर ये ऐसा है तो ये ऐसा भी होगा. I think that there's so many conclusions that are made without enough information in today's day and age that it erodes the possibility of blunders and grayness and nuances and humanity, which allows for just errors and discoveries, you know. Especially as an actor, sometimes I feel like we're expected to just be that poster girl, you know, that perfect girl who can't make a mistake, or that perfect boy who can't make a mistake. I think that sometimes, you know, celebrity culture in today's day and age, if I can say, has almost dehumanized us, you know, made us reach a stage that, you know, setting us up almost for disappointment. Like, nobody is perfect, you know. But sometimes we look at our celebrities like, oh my God, they are here and they can't be anywhere else. And it takes away the humanity from them. Like, yes, I am, you know, I have a lot of followers on Instagram, and yes, I am an actor, and yes, you know, I am famous. But I'm also a young girl. I'm also emotional. I have dreams. I have my own anxieties. I have my own fears. I have my own responsibilities. I have my own life. I'm a human being. People forget that sometimes.
So it's burden of expectations.
Expectations that I don't even know who set out for. You know, who said that we have to be perfect? You know.
And how many filters does Sara Ali Khan use in her Instagram posts?
Not enough, I think, maybe. I don't believe in being filtered as a person. But I think I'm beginning to realize that there's a difference between being filtered and being unaware. You know, there's a huge middle ground. I think that especially because in today's day and age, like I've mentioned before, you'll end up making conclusions not based on not enough evidence. It's important to watch what you say a little bit. I'm trying to learn that. I hope I manage. I haven't thus far. I tend to say anything. I tend to speak only from the heart. I don't know if that'll change, but no, I think I don't really have many filters.
But, you know, Sara, we have seen you're referred to as this girl next door, someone who's down to earth, someone who's relatable. You have managed that persona. That's, I mean, after seeing you right here, where many would say, and in this audience, that what we see is what we are seeing right now. We are believing in what you post every day. So that persona is not really a halo. It's something that we would believe in it now.
See, the halo doesn't mean that what you see is not true. It means that what you see is not all there is. And there is a difference. I have used my Instagram, I feel, in a way to be very honest with people that follow me. I showcase who I truly am, whether that's jokes, whether that's traveling, whether that's humor. But what I'm trying to say is that's not all that we are, or that's not all that I am. And I think that Instagram is a partial reality. It's not all that there is to us, which sometimes can be concluded incorrectly, is my fear.
So let's move on now to the choices that you have made. From Kedarnath to Simba, and you're already seen as an actor who has dabbled into multiple roles. So who is it that Sara Ali Khan aspires to be?
You know, I think that I might have said this before, but I feel it more and more strongly every day. But in today's day and age, I think that the importance of organicness, the importance of authenticity is more than it's ever been before. I think that who Sara aspires to be is an honest, strong version of herself. Because that other person that I could be inspired by, even if it's my own mother, already exists. Trying to be a copy of somebody else. Of course, you draw inspirations from heroes, but I think Sara aspires to be an honest, organic, better version of herself every day.
Does it have to do with your vociferous support for mental health? You are a votary of it, and you have often spoken about it, that there has to be conversations around mental health. How do you manage your own?
I think that I must say that my job helps me a lot. I think that especially on a low day, especially if one is feeling anxious, if one is feeling unsure, helping people makes a difference. You know, if I'm walking down a lobby and somebody comes up to me and says, you know, you've lost so much weight, you've inspired me, that makes a difference. I think when you can't help your own mental health, spread joy, make somebody else laugh, make somebody else happy, and don't do it with the intention of it making you feel better, but it will make you feel better. It just does make you feel better. There is a dearth of positivity, I feel, in today's day and age. And I think if you just spread it a little bit, वो फिर आपके पास ही वापस आएगा, you know. I think that a lot of these negative emotions, envy, hatred, anger, बाकी लोग तो चिढ़ी जाएंगे, लेकिन वो तो ठीक ही है. आपके जो मतलब अंदर से ही आप अपने आप को मार रहे हो इन emotions के साथ. Why? Don't just avoid it.
And this is a question that I want to ask Sara Ali Khan, the daughter. How did you manage your mental health and the mental health of the entire family when your father was in that dire situation? This is the first time you have made a public appearance, so I think you can share that experience with us.
I mean, I don't know how to answer that, if I'm being honest. But I think that it makes you realize just truly what matters. And I think in today's day and age, it's easy to forget that. Like, you're breathing, you're alive, you have a father and a mother that love you. Be grateful. I think that the only thing that the entire family felt was just gratitude, because it could have gone so wrong. It could have gone so wrong. And I'm so grateful that everything is fine, you know. And I think it was a reminder almost to just be thankful for the life that we all have, to be thankful for the fact that our legs work, to be thankful for the fact that we can breathe and eat. And, you know, if we're talking about mental health, we all talk about practicing gratitude, but really, truly understanding what that means, like being grateful for the small things in life is just so important. And I think that moments like that, which we shouldn't have to go through, you know, it's very sad that yehi hota hai. It takes COVID to make you realize the importance of being at home with your family, or it takes somebody being almost, you know, attacked for you to be like, okay, life matters. Life does matter. The small joys do matter. Celebrate every day that you are alive. That is what life is about. Take everything, your highs and lows, in your stride. That, I mean, mental health is an ongoing thing, you know. I can talk about it endlessly. I don't know what else to say.
Did that episode or incident bring the entire family closer? And, you know, it would be nightmarish for a daughter to receive that call.
See, it's not about closer. He's my father. We are as close as we can be. It's about making you realize how transient the things that you chase are. It didn't make me realize I love my father. I mean, I've known that for 29 years. It made me realize life can change overnight. So every second of every day deserves mindful celebration. That is what it made me realize. It made me realize the importance of just being.
And since we are talking about it, at that moment, did it come to your mind that you have to prioritize the mental health of the entire family over your own? You know, because we tend to put the family first over self in those situations.
I think that, I don't know how to answer that. I think that everybody was going through the same thing. And I think that, you know, the beauty of healing with your family is that it's not I help you, you help me. It's we help each other. And that's just something that I wish I saw more often, not just in our family, in our business, in our fraternity, just amongst people. You know, the departure from the zero-sum game and the arrival to cooperation, celebration, community. I wish that that could happen more. I wish that you didn't have to lose for me to win. Because I don't think that that's how it is. I think we can all win. And I just wish that people did that more.
So when you say that it's a zero-sum game, then, you know, there are ambitions. But ambitions, so you measure up to your own self. So when Sara Ali Khan says that this is what she wants it for herself without looking at someone else's success.
Right.
Is that how it is?
I mean, it's, in today's day and age, it's impossible not to look at anybody else's success because it's all out there. But I was listening to this podcast,
yes.
Stephen Fry's podcast on the 7 deadly sins. My favorite was the one on envy, which comes from the Latin word invidia, which means blindness. What I find very interesting about that, and what it made me realize, is oftentimes when we are envious of people, we are envious without all the information necessary. We are envious because we only see that, and then we want just that. We don't see what goes behind it, you know, whether you're chasing money, or you're chasing fame, or you're chasing a hot boy, I don't know, whatever you want. It comes with its flip sides also, and we never fully see that. I find that so interesting, this fact that envy means blindness. और फिर मुझे realize हुआ कि हाँ यार, सही बात है. I still remember when Alia Bhatt won the national award, you know. And I was like, यार इसको national award भी मिल गया, इसका तो बच्चा भी हो गया, her life is set. I don't know what she's gone through. I don't know what her life is. She's a youth icon. We all look up to her. We all want to be like her. But who knows, yeah? I myself as an actor dehumanized her in that moment. I myself said, yaar, Alia Bhatt, अरे उसकी भी hardships है, उसकी भी struggles होंगी, उसका भी ambition होगा, उसकी भी disappointments होंगी. I think that, of course, there's competition, and of course you look around yourself, but so many of these opinions are made without knowing what actually goes behind it. You don't know the other person's anything, actually, in life. Theory of mind, do you know what that is? I recently learned about it.
Mm-hmm.
It's the ability to understand how the other person thinks. This is the second most important cognitive skill you learn after language. It happens to children at the age about 5 or 6. आप समझने लगते हो कि दूसरा बंदा कैसे सोचता है. दूसरे बंदे की दृष्टिकोण को आप देखने लगते हो. उनकी नज़रिए से आप सोचने समझने लगते हो. That's something we don't do. It's just easy to say, यार मेरी भी गाड़ी होनी चाहिए थी. उस गाड़ी का पेट्रोल बिल कौन भरेगा? You know what I mean? Like, there are two sides to every coin. And sometimes we don't see that, is what I feel.
Okay, so I'm going to open the floor for more questions, and then I come back to some that I have in my list. Yes, let's move the mic now. Start with the girl here. Please introduce yourself and ask the question.
Hello, Sarah.
Hello.
I'm Kanika. I'm a big fan.
Thank you.
So recently I was going through your Instagram and I reread your famous, amazing wala शायरी captions. So I was wondering कि अगर अभी आप मेरे जैसे अपने बाकी के युवा fans के लिए, if you could dedicate something in your signature शायराना अंदाज that will inspire us. And you're looking gorgeous, by the way.
Thank you very much. You know, I don't mean to ruin the mood, and I don't want to make it not light, but that is exactly what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is like, through social media, what lands up happening is we think that, oh, Sarah's funny, Sarah's jovial, aaj to aake wo shairi sunayegi hi sunayegi. But it doesn't have to be like that, you know. वो शायरी तब करना है जब genuinely मन से आए. मैं अपने Instagram fans के लिए, चाहे वो नमस्ते दर्शकों हो या joke हो या knock knock हो, I don't necessarily understand why, and this is where we started our conversation on parasocialism, why we land up just having to adhere to a certain image of ours. And there's a flip side of that also. It's not just that you think that I will do a शायरी. It's that I think that ये लोग तो मुझसे शायरी ही करवाएंगे, तो मैं एक शायरी prepare करके आती हूँ. But it leaves no space for what's needed for the moment. It leaves no space for spontaneity. It becomes very manicured then, you know. अभी मन में शायद ये गंभीर बात करने के बाद, she's asking about my father, I'm talking to you about the struggles and realness of being a human being. What do I say? Dilli aao, maze karo, ha chole bhature, whatever. I mean, it'll be funny, but there'll be the right time and place for that. I don't, nahi karna.
Abhi nahi, thodi der ke baad. Let's move on. Where's the mic? Yes, please.
Hi, Sarah. This is Sukham this side. As a youth icon, युवा की जान, आपसे सिर्फ एक क्वेश्चन है मेरा, like how to take, especially the youth, how should they take criticism in a positive manner as a challenge to make them better?
I think that there's no other way, you know. It's a fool's errand to change the way other people think. Or लोग तो कहते रहेंगे, you will constantly be criticized. The intelligent thing is to filter what the positive thing is and what the pulling down is. आज की तारीख में, पता है मेरे mom dad मुझे कहते थे कि एक time था जहाँ 4 लोग, 5 लोग आपकी film को review करते थे. आज की तारीख में I won't be surprised if 90% of you are reviewing our films with anonymous Instagram handles and Twitters and Reddits and God knows what. See the difference between, my only advice would be, सब हर चीज़ आप सुनिए, लेकिन आपको पता चल जाएगा आपके गट के अंदर कि यार इसमें सच्चाई है, इसमें क्या कोई सकारात्मक चीज़ है जो मैं सीख सकती हूँ, या ये कोई वेला मुझे नीचे खींचने की कोशिश कर रहा है. And if it's the latter, just ignore it.
Amazing answer. Thank you.
Yes, let's move the mic again. There's so many hands up. We'll take all the questions.
I like this.
Hi, my name is Arushi, and the question she had, similar to that, I have one.
You want a joke?
No, definitely not. The point is, being this generation, I'm a millennial, so I try to please everyone, be my family, be my friends. I try to help out or try to do whatever they want. Most of the time, like this one, she asks you for a shairi, but you try to dodge it, okay? So when I do that, I feel bad, and then it gives me tension and it gives me a mental stress somehow.
So don't be a people pleaser.
I want to tell you, I also felt mental stress. I felt mental stress throughout answering her question. That यार, हूँ तो मैं युवा शो पे एक मजाक कर ही लेती, क्या ही जाता, बेचारी ने इतने प्यार से मुझे पूछा, मैं कुछ भी शायराना कर सकती थी. I think somewhere you have to prioritize yourself. Right now, at the juncture that I am in, I'm beginning to realize that these jokes and shairis have led some people that don't understand the complexities of human nature to think that that's all I am. So I have to work extra hard. I have to deprive this beautiful lady of a shairi so that people maybe take me seriously. That's something I'm having to do. I think that people pleasing is inherent in all of us. And वो तो होता ही रहेगा. But आपको अपने आप के लिए जीना बहुत ज़रूरी होता है. You have to learn to understand and prioritize yourself first. And you'll never make everybody else happy. My only advice is be yourself. You know, I also realized, like I was saying, that आज की तारीख में people see one Instagram caption, so they think they know the actor. हमारा भी यही है. मुझे भी लगने लगा था कि अगर मैं शायरी नहीं करूँगी, अगर मैं नॉक नॉक नहीं करूँगी तो लोग मुझे पसंद नहीं करेंगे। क्यों? अगर आप ऑथेंटिक रहोगे, अगर आप ऑनेस्ट रहोगे, शायद 100% नहीं 90% प्यार करेंगे, लेकिन वो सच्चा प्यार होगा। उन 10% को आप छोड़ दो, नॉट वर्थ इट।
तो ये स्टेज कैसे पहुँचे सारा? इसी में, क्योंकि एक ये स्टेट ऑफ मेंटल हेल्थ, मेंटल वेल-बीइंग कैसे पहुँची आप?
I meditate.
क्या कोई
I meditate every day. I try to write a gratitude journal. I've learned this new interesting thing, you know, in a world where there's social media or there's criticism, बाहर तो आवाज़ें हैं ही, आपके अंदर भी ना एक ये critical voice जगने लगती है आज की तारीख में. If we talk about anxiety, what is it? It is me sitting here saying, oh my God, Sarah, but should you have done a shairi? Okay, okay, now let the shairi be. What is she asking you? Okay, okay, be smart. Okay, be present, be present, be present. That voice, sometimes I have to ignore that voice also. It's not only ignoring the troll that's important. It's about even seeing आपका कौन सा thought है जिससे आपको engage करना चाहिए. Watch your thoughts like clouds is something that I've learned how to do. Not every thought that you have is true. Don't believe your own mind all the time. And engage in only what you truly want to engage in. And I think beginning to also look at your actions from an observational point of view rather than a critical point of view is something that helps me.
Okay, so let's ask more questions. There are so many hands. Either mic, move the mic there. Let's take some questions from the boys as well.
Honestly, my question is not that good. I just wanted to talk to you. But my...
Honesty, that's all we need.
Yes.
I want to talk to you too now because you're honest.
Yes. तो मैम मेरा क्वेश्चन आपसे ये है कि जैसे you're so popular, wherever you go, everyone knows you. तो if you were not this popular, you were just a normal girl, तो what would be the 3 things that you like to do जो कि आप अभी नहीं कर सकती just because you're so popular and out there? So what are the 3 things that you would like to do as a normal girl?
मैं करती हूँ यार, मैं कर ही लेती हूँ. लोगों को आसपास त्रास हो जाता है, कभी कभार मेरा प्रोड्यूसर पागल हो जाता है जब मैं बस निकल के भाग जाती हूँ. They're like, where is Sarah? She's gone on a trek in the middle of shoot. But we did have like a 6-hour break. It wasn't like I was unprofessional. But yeah, मतलब I tend to not take it too seriously. जो अपना मन चाहता है वो मैं कर लेती हूँ. And I don't even necessarily, like today in fact on the flight to Delhi, somebody asked me, a gentleman wanted a photo on the flight and the air hostess asked me कि आप तंग नहीं आते क्या फ़ोटो के साथ? और मैंने बोला मैम जस्ट इमेजिन अगर मैं बॉम्बे से दिल्ली से बैंगलोर जा रही हूँ और किसी ने मेरी तरफ मुड़ के देखा ही नहीं, हाउ विल आई फील? आई फील हॉरेबल. सो यू नो व्हाट, आई गिव हिम द सेल्फी और आई वोंट, बट आई एम नॉट गोना से यार ओ माय गॉड आई एम सो इरिटेटेड, बिकॉज द मिनट it stops for me. I don't want that either.
That's great degree of honesty there. Yes, let's have the mic there.
Hey Sarah, my name is Devashish.
Hello Devashish.
My question is कि if you could produce a movie of your own, so उसकी theme क्या होती?
Wow. Produce a movie of my own.
No pressure, don't speak.
No. It's a very good question. I just think that I'm myself just really desperate and hungry to find good, true, honest, rooted content. I think that हमारी जो सभ्यता है, हमारा जो कल्चर है, हमारी जो हिस्ट्री है, इतनी रिच है, इतनी कहानियाँ हैं. I don't know if I can write, but I would love to maybe one day produce honest, organic films that really showcase who we are as a nation. I would love to do that.
Okay. I'm coming this side. Let's have one more question, then 2 from this side. Yes, please. Go ahead, ma'am.
हेलो सारा, मेरा नाम मधु गुप्ता है, मैं नागपुर से हूँ और मैं उर्दू में गज़ल लिखती हूँ. आप कुछ शेर सुना दीजिए. और एक चीज़ मैं पूछना चाहूँगी बेटा आपसे कि आप कैसा रोल करना चाहेंगी जो आप उसे अमर करना चाहेंगी, किस तरह का रोल?
मैम, एक्टर बतौर तो मेरे सपने हैं कि मैं बहुत अलग अलग तरह के रोल निभा पाऊँ. तो मुझे लगता है कि हम, जैसे मैंने अभी कहा कि हमारे जो देश में इतनी अलग अलग कहानियाँ हैं कि I think that, you know, there was a point of time where I would have said, मैं संजय लीला भंसाली की फिल्म में एक रानी का किरदार करना चाहती हूँ, या मैं जोया अख्तर की फिल्म में कोई मॉडर्न लड़की का किरदार करना चाहती हूँ, and both those things are true still. But I just want to be able to depict honest stories of Indian women. We are complex characters, especially the modern Indian girl. हमारे सपने भी हैं, हमारी ambitions भी हैं, हम rooted भी हैं. उसे दर्शाना चाहूँगी, वो करना चाहूँगी.
मैं अपना एक शेर सुनाऊँ?
Please सुनाइए.
सभी को सुनाती हूँ.
सुनाइए.
खिलते हुए गुलाब किताबों में रख दिए, हमने सभी जवाब किताबों में रख दिए. वो आएंगे तो ये कहेंगे, वो कहेंगे हम, दिल के सभी हिसाब किताबों में रख दिए, दिल के सभी हिसाब किताबों में रख दिए. शुक्रिया, बहुत शुक्रिया.
Thank you so much. So I think जो आपको चाहिए था वो उधर से आ गया.
आपको मिल गई. शायरी from somebody that did the.
Yes, to that girl, please. Yes.
हेलो सारा मैम, माय नेम इज़ सुनिधि सिंह. जैसे कि आप कोलंबिया यूनिवर्सिटी से पढ़ के आए और आज का हमारा टॉपिक है युवा, तो आपको मतलब आप इंडिया में भी रही हैं और आप कोलंबिया यूनिवर्सिटी से भी पढ़ के आई हैं, तो वहाँ की युवा में और यहाँ की युवा में डिफरेंस क्या है और क्या ऐसी चीज़ें हैं जो हम और अच्छी कर सकते हैं?
Very interesting question. मुझे पता नहीं कि मेन डिफरेंस क्या है. मुझे बस ये पता है कि युवा होने के नतीजे जो ज्ञान पे पासा होती है ना, वो कभी शांत नहीं होनी चाहिए. बस यू शुड ऑलवेज बी क्यूरियस. आई थिंक दैट जब मैं कॉलेज में पढ़ रही थी, वहाँ पे भारतीय लोग भी थे, बाहर गांव के लोग भी थे. बट आई थिंक व्हाट टाइड अस ऑल टुगेदर वाज दिस endeavor to just learn, to grow and not be afraid to live our dreams, you know. मैं धीरूभाई अंबानी इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में पढ़ी थी. उससे पहले कोलंबिया तक की जाने की ज़रूरी मतलब है ही नहीं, क्योंकि मतलब मेरा जो स्कूल था, अंबानी स्कूल, द मोटो वाज डेयर टू ड्रीम, लर्न टू एक्सेल, एंड दैट इज़ समथिंग दैट आई फॉलो टिल डेट. आई थिंक दैट सपने देखना बहुत बहुत ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि अगर आप इफ़ यू डोंट एम फॉर द मून ना, यू वोंट लैंड एनीवेयर. एम फॉर द मून, यू विल ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा क्या लैंड इन द स्टार्स. दैट्स इम्पोर्टेंट.
But you land somewhere nevertheless. Okay. One last question there. Okay, so we have two more. Sarah, you're ready to accommodate all? Sure. Go ahead.
Hi, Sarah. My name is Dhairya. I wanted to ask you what type of content inspires you and what type of content entertains you. So if you were talking about that you would want to produce your own content, maybe make movies someday. So I see that there's a lack of horror, thriller happening in India right now. Even horror comedies are coming up. So what kind of content inspires you, number one, because it's a UVA event, I want to understand what inspires you. And secondly, what type of content entertains you and you think that is lacked in Bollywood right now?
So I recently watched this show that I think a lot of people are talking about called Adolescence on Netflix. And it was just heart-wrenching. It was just outstanding. The technical, you know, sometimes, I don't know, you know, there used to be, mom ke zamane mein, there used to be this almost bifurcation of commercial versus arty cinema. They used to say, do alag-alag duniyaएं होती थी. आज की तारीख में, I don't think that's true anymore. I think high concept with amazing technical expertise. That child actor must be what, 13, 14. And it's not the camera work. In the end of the second episode, it becomes a drone. I had to like watch it again and again to be like, where is the cut? And there is none. I think that work like that inspires me. To just be able to be so seamless. I mean, that was just amazing. Entertainment, I think that it's quite eclectic in the kind of work that I like to watch. So I don't think there's any particular thing. But I think that the need of the hour is truly being organic, being honest. I think rip-offs are done, you know. I think that just वो घिसी-पीटी चीज़ें लोगों को नहीं देखनी है anymore. The attention span of the average person is really gone down. Honest, organic, hard-hitting stuff, rooted. I wish there was more rooted content being made, you know. I'm all for Paschim inspiration. But I mean, our country is so rich in terms of whether it's as a traveler or whether it's an actor or whether it's a historian. Every aspect of Sara is just enamored by the beauty and richness of our country. I wish that was depicted more on celluloid.
And that is the reason perhaps you travel so much.
Especially in the country.
Yes.
Me and my mom have a running joke because she always wants to go to UK and I'm like, I'll take you to my UK, which is Uttarakhand. And she's like, no, like, can I go to London sometimes? And I'm like, okay, but after we go to Kedarnath. So, you know, I love our country.
Okay, so yes, one question here. Can the mic be moved to the ma'am here?
Hello, Sarah.
Hello, ma'am.
It was a pleasure listening to you. And before I ask you my question, I would like to tell you that I really appreciate your humble conditioning. Being somebody born with an affluent background, you had all the privilege to be spoiled, pampered, and be whatnot. But you're giving us good lessons here, talking to us unfiltered, and it feels great to hear you.
Thank you.
So my question is, I'm an educator and a published author. So being an educator, we always feel that dramatization or acting is something that gives vent to your emotions, suppressed emotions. So whenever we watch movies, we feel very good because, you know, you vent out your emotions.
Like
you
I cried after adolescence for like 20 minutes.
So yeah, so my question is that, do you also experience catharsis while acting?
That's a very interesting question. And yes, I think so. I think that there are moments that, that's what I love about the job, you know. It's not only depicting other people's lives. It's looking in yourself and finding what, and sometimes it works, you know. Sometimes performances will be liked, sometimes they won't be liked. But the attempt should never die. The attempt to truly live another character's life with all those complexities. And I think that that does happen. Like, I think Atrangi Ray, for instance, like playing that character, it was cathartic for me in a lot of ways. So yes, I definitely think that if you do what the job truly requires you to, which is truly put yourself in the skin of that character, then you will feel those emotions. That does happen. It does to me.
We have really come to the end of this session, Sarah. And before I let you go, आपकी ज़िंदगी में कोई एक ऐसा मोमेंट आया होगा जो जिसके बारे में आपने शायद सोचा होगा कि हम करके दिखाते हैं, वैसा मोमेंट क्या था?
देखो, अगर मैं सच बोलूँ तो वो मोमेंट रोज़ आता है, क्योंकि आज की, I keep saying आज की तारीख में, because I really think that, you know, post-COVID, the world has really, really changed. I think that there's a lot of pressure that we put on ourselves. There is a lot of pressure that people put on us. And I think that करके दिखाना, आप रोज़, हर रोज़, take each day as it comes. Be a better version of yourself every single day. Be honest. Try to spread joy. और वो करके दिखाओ. आज मैंने करके दिखाया. मैं आज खुश रही. आज मैंने किसी को खुश किया. आज का दिन हो गया. अब कल वो फिर से करके दिखाऊंगी. And as far as my job is concerned, बहुत कुछ करके दिखाना है. I've never been afraid of challenges. I've never been afraid of taking up different kinds of roles. And वही करके दिखाना है. अलग-अलग काम करके दिखाना है. आप लोगों का प्यार एक बार कमाया है. अब उसको बस वहाँ पे रखना है और प्यार कमाना है. यही करते जाना है.
चलिए, thank you so much, Sara Ali Khan, for this really honest and inspiring session. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Arun, over to you.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you, Sarah. Please be seated because now we have the last session of this event. आप में से कितने लोग content creator बनना चाहते हैं? That's a good and loud cheer. Nobody else? That's surprising. Okay, and that's a good change as well. But we have this panel specially dedicated to this industry, which is content creation. We have 3 content creators, और हमारी conversation से अगर आपको कुछ सीखने को मिलता है तो हमें बहुत अच्छा लगेगा. अगर आप नहीं भी बनना चाहते content creator, फिर भी अगर आपके कुछ सवाल हैं इस इंडस्ट्री के बारे में, we would love to take those up. So let's quickly start this and then we'll be wrapping NDTV YUVA 2025. Okay, let's give it 2 more minutes and then we'll have, okay, we have Mukul here, Abhimanyu Singh, and Radhika Sharma. Give it up for our guests for this evening. Hello, very warm welcome. Hello, very warm welcome. Hi Radhika, how are you? Love it. Before we start, actually, the Q&A, the question and answer, I think very quickly, in like a few seconds, 20 to 30 seconds, if you can briefly tell us, how did you guys start the content creation journey? आपके लिए सफर शुरू कैसे हुआ?
मुझे लगता है कि सोचता तो कोई भी नहीं है कि कैसे स्टार्ट करना है, लेकिन डेस्टिनी जो होती है वो आदमी को ले जाती है उसके रास्ते पर. It's been 7 years now, और 7 साल से मैं लिख रहा हूँ. I write poetries, मैं गाने बना रहा हूँ, और अब आपके सामने बैठा हूँ.
Hello everyone. So back in 2016 मेरे कॉलेज का लास्ट ईयर था एंड आई एम एन इंजीनियर, सो ऑब्वियस बात होगी कि आधे क्रिएटर इंजीनियर ही मिलते हैं. सो फाइनल ईयर कुछ करने को था नहीं. आई यूज टू ट्रैक अ लॉट एंड ट्रैवल से इतना प्यार हो गया तो मुझे लगा कि कुछ करते हैं. सो धीरे धीरे करते करते इस स्टेज पे आ गए. या
Hi everyone, I'm Radhika Sharma. My blog name is Nomlers. I actually started as a business research analyst. So I was working for 3.5 years. BCom honors start kiya tha and I never had or took a break and I started working. So I thought it's time for a break to figure things out. And ये बात ही 2018 की जब content creation और blogging एक field या industry नहीं कहलाती थी. So I just took a break, thought I'll do freelancing and I'll give it a shot. And remote job भी कोई ऐसी चीज़ नहीं थी उस time पे. So I thought I'll travel, I'll do freelancing. But then धीरे धीरे it picked up and then there was no turning back.
Lovely. We love the content. So आप लोग travel करते हैं और आप music और poetry के साथ खेलते हैं और हम सबको entertain करते हैं. But you know, we are on different platforms. हमारे पास कई platforms हैं, हमारे पास कई ऐसे mediums हैं. Content creators, क्या आपको वो वाला feel अब आने लगा? Because we are in 2025, this industry has seen several years, at least half a decade जिसमें full हमने इसका blow देखा है. बहुत सारे लोग I'm sure ये wonder करते हैं like what next? Like what's the next thing? वो चीज़ hit करने लग गई है?
ऐसा तो कभी नहीं हुआ कि जहन में ये है कि इसके बाद क्या, क्योंकि करने को इतना कुछ है. और इवन पोइट्री, आप में से कोई है जो पोइट्री सुनता है या करता है? आप लोग तो ये जितने भी आर्टिस्ट लोग हैं, आई नो आप सब लोग आर्टिस्ट लोग हो. एवरीबडी इज़ आर्टिस्ट नाउ. बट हाँ, ये बहुत अच्छी बात है कि आदमी अपने आप को ये मानता है कि वो आर्टिस्ट है. आर्टिस्ट तभी बन जाता है आदमी जब ये मान लेता है कि वो आर्टिस्ट है. तो मुझे लगता है इतनी बड़ी फील्ड है कि इसमें एक्सप्लोर करने के लिए बहुत कुछ है. तो अगर आपको लगता है कि आपकी आर्ट ओल्ड हो रही है तो फिर आप इतने पैशनेट नहीं हो अपनी आर्ट को लेकर.
Right, and we've got all of them via Explorer, by the way, which is another platform. Abhimanyu, what's your answer?
Yeah, so जैसे मैं बीच में बहुत ज़्यादा एनालिटिकल था. सो आई वॉज इन टू गवर्नमेंट एग्जाम्स. तो मैंने SSC CGL 2 बार क्रैक किया था बिफोर ऑल दिस. एंड आई टोल्ड माई मॉम
Subtle flex.
सो आई टोल्ड माई मॉम कि मेरे को ट्रैकिंग करनी है एंड कंटेंट क्रिएशन करना है. सो मुझे आज भी वो दिन याद है. तो उन्होंने कहा था कि जब तेरी शादी का टाइम आएगा तो रिश्ते वालों को क्या कहेंगे कि लड़का पहाड़ चढ़ता है. तो उस टाइम पे मैं बहुत एनालिटिकली मैंने सोचा, बहुत रिसर्च करी. तो कुछ क्रिएटर्स का मैंने देखा कि उनका क्या से है इस बारे में, जो सीजन क्रिएटर्स हैं. तो उसमें एक बहुत अच्छी लाइन मैंने सुनी थी कि द क्वेश्चन इजंट कि प्लेटफॉर्म कब तक है, कब तक प्लेटफॉर्म रेलेवेंट रहेगा, कब तक आगे क्या चीज़ें होंगी. द क्वेश्चन इज आप कब तक रेलेवेंट रह सकते हो, आप कब तक सर्वाइव कर सकते हो. क्योंकि मीडिया, एंटरटेनमेंट, क्रिएटिविटी, आर्टिस्ट, ये सब हमेशा से रहे हैं. चार्ली चैपलिन उससे भी पहले से, मतलब इफ़ वी लुक बैक, किसी भी फॉर्म का आर्ट या फिर अ वे ऑफ मोड ऑफ एक्सप्रेशन वो हमेशा से रहा है एंड वो हमेशा रेलेवेंट रहेगा. इट इज़ अबाउट यू, आप कब तक रेलेवेंट रह सकते हो, आप कब तक अपने आप को ऐसे प्रेजेंट कर सकते हो कि लोगों को मज़ा आए, लोगों को एंटरटेनिंग लगे. सो मैं वही फॉलो करता हूँ एंड आई होप कि मतलब आई कैन इवॉल्व माई सेल्फ उस वे से आगे तक.
I'll shift gear here. राधिका, आपसे जवाब चाहूँगा. आपको याद है आपकी पहली रील जो वायरल गई और which put you on the map?
When I started, रील जैसा कुछ था ही नहीं. Actually, Instagram पे stories जैसा भी कुछ section नहीं था. It was just like static posts that we used to post. After quitting my job, I went to Mauritius on a budget trip and I loved taking pictures and I was writing my blog. So at that time, pictures were really performing well and travel companies started noticing and they wanted to work. And at that time, when they approached me to work, it was very new because I didn't know that something like this exists. So I was like, really, you want to work with me? But that was a change in my life. And slowly, I started working with them, creating content for them. Instagram started expanding, Reels aaya, and when Reels came, it was so new. It was very difficult to navigate because when you are doing this for so long, it's very difficult to make a switch. So we had to make a switch. But Reels actually put so many of us out there in terms of finances and also in terms of making us see more of the
But
world.
do you remember one content piece that puts you on the map? कोई पहला ऐसा content
I think I'll
piece?
say Mauritius.
Mauritius trip.
Yeah.
That worked for you.
Yeah.
Abhimanyu?
आई रिमेंबर सो एक आप लोगों को एक स्केल का भी आइडिया लग जाएगा सो एज शी सेड पहले मतलब रील्स वगैरह कुछ नहीं थी एंड वी स्टार्टेड फ्रॉम फोटोग्राफी कोर फोटोग्राफी जो होता था एंड वो भी बेसिक बिल्कुल स्मार्टफोन के थ्रू जो आजकल ये DSLR वाला जो बीच में उठा था बट प्रॉपर स्मार्टफोन से हम करते थे एंड आई स्टिल रिमेंबर 2016-17 आई डिड अ ट्रैक कॉल्ड केदार कंठा आजकल काफ़ी फेमस है न्यू ईयर पे सब लोग जाते हैं 2-3 हज़ार लोग होते हैं वहाँ पे जब मैंने किया था पूरे ट्रेल पे 30-40 लोग भी नहीं थे वहाँ की एक फ़ोटो थी मेरी एंड वो मैंने जब सबमिट पुश किया था मैं सुबह अराउंड 6 o'clock वहाँ पहुँचा था एंड सनराइज़ वाले टाइम पे बहुत ही गंदी हालत थी मेरी लुक वाइज में बट दैट फोटो गॉट आई स्टिल रिमेंबर 400 लाइक्स और ऐसे मैं जंप कर रहा था आई वाज
Which year was this?
दिस 2016-17
अच्छा
एंड जब रील्स आई तो फर्स्ट रील जो वायरल हुई थी वो जस्ट टू गिव यू अ स्केल का ये आइडिया देने के लिए कि तो पोस्ट पे 400 लाइक एंड मैं जंप कर रहा था मैं कहा यार क्या किल कर दिया मजा आ गया एंड रील जो पहली वायरल हुई थी वो एक ऑडियो थी कि ये हमारी कार है ये हमें और यहाँ पार्टी हो रही है तो दैट रील वेंट वायरल जो यशराज है उन्होंने ऑडियो बनाई थी
पार्टी हो रही है
एंड दैट रील वेंट वायरल तो उस पर 3.5 मिलियन व्यूज आए एंड बैक टू बैक फॉलोअर्स ऐसे आ रहे हैं और उस टाइम पे कंबाइंड नोटिफिकेशन नहीं आती थी कि 100 अदर्स फॉलोड यू ऐसे एक इंडिविजुअल आ रहा एंड मैं ऐसे बैठ के रिफ्रेश करता नया नाम लिखा होता और ऐसे मेरे को डोपामिन हिट मिलता कि यार पता नहीं क्या कर दिया सो एंड आज के टाइम पे वो नंबर अब और दोबारा चेंज हो गया बेटर नंबर्स हायर नंबर्स आ गए सो
अब ऑडियंस भी ज्यादा है इंस्टाग्राम पर
वही तो एक वो जो चेंज आता है ना स्केल का कि स्टार्टिंग में सर्टेन नंबर आपको जो लगता है एंड तो बहुत लोग इसलिए मतलब जस्ट टू गिव अ मैसेज कि बहुत लोग ऐसे उनको अच्छा नहीं लगता डिसहार्टन हो जाते हैं स्टार्टिंग में जब अप्रूवल नहीं मिलता उनको कंटेंट को दे फील कि यार मज़ा आ नहीं रहा है फीडबैक भी नहीं मिल रहा है अप्रिसिएशन भी नहीं मिल रहा है रहने देते हैं तो इट इज़ अ जर्नी टेक्स टाइम टू बिल्ड अ करियर तो ऐसा नहीं होता कि आप बस आए करा और वायरल हो गए सब
Right. After we hear Mukul's answer, we'll also come to you. So if you guys have any questions, just think about it. First reel, first content piece जो आपके लिए काम कर गया.
ऐसे मुझे लगता है बहुत सारे मतलब जैसे आप लोग बूम हो गए मेरा कोई ऐसा कंटेंट नहीं था जो बहुत बूम हो गया हो
ग्रेजुअल रहा आपके लिए.
हाँ मेरा बहुत ग्रेजुअल रहा लेकिन मैंने पहला शो दिल्ली में करा था जामिया हमदर्द यूनिवर्सिटी इफ़ यू नो तो पहला शो फ्री में करा था पैसे नहीं लिए थे उसके
अच्छा
उन्होंने कहा था कि हम आपको मौका देंगे परफॉर्म करने का
एक्सपोजर
आप हमारे पास फ्री में आइए हाँ इसमें एक सेकंड चीज़ और है कि अगर आपको मौका मिले ना कोई प्लेटफॉर्म मिले तो आप उसको पकड़ लीजिए छोड़िए मत
स्पेशली व्हेन यू आर स्टार्टिंग आउट
हाँ बिल्कुल अब तो नहीं तो मैंने पहली ही जो मेरी स्टार्टिंग इनिशियल पोइट्री थी दैट वेंट वायरल तो उसकी वजह से मुझे बहुत रिकॉग्निशन मिला उसके बाद मुझे शोज मिलने लगे तो पीपल डू नॉट सी मी एज एन इन्फ्लुएंसर बट एन आर्टिस्ट अ परफॉर्मर तो उसने मेरी बहुत हेल्प की
आइडेंटिफाई एज
मैं जैसा आप लोग पसंद करें जैसा आप लोग प्यार करें
सिंस यू मेंशन पोएट्री आप अगर हम कुछ सुन सकते हैं देन वील हैव अ क्वेश्चन हियर
हाँ बिल्कुल मतलब क्या सुनना चाहेंगे आप लोग मतलब जो लोग बैठे हैं जो पोइट्री को बहुत पसंद करते हैं आप लोग कौन पोइट्री के लिए हाथ खड़े कर रहा था
जो पोएट्स हैं जो खुद लिखते हैं सुनते हैं
हाँ मोहब्बत वाले लोग हाँ गॉट इट मैं सुनाता हूँ एक शेर है कि आज अशकों के तले शजर तेरे शहर जलाए जाएंगे गम पुराने जितने भी हैं वो सब भुलाए जाएंगे मैं सोचता हूँ कि तुझ में क्या बचेगा क्या तुझ में जब तुझसे हम घटाए जाएंगे
Lovely, give it up for Mukul. Now we quickly take one question from the audience. We'll keep pausing. Yes.
Thank you, sir. My name is Sahitya.
हिंदी में बोलेगा तो
wow,
चलेगा
आपका नाम साहित्य
मेरा
है?
नाम ही साहित्य है.
Wow,
literature.
what a beautiful name.
Great.
छोटे छोटे मेरे 2 सवाल हैं. जैसे आप कभी लिखते हैं तो ऐसा होता है कि आप कुछ लिखना चाहते हैं बट एक स्पेसिफिक वर्ड है शब्द है जो फॉर्म में सेट नहीं हो रहा है और आप चाहते हैं कि उसे हटाना भी नहीं चाहते क्योंकि बहुत प्यारा लग रहा है आपको हाउ यू डील विद दैट और सेकंड चीज आप कौन सी चीज़ें लिखते हैं केवल वो चीज़ें जिनसे आप गुजर चुके हैं या वो चीज़ें भी जिन्हें आप इमेजिन करते हैं, उस व्यक्ति को फील करने की कोशिश करते हैं और डीप जाते हैं और फिर लिखने की कोशिश करते हैं? Only two questions.
बहुत ही अच्छा क्वेश्चन है और tough
उनका
भी।
नाम साहित्य है यार, it had to be that.
तो पहला क्वेश्चन जो है आपका, उसका आंसर ये है कि अगर मुझे लगता है कोई पर्टिकुलर चीज़ मुझे बहुत अच्छी लग रही है और मैं उसको नहीं हटाना चाहता अपने कंटेंट से, तो आई यूज इट इन अनदर कंटेंट जहाँ पर मुझे लगता है कि वो रेलेवेंट है। गॉट योर आंसर। सेकंड क्वेश्चन आपने मेरे से पूछा कि जो मैं फील करता हूँ, एक्चुअली बहुत सारे लोगों से हम लोग डेली लाइफ में मिलते हैं और सबके जो तजुर्बे होते हैं वो सुनते हैं। मैं बहुत अच्छा लिसनर हूँ, बहुत ही अच्छा, यू नो। तो जो भी मैं लोगों से सुनता हूँ, उनकी कहानियाँ, उनके किस्से, जो भी उनकी ज़िंदगी में हुआ है, जो भी उनकी आप बीती है, मैं उन सबको ग्रैब कर लेता हूँ और स्मार्ट हूँ, फिर रात को बैठ के सोचता हूँ और फिर लिखता हूँ।
वाह। नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन, कैन वी गो टू दैट गाय देयर इन द ब्लू शर्ट?
Hello, my name is Priyojit, and my question is, how do you stay creative when trends changes so fast?
How do you stay creative? Any one of you?
So मैं जो यूजुअली फॉलो करता हूँ क्रिएटिविटी और वाले उस चीज़ के लिए कि आई हैव दिस सेइंग, मैंने बहुत पहले सुनी थी, फिर उसको अभी भी जैसे मेरे जो वाइट बोर्ड है उस पर मैंने लिखा हुआ है कि कंज्यूम लेस क्रिएट मोर। बट उसमें एक ये स्लाइटली एक सबटेक्स्ट है कि जो कंज्यूम करना है वो अच्छा कंटेंट करना है जो मेरे नीच से रिलेटेड है। तो फॉर इंस्टेंस बहुत ब्रेन रॉट कंटेंट आता है जो अपने से रेलेवेंट नहीं होता, किसी और के लिए रेलेवेंट होगा, हमारे लिए रेलेवेंट नहीं होगा, उसको मैं नॉट इंटरेस्टेड हमेशा करता हूँ। बट जो भी ऐसा दिखता है मेरे को जो कुछ अच्छा दिखा रहा है, कुछ अच्छा बता रहा है, कोई आइडिया दे रहा है, जैसे एज यू सेड ट्रेंड बदलता रहता है, ट्रेंड को भी आपको यूज़ करना है कि ट्रेंड इन जनरल किसी इंडस्ट्री के बारे में आया होगा। एज ए सेड ये हमारी कार है, पार्टी हो रही है, वो बेसिकली वो ट्रेंड था अबाउट डांस एंड वो चिल मारने वाला, मैंने उसको ट्रैवल में कन्वर्ट करा, दैट वर्कड। वो क्यों चला? क्योंकि वो ट्रैवल वालों के लिए रेलेवेंट था। तो क्रिएटिविटी वाले सेंस में होता है एक अच्छा कंटेंट कंज्यूम करो जो आपके इंडस्ट्री का है, जो आपके नीश का है, उससे आपको कुछ ना कुछ आइडिया आएगा। आपको वो रेप्लिकेट नहीं करना है, बट यू विल गेट एन आइडिया कि आप क्या बेटर कर सकते हो। उसके अलावा व्हाट आई फील इज कि बैठ के ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग हमेशा करो, जितना हो सके करो, एंड डिफरेंट नीश का कंटेंट देखो जो अच्छे वाला है, उससे आपको कुछ ना कुछ आइडिया अपने आप आ जाएगा। एंड ऑलवेज राइट देम डाउन, वो ज़रूरी है। एंड लास्टली, सॉरी लंबा आंसर हो गया, बट लास्टली की प्लानिंग एंड एग्जीक्यूशन की जो टाइमलाइन है उसको जितना छोटा करोगे आप उतना ज़्यादा ग्रो करोगे, उतने ज़्यादा क्रिएटिव बनोगे।
नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन हियर, आइए।
Hello sir, hello ma'am. My name is Keshav. I would like to ask what might be the core difference between the trend followers and the trend setters in the social media?
Radhika, you want to take that?
I think I'll agree with him that consume less and create more, and planning और execution में difference नहीं होना चाहिए. That is exactly what I do also. मेरा जो content है is more into information. So I try to give facts about a particular country, या अगर आप कहीं जाना चाहते हो उसके बारे में tips या budget. तो मेरा उस जगह पे fall ही नहीं करता that I really have to follow a particular trend to go viral. It's my niche where I give informative content and that works for me. So you have to find something that works for you.
Okay. And just to add, trend setter, trend follower. So देखो दोनों होने में कोई बुरी बात नहीं है, ट्रेंड फॉलो करने में भी कोई बुरी बात नहीं है। बड़े बड़े क्रिएटर्स, बड़े बड़े इवन एक्टर्स ट्रेंड फॉलो करते हैं। व्हेन वी हैव सीन कोई सर्टेन ऑडियो वायरल हुई है तो इवन सेलिब्रिटीज क्रिएट रील ऑन दैट, तो कोई उसमें बुरी बात नहीं होती। बस जो ट्रेंड सेटर वाली चीज़ है वो आपको वैसे डिफ्रेंशिएट करेगी। इफ़ यू थिंक मोर, इफ़ यू पुट मोर एफर्ट इनटू प्लानिंग एंड रिसर्च वर्क, तो आपको ऑटोमेटिकली आइडियाज़ आएंगे जो आप एज ट्रेंड बना सकते हो। बहुत सिंपल तरीका होता है कि आप जितना हो सके उसके बारे में आप और रिसर्च करो, आप और ज़्यादा चेक करो, उसके हिसाब से आप अपने ट्रेंड्स बना पाओगे। एंड एक बार आपको हैबिट हो गई, एक बार आपको आदत लग गई उस चीज़ की, फिर आप उसमें घुसते जाओगे एंड फिर तो बनते ही
Okay, ma'am, I'll come to you. I have a quick question. What's the wildest thing you've done for content? Anything crazy, wild you guys have done? Radhika, I think you have an
Left
answer.
my job.
Quit my job. That's quite wild. What would be your answer, Radhika?
I think I have climbed a volcanic mountain and saw a volcano like bursting.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nice.
मेरी दो हैं, एक तो गवर्नमेंट जॉब छोड़ना ऑब्वियसली, एंड नेक्स्ट है आई वाज इन नागालैंड एंड वहाँ पे
Did you say girlfriend और job छोड़ना?
नहीं, जॉब सेकंड थिंग, सेकंड नहीं गर्लफ्रेंड नहीं, अरे
Okay.
सो फर्स्ट वाज ऑब्वियसली जॉब एंड सेकंड वाज कि जब मैं नागालैंड में ट्रैवल कर रहा था, सो यू माइट हैव हर्ड नागालैंड में एक मार्केट है जहाँ पे यू कैन बाय रियल एनिमल्स एंड इंसेक्ट्स फॉर लाइक फूड एंड दैट स्टफ. सो उस मार्केट में मैं गया, वहाँ पे मेरी दोस्त है जर्नलिस्ट, तो एंड शी टुक मी टू द ऑथेंटिक प्लेस जहाँ पे नागालैंड एंड नागा फूड मिलता है. वहाँ पे ऑथेंटिक नागा थाली ट्राई करते टाइम आई वॉज सर्व्ड how to say it, silkworm and river snail, and I am someone who's afraid of eating, मतलब बेसिक सब्जियों में मेरे को बहुत डर लगता है, एंड वो मैंने कंटेंट के लिए खाया था. लाइक लिटरली मेरे पास वो वीडियो में खा रहा हूँ, मेरे को रोना आ रहा है. एंड
Was it tasty or not?
I will not comment.
Do you want to try?
I don't mind. I mean,
you can try if you're into it. And और भी बहुत
I'm
चीजें
not
मैं
into
बोलूंगा
it,
नहीं.
but I don't mind doing it for the content. Yes, ma'am, you had a question.
Hi, so my name is Shubhangi Rajawat and I keep trying to, shoot content and I love shooting content, but I hate editing it. So I'm like,
All
I
of
love
us,
one
yeah.
part of it, but hate the other part of it. So how do I do it?
I think we all hate this part. I honestly do, especially when you are doing it for so long. I've been doing this for now 7-8 years. Either you have to get to it and you have to ask your brain to just shut up and just do it. Second option is to hire editors for yourself. That is another way.
I don't agree from this.
Even I have a slightly different like opinion on this.
I
but I
तो
would love to.
I love editing my content. I love creating my content. मतलब मुझे लगता है कि जो editing वाला part है ना, वो तो best part है.
Yeah, so like I was at the same spot that you are in, like 2015. I used to dread editing, and I used to plead like, "Bhai mera edit kar de, bhai mera edit kar de." And then when I got them to edit, I realized, yeah, they are not putting their heart in it, like which I will. And today, of course, while I do like explainers, which has like fancy cuts and transitions, uske liye of course I take help. But for me to edit my comedy content or some song that I am vibing on, I like to do it myself, and it's therapeutic. I was really tired today. I just edited like some story where I had to like put some montage shots on a music. It's therapeutic for me now, but I have, I think, come to peace with it maybe over several years. But I've started, it's really nice, like for me. Sorry.
Like similar मेरा है, but एक balance ढूंढना होता है. So as you said therapeutic, so मेरे लिए photos edit करना therapeutic है. मेरे को बहुत मजा आता है. मैं एक मेरी specific playlist है सिर्फ instrumentals की, जो मैं play करता हूँ and तब edit करने बैठता हूँ. कोई preset मैंने कुछ नहीं बनाए हुए. हर एक फोटो को मेरे को वो बारीकी से edit करने में मजा आता है. बट सर्टेन चीज़ों के लिए मैंने एडिटर हायर करा. रीज़न था कि मैं बेटर फ्रीक्वेंसी पे कंटेंट डिलीवर कर पाऊँ. ऑडियंस चाहती है रोज रील देखना, मैं रोज रील एडिट नहीं कर सकता.
After a point of time, I think it's important to delegate stuff for sure.
मुझे मतलब मेरा थोड़ा, मैं पता नहीं मेरा क्यों हर चीज़ में अलग ही पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू होता है.
No, we love.
बट मुझे पर्सनली ऐसा लगता है कि जैसे आपके लिए कंसिस्टेंसी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, मुझे लगता है मेरे लिए नहीं है. अगर मैं 10 दिन में कंटेंट भी डाल रहा हूँ, मैं चाहता हूँ कि उसको मैं खुद एडिट करूँ, क्योंकि मुझे पता है अगर कोई और करेगा, आई विल पे हिम, है ना. तो मुझे लगता है वो उतने दिल से नहीं करेगा. मैं उसको कितना भी एक्सप्लेन कर दूं कि ये कैसा करना है, पर मुझे लगता है कि जब मेरा कंटेंट जो मैं डिलीवर कर रहा हूँ, जिसके लिए मैं आज यहाँ पर बैठा हुआ हूँ, अगर मेरी ऑडियंस मुझे उसके लिए देखती है और मैं 10 दिन में कंटेंट भी डिलीवर करता हूँ, तो मेरा 110% बनता है उसको देना. चाहे मैं इरिटेटेड हूँ, चाहे मैं कहीं बिजी हूँ, चाहे मैं कुछ भी कर रहा हूँ. तो दैट्स इट.
Okay, we're short on time, so keep your answers quick for these questions that I have, because I really want to wrap this with this. First, do you guys go on Reddit and read about gossips about Instagram creators or about yourself?
Maybe.
Never.
No? What about you?
No.
No? Oh, okay. Guilty. But
so you do it, right?
Of course.
It's fun.
I love it. I love it. Then my another question is, one aspect of content creation that is not often talked about is how your family or your partners, let's say, I think family तो ठीक है, फिर भी मुझे लगता है बर्दाश्त कर ही लेती है, but partners or maybe your best friend, if somebody is single, उनका जिस तरीके से शोषण हो जाता है, या फिर जिस तरीके से उनको फील करवाया जाता है या वो हो जाते हैं, वो उसके बारे में ज़्यादा बात नहीं होती है. Do you guys feel
So
that?
I'm like last year मेरी शादी हुई थी, and my partner is extremely introverted, and she's not a content creator. प्रॉपर कॉर्पोरेट जॉब है उनकी, एंड स्टार्टिंग से उनकी तरफ से क्लैरिटी थी कि वो कितना इन्वॉल्वमेंट रखना चाहते हैं, कितना नहीं रखना चाहते. आई रिस्पेक्ट दैट. एंड
But do they think you're crazy?
At times होता है. तो लाइक व्हेन अगेन, so last year we were traveling, and दिसंबर के टाइम की बात है, we were in Vietnam. So एक लोकेशन पे हमको जाना था. वो लोकेशन डिसाइड ऐसे हुई थी, इट वाज वेरी प्रीटी ब्यूटीफुल डिनर डेट प्लेस. वहाँ पे गए, पहुँचते ही मैं शूट करने लग गया, बिकॉज मेरा था कि पहले शूट कर दें, देन आई विल सिट एंड चिल. तो उनकी तरफ से वाला पॉइंट था कि यू कैन एन्जॉय फर्स्ट. तो ऐसे एक सर्टेन लेवल पे वो परेशान होती हैं मुझसे एंड मैं इसे सॉरी बोलता हूँ हमेशा उनको क्योंकि ऑब्वियसली
Okay. Radhika, what about you?
So I try to balance my time between just our time and not like content time.
Yeah.
And I always ask for his permission if he will be okay with
Yeah.
this particular shot.
वो तो necessary है वो
So I
But I
will-
think, as content creators, we also
दो
have like
कपल्स
very.
को बिठा दिया और एक सिंगल बंदे को बिठा के ऐसे क्वेश्चंस पूछ रहे हो आप। मुझे लगता नहीं है
But
सही
I'm
है।
sure you get a lot of female attention on your gram.
मुझे लगता है जब आप एक तरफ बहुत ज़्यादा फोकस्ड हो तो अटेंशन से फर्क नहीं पड़ता।
Okay. Okay. My last question, which we are asking, everybody who's on panel, which is, आपकी ज़िंदगी का हम करके दिखाते हैं moment क्या है? Which is like आपने realize किया कि okay, I've made it. तो वो क्या moment होगा? हम करके दिखाते हैं moment. Anybody who wants to start? Radhika?
So I started my YouTube channel during COVID days actually, a travel YouTube channel during COVID. And at that time, it strangely started picking up. COVID के time पे सबके पास time था YouTube देखने का, and that really gave me a push, and I was like, अब तो मुझे 100K subscribers चाहिए ही चाहिए. So that was my moment, a switch.
What about you? Please keep it quick.
ऑनेस्टली मेरे को कभी ऐसा फील नहीं हुआ एंड मेरे को अभी भी लगता है देयर इज टू मच टू डू, देयर इज टू मच टू अचीव. बहुत चीज़ें हैं एंड नॉट जस्ट अबाउट नंबर्स, नॉट जस्ट अबाउट फाइनेंशियल ग्रोथ बट पर्सनल ग्रोथ वाले सेंस में. सो मेरे को लगता है कि जिस मोमेंट पे मैंने डिसाइड कर लिया कि हाँ यार आई हैव मेड इट, उस मोमेंट पे मैं रुक के काम नहीं करूँगा. सो
ऐसा कोई मूवमेंट नहीं है. घर पे जब जाता हूँ तो माँ खुश होती है तो सब अच्छा लगता है.
Love that. Can we give it up for all of them? Mukul sings really nice. Mukul, would you wanna hum a few lines for us?
मैं गाना तो नहीं गाऊंगा आज, लेकिन शेर अगर आप लोग बोलोगे एक बार ताली बजा के जोर से. इरशाद इसमें करिए.
इरशाद
कि लोग बसते हैं समंदर से लेकिन हम तुम्हारी आंखों में डूबने को तैयार हैं. लोग बसते हैं समंदर से लेकिन हम तुम्हारी आंखों में डूबने को तैयार हैं. किसको देखने की चाहत करें जब तुमको देख लिया है एक बार.
वाह, ब्यूटीफुल.
तुम्हारी जुल्फों की
Go ahead, please, please.
नहीं, it's a part of it.
Sure.
तो लोग बसते हैं समंदर से लेकिन हम तुम्हारी आंखों में डूबने को तैयार हैं. किसको देखने की चाहत करें जब तुमको देख लिया है एक बार. तुम्हारी जुल्फों की गहराई है बहुत और हमको पसंद नहीं आता है किनारा. लोग कहते हैं चांद का टुकड़ा हो तुम, हम कहते हैं चांद टुकड़ा है तुम्हारा.
Oh. Thank you. With that, we've come to the end of this conversation. Of course, we got them via Explorer, which is another social media platform. But thanks a lot for this insightful conversation. And with this, we've come to the end of this chat. Thank you. Give it up for our guests of the evening. Thank you.
All right, and with that, we come to the end of the 6th edition of NDTV YUVA. Hope you enjoy the mix of people that we introduced you to. The YUVA who we believe will disrupt the future. The YUVA who are brilliant and they are not afraid to experiment.
Yes, we also hope you enjoyed mine and Osama's wonderful company. Before we sign off, we need to thank our wonderful partners who made today possible. Our presenting partner, Adani, co-presented by Motorola, co-powered by Vector Tanks, Rungta Steel, TMT Bars, Canara Bank, GLA University, VECA, SOA, High Glance Laboratories, Gold Plus, Polo Elevators, strength partner Ambuja Cement, energy partner Sri Renuka Sugar, special partner Rosa Herbal Care, education partner EIILM, associate partner Sumani.
All right, thank you very much for being a part of NDTV YUVA.
Thank you. Have a lovely evening.
Shivani? Shivani?
Shivani, what are we re-recording?
Shivani?
I think
Can you hear? Can you hear? Can you hear?
Shivani,
Check,
can you
check,
hear
check,
us?
check. Shivani?
Are we re-recording something?
How?
हाँ.
ठीक है. We'll record that.
अरे भाई ये टेलीप्रॉम्प्टर टॉप पे चाहिए ब्रो.
Squalls immediately responded to this article, saying that, you know, that no classified information was released, and again asserting that Donald Trump has the best interests of the country at heart and is protecting national security. So interesting developments, definitely.
Absolutely, and it's not a question about the intention, it's the question that how the government is functioning. Like you pointed out, a journalist being added to such a group where these details are being discussed so freely. Thank you so much for joining us with all those details at this moment, Disha. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, to our top focus here at 7:30 p.m. news break. NDTV continues to call for justice for Chaitanya. Now, remember this 20-year-old young nursing student died by suicide and alleged that harassment at the hands of the warden. The Kerala police probe in the abetment of suicide angle as the parents are demanding the arrest of the warden. The police says that more student testimonies are needed. Meanwhile, the BJP newly minted Kerala chief has also spoken out on this. It has said that this is travesty of justice. The students, fellow students of Chaitanya are asking only one question, and so are we. When will the heads roll?
Mr. Chandrasekhar, you know, we are running this campaign on NDTV with regards to justice for 20-year-old Chaitanya, a student, a nursing student who lost her life. She died by suicide. My question is that Kerala is a society which has high literacy rate. It's a society which has fine education institutions, but these education institutions perhaps are evading responsibility and accountability.
Look, it is a real tragedy that at a time when the world and the whole economic framework of the world is resting on talented youngsters, whether you are talking about AI or electronics or digitalization or innovation or manufacturing. Every country is looking at its youth as an asset. Every state is looking at its young demography as a potential competitive advantage. We have Kerala where, which started off as being a hub for education, hub for sciences, hub for culture, is now becoming a state, has become a state where universities and colleges are hubs of violence, hubs of drugs, hubs children are, parents feel unsafe, feel that it's unsafe to send their children. And that is why so many colleges today have, graduate colleges have up to 30 and 40% of the seats vacant, because children are being sent outside the state for studying. Children, when they finish studying, go outside the state to pursue their careers. It is really a travesty that a state that was very long ago 100% literate state is today playing really slipshod politics and allowing the young youth of our state to leave either the state or being held captive to drugs and campus violence. Even during my elections, just before the Lok Sabha election, a young dental student went to college, a 21, 23-year-old boy, and ended up dead because he was ragged and subjected to violence by some left union members. So this is not, in today's 2025 age, you don't go to a university or a college to be intimidated and face violence. You go to learn, go to learn skills, and you go to universities, you look to universities and colleges as a place to improve your future. Instead, in Kerala, you see, as you're seeing with your own campaign, a lot of children find that their futures are brought to a brutal end because of the violence and or the drugs that are becoming the norm here. It is, look, it is my state. I have studied here. I love my state more than or equal to anybody else. And this is not something that any well-meaning, well-thinking Malayali should allow for even one day more. And that is why I believe change is required in Kerala, change in our politics, change in our priorities.
So that, now the clamor is going, not only the students, the political parties are all talking about when will the real action take place, will the accountability be fixed as far as the institution is concerned, and also about the warden, will the abatement to suicide charges be in fact put on her? That's the big question. Joining me at this moment on the broadcast, Priyadarshini, she's a student leader who's joining us at this moment. We are also being joined by Dr. Rajiv Jayadevan, convener of the Research Cell, Indian Medical Association, Kerala State. We are also being joined by Nirmal Kaur, retired IPS, former DGP, and we are being joined by Kevin Matthew, political analyst, supports the government of Kerala. Kevin, let me start by asking you this. I mean, if the students are not the priority, and we have been reporting continuously on the kind of harassment that this girl faced at that time, when she was alive. She also is the only child. Her poor parents were able to, in fact, send for higher education. Other siblings have not been that fortunate. It's a very, very tragic story. What is the government waiting for? For the media to take this up? Only then the action will take place?
No, sir, that is not the case. Now, if you look at the facts of the case, the warden, this is basically an issue between the warden and the warden has been removed from her post, and an inquiry is on its way. So, but we are not in a banana republic, and the law of the land has to take its own due course. Yes, our systems are a bit rugged. There are challenges there. Let us also work towards changing the systems. But as when we have a system now, and that has to be followed.
Has to be followed.
Let
No,
us
you are.
hold
on, sir. Hold on.
to change the system. But as long as the system is
there are
there,
multiple
the
complaints. Hold on, Matthew. There are multiple complaints against the warden. There are questions being raised on the way these, these educational institutions are in fact working without taking care of any laws and rules. People are asking for more vigilance from the government. You are telling me that demotion is good enough and we are not a banana republic. Let me just make it very clear for you. Nirmal Kaur, a girl commits, dies by suicide, harms herself, stays in coma for 3 months. Students, her fellow students, more than 3 of them have given testimonies on the way the warden treated her. She has also made complaints against the warden. Is that not enough ground for, more serious action to be taken?
Definitely, a poor girl coming from a poor background where the parents can't even afford to educate her. And she comes here and maybe she's doing some work on the side to support herself, to support her education.